So, what's up, everybody? Listen, for everybody who is live, our sincere apologies. We actually had to start this almost 45 minutes late because YouTube decided to update some security settings, and I use vMix to stream live on YouTube. And apparently I had to update vMix to the latest version. Otherwise, the camera wouldn't connect, the audio wouldn't connect. And me and Kev are sitting on Discord and everything works perfect. And we're like, why is this happening? I mean, probably next to WrestleMania, the second biggest show of the year, and YouTube decides to fuck with us. But you know what? In the end, we win. So we are here. It is Sunday night, February 2nd, 2025. Welcome to your special edition of the Don, Tony, and Kevin Castle Show. I am Don Tony, so he is
Kev Castle. What's up, everybody?
I hear your audio. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah,
I apologize. Trust me, we were like totally rattled. And like, you know what? I just got to fucking update this software. Maybe that'll do it. And sure enough, it was. So we are good. We are good.
Absolutely.
Kev, now listen, we may need to just like take a breather for a second because we just have 45 minutes of frustration. And if I say yeet to Kev right now, he might actually hang up on me.
Oh, good Lord.
Look, we are here tonight to obviously give you a full review, unbiased, uninfluenced opinions of the Royal Rumble. We're going to talk about a little bit what happens next in our opinion, some ideas on the road to WrestleMania. We're also going to, as we go along, look back at the last 12 months of the DTKC show, because a couple of days ago is the 1 year anniversary of our full-time return.
Yeah, already 1 year.
Yeah, and we're going to get into all of your questions, your comments, super chats, everything. So we're going to have a ball tonight. I promise you it's going to be a really fun show. But listen, I guess we can open up with this. Jey Uso, the winner of the men's Royal Rumble, and Charlotte Flair, the winner of the women's Royal Rumble. When I say Jey Uso and Charlotte Flair to WrestleMania 41, what say you?
It's no different. If back in the Attitude Era you said Trish Stratus and Grandmaster Sexy.
Well, I think. Well, you know what, Trish Stratus, okay. Grandmaster Sexy. I think I understand why this is going on with Jey Uso, and I have an idea that might piss off some people out there, and some people may actually be like, yes. Why do you think WWE has decided to, at this time, go with Jey Uso?
I'm still not convinced, even though, and people will say this, but know this, being in the promotion business and doing shows, I know, and you know this too, DT, about baseball. People are thinking that they saw Jey Uso wearing a shirt, the winner, and he had the shirt pre-made. I have you know that the Mets, before they even beat the Phillies, already made the Mets won the series shirts, and so did the Phillies. You know that, right, DT?
Yes.
They pre-make merch before the end result is even done. So that's not full-scale telling that Jey was always going to win. I'm still thinking some sort of pivot was made. It wasn't the original idea. I mean, we'll never know till we truly know. But one thing I do know is The Rock will not be at WrestleMania. And I think that's why maybe there was a change in plans. Had Rock been in, going with Jey, I think it's not like a not well thought about situation. But I'm not convinced that for the last few weeks, even going up to Saturday night's main event where he clearly lost to Gunther and decisively lost,
Yes,
that Jey Uso was going to be the guy. But he is the guy. I mean, whatever got him there, I guess, doesn't really matter unless, backstory always kind of matters down the road. But what I see, someone wrote to me yesterday, and something that should have been obvious to me. This is basically Kofi Mania Part 2. The reactions, the fans, and will Jey be a for now champion or forever a top guy? Kofi certainly didn't go on to be a top guy. He went back to a tag team shortly thereafter, was beaten badly in his loss. So I'm thinking Jey Uso, they're going to reward him for being over. selling the merch, getting his character over. And if he's not that guy, he will lose in Kofi fashion in about 4 to 6 months down the road from WrestleMania. If he's still for real, then they'll extend it. But I think it is a Daniel Bryan, Kofi Kingston situation. I don't see it as anything other than it's a hot commodity trend right now, and you ride that wave. And WrestleMania is only 3 months away.
Well, here's a couple of feelings I have on this. First of all, I think the move to Netflix and WWE is hardcore obsession of being like hip and with the hip hop world and the music world and pop culture. If you notice, like a lot of the entertainers that they bring, a lot of the young stars, the social media influencers, they all seem to hang out, or they put Jey Uso. Like they don't have anybody. Like, who else is the cool guy in WWE's
He's a relatable
eyes?
character, right? He's
Yes.
a relatable character, right? He is the
Look at his
that
grill.
guy. Gunther certainly isn't, unless we're going to get like Evanescence or someone like that to play, or we're going to get or maybe an orchestra band. So Jey Uso would be the hip hop call, even though Jey is closing. He's got to be near 40 at this point.
Yes, he's 40.
Jey Uso. So anybody he's 40? So it's not exactly young, hip, upcoming. I mean, MJF is what, 27? So it's like WWE gets these older guys. Damian Priest, 42. It's kind of weird. I mean, listen, my fellow middle-aged people who are over 40, great for the middle-aged crew, but it's not exactly young and hip. He's been here 15 years, and a word got him over. I know right now it is down the middle, and I'm in the chat here. It's down the middle. 50% of people think it's great, it's cool. 50% are going, nah, I'm not buying it. He's not that guy. I don't care if yeet is a word. I don't care if he's selling sunglasses to 9-year-olds and middle-aged men are doing the fucking wave. They don't buy it. So it's like, I don't think you can convince DT, the people in this chat who are against it, to go another way. And I don't think you're going to convince the people who are all on it to go another way. It's just something we're going to have to accept it. You know what I mean? It's, to me, I was even thinking, am I going to hear him bitch about it? To me, I'm a fan of the Usos tag team. I'm not a fan of them individually. Jimmy either. Don't get me wrong. Jimmy doesn't get out of this as well. Jimmy, to me, Jim, I mean, that's the best they can come up with for him. Big Jim shirts.
Yeah.
I mean, Big Jim. I think of Jim Duggan. Well, but Jay caught a word. But here's my thing about that. It really wasn't even his catchphrase. He had to buy it from somebody.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
True.
Like, you guys know that, right? That the yeet thing was someone else's gimmick, and he bought it. So it's like, I mean, even Ryback came up with "Feed Me More" on his own, but he caught a wave. But the one thing I worry about, and did you guys see the press conference? DT, did you see the press conference?
Some of it, not all of it.
Jay can't talk for shit. It's brutal. If he has to go on Jimmy Kimmel, he has to go on fucking a show, the morning show, with Kelly and whoever replaced Regis.
That ain't happening.
Yeah, he's there. Even the questions he's fielding here, I'll do an example of him. So Jay, I'll tell you, Oos, I just work hard, Oos. And, Oos, I mean, come on, dude. You got to have more than a 5th grade vocabulary and education. My God, man.
Well, that's what's, listen, in the gangster gang
but he's not really a gangster guy, dude. He's from Pensacola, Florida. He's from Pensacola. He went to the same high school as Roman Reigns.
I got his perfect gang name. They're going to call him Young Hip.
Young Hip.
So if there's any gangster violence, did you hear what happened to Young Hip today? Yo, man, Young Hip, he fucking got taken out, man. Young Hip, he got taken out for some fucking 6'2" fucking white, guy that looks like he's from Germany. Young Hip. That's what we got to call him from now on. Young Hip. Listen, like you said, you're right. But I think the days of going on like Fox Morning or Fox and News and this, I think he's going to go on like Hip Hop New York, and he's going to be like, like all these. I'm telling you, it feels like the move to Netflix. There is this deep, and listen, I want to make this disclaimer, everyone. Right. Kev and I are not bitching that Jey Uso won. All right, we're trying to make sense of it, and we're
Going over
trying
the
to
positives
understand it.
and the positives and the negatives
Yes,
of it.
both
That's what I'm
sides.
saying.
But listen,
Both sides.
you see 70,000 fans doing his gesture yesterday and having fun. And this guy has worked his ass off, no question. He has done everything he possibly can to give this impression that he could go to the next level. But I see this going one of two ways. One, this is going to sound a lot like Sami Zayn and Gunther. When Sami Zayn was losing, you're a loser, and Gunther starts taunting him, and then Sami Zayn goes on to fucking WrestleMania, and he goes on to face Gunther, and he beats Gunther for the Intercontinental Championship. It kind of feels like a remake of that. Or could we have something happen where Jey Uso does not get a world championship match at WrestleMania? Because
Here's my worry about that. If they do that, I don't want the fans to, because I don't like the hijacking of booking. Last year, they changed course because of the fans bitching. I don't want this to be a year. Guys, wouldn't you kind of admit that as cool? Like last year, okay, Cody won. He's still champion to this day. Some of us are happy, some of us are not. Cody's championship reign, I kind of miss Roman being champion, I'll be honest with you. Cody's a good champion, but it's already boring to me. I already am down if he loses the title to CM Punk at WrestleMania. I have no problem with that. But I don't want it to change course because of like online bitching, and then we let people control the narrative, and then they change course. The Rock is a major star. I mean, I don't want this to be an every year thing, DT, where this one deserves it all. We don't like that match. Boo. Okay. At Las Vegas, let's have a scrum, and here comes someone, and now we're changing plans. This guy's turning heel. This guy's going to be the face. You wanted it. Here it is. I don't know if I like that anymore. I liked it last year. I liked it, but I don't want this to be, because when you guys even say, what is this becoming an annual thing where they announce something, the online bitching happens, and they change it. I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that, TT. It's like, hey, we got such and such pitching in game 4. No, boo, get it, change it around. He pitches game 5. The fans dictating shows. I don't like it. I'm sorry. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's too flighty. It's too flighty for me.
Yeah, I agree. And listen, there are co-main events at WrestleMania. For most, the last match of the night is the main event of WrestleMania. Even if Jey Uso faces Gunther for the World Championship at WrestleMania, that doesn't mean it's going to close out night 1. It obviously isn't going to close out night 2 either. But him faces Gunther, I think, is a very good possibility. Shout out to Ronnie, who sent the 20 spot. I don't know if I could give you a scenario where Jey does not get his title shot at Mania. And I thought about this last night, and I know someone else, and by the way, everybody who sent in these extremely generous super chats before we started, I mean, we can't thank you enough. I mean, that helps not only pay the bills, but we could actually go out and buy a Starbucks tomorrow. But, I'm going to intertwine CM Punk on this for a second, and then we'll get to Charlotte, everyone, and then we'll run down the entire Rumble. And, trust me, we have a lot to talk about. Not only who showed up, but who didn't. But, CM Punk. WWE, most of us thought CM Punk was winning it last night, and he didn't. CM Punk now will likely be an Elimination Chamber. Cena, as we all expected, is in the Elimination Chamber match. But, what I can't help but thought about after last night is this. Peter Grippo sent us $100 earlier. And he writes, here's to another amazing year of the Don Tini and Off the Castle show. If anybody...
I love it.
Yeah, if anybody remembers the Joe Biden intro, you know why that's being said. What do we think CM Punk will use his favor with Heyman, WWE and Punk, of making sure we don't forget about it? And, I was thinking last night, and I was like, if CM Punk told Paul Heyman, you got to tell Jey he's going to give me the shot at WrestleMania for the championship. First of all, I don't see CM Punk and Gunther going at it at Mania. Number 2, I don't think the fans would accept that, and I think it'd be really stupid. If people were mad at The Rock for hugging Cody last year and changing the story, I think they would be irate if CM Punk tried to change the Uso story. What I think could be happening, and I don't know how you feel about this, but last night they intertwined Seth Rollins, CM Punk, and Roman Reigns as far as eliminations. And right after that, Seth Rollins gave a double with both feet, a curb stomp to Roman on the floor, another curb stomp on the steps, and CM Punk is standing there watching the whole thing. And CM Punk's shot at main eventing WrestleMania was kind of ruined by Seth Rollins. I have a feeling this is where I think they could be going. Roman Reigns is going to want to destroy Seth Rollins at WrestleMania because of what happened last night at the Royal Rumble.
Oh, of course.
I think CM Punk is going to step in and say, Paul, I want my favor. You got to tell Roman to step aside. I want to face Rollins at WrestleMania. And I think what could be happening, because Becky Lynch did not return at the Royal Rumble yesterday, I wonder if we're going to see some shots of CM Punk towards, the man, and that leads to a return. And I don't know if we get CM Punk and Seth Rollins one-on-one because we've seen it already. I have a feeling that this is going to lead to a mixed tag, AJ Lee and CM Punk versus Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch at WrestleMania. I think Punk is going to pull a favor card by telling Paul, Roman has had his shots with Seth over the years. He's got to step aside and let me get my hands on Rollins.
I mean, it's an interesting scenario. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it. I don't disagree with it. It's almost like the thing I thought of with the Naomi situation, turning on her and revealing that she has this new crew.
Yeah.
These are all just ideas and speculations and stuff. I mean, that's what we do here. That's what everybody does. But it's not bad. But I was thinking that CM Punk, I don't know if the chat agrees, it would be something on a grander scale that involved a title. Even though CM Punk, like Roddy Piper, he doesn't need a title to be a top guy. I was just thinking it was on a grander scale than that, like, because he's faced. This is what I don't want to see: matches that we've already seen before. We just saw Gunther versus Jey. Now I get that Gunther got the decisive win. The story is, Jey, I could beat him. Give me one more chance. I get that. But Seth and CM Punk had a banger of a match on the debut of Netflix. Was it so great that everybody here is clamoring to see it again just because Seth Rollins basically turned heel last night? I mean, you have to be Stevie Wonder to not see that Seth Rollins is going to be the heel, whether
Absolutely.
he faces Roman Reigns or whether he faces CM Punk. Sorry, Seth Rollins is not as popular as CM Punk or Roman Reigns. Doesn't sell a tenth of the merch either one of them sell. So he's going to be the bad guy, whether he likes it or not. And I think he wants to be at this point. But DT, I'm just thinking that favor, it's so out there, and everyone's probably thinking too, like, what's the favor? What's the favor? That's one way to go, but he already faced Rollins, and he could probably go to the general manager and get a match with him without having to go through Heyman.
Right.
Heyman has to be the linchpin to something where Heyman has the power and the juice to convince something that Punk couldn't do on his own. Everybody understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what can Paul push through that Punk can't do it by himself? And does it involve the general manager getting on board with something, a match, a stipulation, a title shot? That's the interesting part, is what power does Heyman have that Punk doesn't have himself as a top guy? You know what I mean? So that's the interesting question.
What about a three-way match? Roman versus Punk versus Rollins.
That could be fantastic, but and it's funny. It's like, who the fuck is gonna? How do you convince the two to let the other one get over? I mean, I don't even know. But I'd say this way: I've been impressed with Roman Reigns' act of not being selfish. I've said this before. Roman clearly is a guy who's trying to help put other people over. My God, 8 out of 10 SmackDowns ended with Roman Reigns unconscious at ringside, drool coming out of his mouth. I think Roman has proven himself a team player, and he's not all about himself. He allows everybody to beat him up. Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa. Roman has allowed everybody to beat him up. So you can't ever accuse Reigns of not selling or trying to put people over. CM Punk, another one. I think he puts people over if the situation's right. Rollins has been a team player too. Cody beat him those 3 times in a row, and Seth has never got his win back from Cody, if you notice, 3 years later.
Mm-hmm.
So all 3 of those guys, I think, are very selfless. But I'd be curious if I think you could just throw a quarter up in the air, DT, and who would win that match. I mean, that's a good one for Vegas. I don't know
I
who
could
would
see the
come out the
billboard.
victor
The
on that one.
billboard would look awesome.
Yeah,
With those three
it
guys.
would,
Oh
man.
yeah.
It really would. It
You
would
know,
be
and
fantastic. But DT, is that again facing Roman Reigns or whatever? Is that really the ultimate of what CM Punk really wants? You know?
well, listen, I look at it like this. CM Punk has only been back in the WWE for a little over a year. And
Yeah.
he got, injured last year. That kind of like put the situation with him, having a title match in disarray. So he's technically, if you want to call it, a year behind as far as Mania goes. This will be his first WrestleMania back. And maybe WWE said, look, we're gonna have to wait till 2026 for you to get a world title shot at WrestleMania. I don't think Cody gets put into this. I think Cody may be facing Randy Orton. The fact that Randy Orton did not return yesterday, which would have been a great opportunity, to something with Kevin Owens or something with Cody Rhodes. He wasn't in the Royal Rumble match itself. I mean, the fact that they did not reintroduce Randy Orton tells me that Randy Orton is going to just come out of nowhere and fucking, in my opinion, beat the balls off of Cody Rhodes. They have to shift away from Kevin Owens. And we're now in February. We're 2.5 months away from WrestleMania. So, even if they have Randy return in a couple of weeks, a 2-month build is not as long as it sounds. I just, The Rock, it's so fascinating because The Rock interjected himself in such a big way last year. And, even I laughed at the people online that, because The Rock was featured on the Royal Rumble countdown, that everybody's, they spoiled The Rock and he didn't show up. And I think a lot of people in the media got exposed yesterday, something that Kevin and I have been saying for years. You hear it from Triple H's mouth, it puts a smile on your face a little bit more. And we'll get to Alexa Bliss in a little while. But I think Cody versus Randy at WrestleMania is a match that the fans really want to see.
Yeah. I'm.
Would you rather see Randy versus Cody or The Rock versus Cody?
Well, The Rock is out. Rock's not going to be a WrestleMania show. I'm almost positive of that. But I'm thinking, my opinion is I still think CM Punk is facing Cody. They had that little tete-a-tete, last week where we talked about Cody sound like he was drunk. With that in ring where CM Punk goes, I mean, remember, guys, what was said. Let's go back. Let's walk it back. After you're done with Kevin Owens, there's going to be other people coming for you, and that person is me. So that's already off the table 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
So I think it's my personal opinion. That's the favor. Heyman managing. This is it. Listen, hear me out. Heyman in Punk's corner versus first babyface versus Cody Rhodes. Heyman's got a special relationship, kind of in a way, with Cody Rhodes, but that's the favor. You represent me. You're my wise man when I go up against the beloved Cody Rhodes. Because let's remember, Heyman was in Roman's corner the 2 times he faced Cody Rhodes. And Heyman's like the wise man to have. Cody Rhodes. You know his dad. You can help me. This is what I need. I need you by my side and getting all intel how I unseat Cody Rhodes and win my championship at WrestleMania for the first time. That's it. Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins in some sort of fucking street fight or falls count anywhere. It's not going to be a regular match. Could it be Hell in a Cell? Maybe. But that's my prediction. That's my prediction for the favor. You are in my corner versus Cody Rhodes when I go for the world title. You're my wise man.
Okay.
And it doesn't. And Roman, if Roman's against it, so be it. You have to do me that. You owe me this favor. And he convinces Roman, I will represent you both. I'll be there for him versus Cody, and I'll be there for you versus Seth Rollins.
Right.
That's my prediction.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
There's so many ways they could go. I mean, that's why they have these wrestlers interacting with so many people. I mean, if you think about it, CM Punk interacting with, Drew, Seth, Cody, and some others as well. And so there's so many different options they can go, but I like that scenario too.
Dude, it's so popular. One Fall Podcast agrees with me for a change. He likes it,
yeah,
dude,
yeah. And listen,
Thank you.
we'll get to something else later.
Thank
I
you,
have to.
everybody who likes it too, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, I listen. It's a great idea. Listen, as far as all your feedback with Jey Uso and a few others we were just talking about, we'll get into that in a moment. Let's quickly just talk a moment about the winner of the women's Royal Rumble match, Charlotte Flair. Now,
this might go another way, but go ahead.
Well, here's the thing. And shout out to who sent this in a few moments ago. Speedy thinks that Charlotte was away getting plastic surgery to fix a previous surgery. It made it look like Donatella Versace.
She does look like Donatella Versace.
She does, actually, when you think about it. But no, she really had a massive injury that, was it ever a possible retirement? No, but I don't know if she'll be doing that moonsault to the floor anymore.
Well, especially since Tiffany has made it her own.
Oh, yes, you can. Yeah.
Tiffany's moonsault's a thing of beauty. I think Charlotte's got to let's get into well, DT, could I have a little bit of brag rights for one thing? And
I know you're going to say,
admit, and again,
she's not a prodigy.
Roxanne Perez, I said she would make an impact, and she's going to be one of the final girls. And she not only made the impact, broke the record.
Yes.
And 42 minutes in for longest
she was in the match. I have tons of notes in front of me today. 1 hour, 7 minutes, 47 seconds. And here's the great thing about it. Liv Morgan was actually in the match for I just had it here too. She was in it for 1 hour and 7 minutes. So Roxanne Perez was only in the match 47 seconds longer than Liv. Otherwise, Liv would have had the record.
That's amazing. But yeah, and again, everyone's like, "Oh, what made you think that?" I'll go, because she's the future, and I just see it. You just see, I know Booker T was so proud of her. I mean, that's her trainer, and she's 23. I mean, she's a kid, she's probably one of the youngest next to Thea Hale. I think she's the youngest girl on the roster, I think. But yeah, she did a great, people are saying she was the MVP of the Rumble. I mean, I guess you could see it that way. I mean, I think we're going to get into some of the other people who were impressive in the Rumble, and some of the other people who were not impressive at all.
Yeah.
But I was just happy that, I said final four. She was the final two.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She was the one that shot. But listen, guys, I'm not delusional. Once Roxanne was in there with Charlotte, I knew it was over. I mean, and by the way, Charlotte is twice her size. I mean, literally, she comes up to Charlotte's
twice her age.
Twice her age, too. Charlotte's old enough to be Roxanne's mom. How fucking crazy is that?
That is true.
I mean, that's fucking great. But Roxanne Perez made a showing, and maybe next year she could win the Rumble. But yeah, I was happy with that, getting that right. Lord knows I didn't get the men's prediction right. But I don't think a lot of people got Jey Uso to win right. I think Solo Monster, predicted it. But out of anybody else, I don't know anybody who predicted Jey Uso. But the women, DT, who was your pick again to win, DT?
Bianca Belair.
Bianca Belair. I was on board with you with that. I used Roxanne as a dark horse second. So yeah, DT, do you think most of us podcasters didn't pick? Even we're talking about guys as knowing and historian as we are. No one really picked Charlotte Flair. Did you think because it was too obvious?
This is what I honestly think. First of all, I know a lot of fans. I hate using that term. A lot of our friends predicted Charlotte. As far as media and podcast world,
it was only very, very. It wasn't an overwhelming.
No,
people. I saw the picks of everybody, and it ran the gamut from Bianca to Becky Lynch returning. Charlotte didn't get like across the board. So it was a few podcasters.
I think
I see people in the chat saying it too.
Yeah. I think the reason why some did predict her is because dirt sheets were saying, she's the odds-on favorite to win, so that's why everybody was going. Just like a lot of people went with Cena. I think the reason why a lot of people did not predict Charlotte is because they felt that, all right, this stigma that she's always handed the big opportunity whenever she wants it, and she comes back and she doesn't work her way back. Then just not going to have her come back and win it all right now. You and I thought that they would have the fans totally turn on her, but the way they used her last night with Nia And with some of the heels, it's like, okay, they
Yep.
put her in a position where you kind of had to cheer her. I think a lot of people felt it was just too obvious. But, I'm going to make a little comment that I have said numerous times in the last year and a half. And a lot of people, probably just totally forgot what I've said. And you could go research it yourself. It doesn't take away her entire career. But, I point this out, and this should show everyone how good Charlotte Flair actually is. In her last 29 title defenses, title shots that she had, title matches that she was in before she got injured. In the last 29 matches that she fought for the title, how many times do you think she's won?
I'm not sure.
0.
How many?
She is
0
and 29 in the last
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that.
29 times she has had a championship match.
Wow.
And she has lost. And if you look at the last year or so that she was active before her injury, she lost a hell of a lot more matches than she won. There was, if you add it up, it's like 10 wins to like 40 losses. And she was losing match after match after match, but a lot of people wouldn't pay attention to that. That's something, that we've talked about in the past. So when she takes on Tiffany Stratton at WrestleMania, the immediate assumption is, she's reclaiming a crown and Tiffany's going to have to bow down to the queen. She's going to have to job. No, this might end up continuing the trend where Charlotte Flair, it's kind of like what they did with Cena. Charlotte is going to have a couple of year streak of not winning the big one. And then maybe a year from now, she ends up winning a championship. But, and it doesn't matter if it's TV or house shows. It's just the fact that she's been put in 29 straight matches for a title and lost. That's the most important part of this.
Wow.
I don't have much of an issue because we still have Elimination Chamber. So whoever wins in the chamber is going to challenge Rhea Ripley, and I could see it now. Charlotte Flair is going to go right up to Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley is going to think that Charlotte Flair is going to choose her because of their history, and Charlotte's going to be like, don't think that much of yourself, and then she goes after Tiffany Stratton. I think a lot of people feel that Charlotte Flair versus Tiffany Stratton is the past versus the future.
I do, but here's the thing: Tiffany is currently a heel, and Charlotte is best as a heel, but could be a babyface at the moment. But I'm not sure if they're going to do the flippy thing and flip it around, because I think Tiffany is probably better suited as the heel than the babyface, unless people don't want to see Charlotte get this belt back. And listen, the crowd last night doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the crowd for Charlotte in that arena at WrestleMania, DT. Matter of fact, I think the Tiffy time stuff, do you guys agree with me that all right, Indianapolis, okay, but let's put that behind us in the rear view. I think at WrestleMania, it could be Tiffy time, whether she's a fucking heel or a babyface.
Yes,
and I think
absolutely.
the crowd, just to be dicks, is going to cheer Tiffany over Charlotte because they think that's what they want you to do is cheer Charlotte. And then the crowd, very smart crowd at WrestleMania, coming from all over the globe. It's not people just from that city, as you know, DT. It's people from all over the place, including Europe, Japan, whatever. They might not go with the program of, let's see Charlotte get her 15th title win. They're probably like, nah, man, I'm for the new generation. Fuck the 4 horsewomen, Sasha Banks, all these fucking old codgers. I'm for the new generation. And I don't blame you guys, because I don't think any of you guys have to constantly kiss the ring of people, who are older. Oh, this was like, it's almost like the Hogan effect. Like, you always have to kiss the Sasha Banks and Charlotte Flair ring, the Bayley ring. No, man, there's new people here. The Roxanne Perez's, people like that, Tiffany Stratton, Jada Parker. It's a new generation. This is coming from a 50-something-year-old guy telling you guys this. I'm for the new generation getting their comeuppance and not having to bow down every time someone wants to come back after being gone for a year and a half, or 2 years, or 10 years. You know what I'm saying, DT?
Yeah.
So I'm for Tiffy. I'm telling you right now. Whether Charlotte's the babyface or the heel, I'm all for Tiffy time.
Listen, I could see the storyline now, that Charlotte is, given all these opportunities because of her lineage and everything. And Tiffy is going to talk about how she's worked her ass off in NXT and to get where she is now. I think the fans are going to recognize that she has been working her ass off kind of like the way fans are going to start recognizing Roxanne Perez on a much bigger level. You know,
Exactly.
Roxanne Perez, she's the Iron Woman, and she earned, to get to that moment. I mean, say what you want about stats, but the fact is they put her in that position yesterday, and you can't take that away from her, for at least another year unless somebody breaks that record. She's in the record books, and being in the record books for WWE, as big as the company is a big deal. It doesn't matter what the record is, it's still a record. And I think fans will get behind Tiffany Stratton. I think this is, Charlotte Flair is obviously not going to pass the torch to Tiffany Stratton, but she is going to help elevate Tiffany Stratton. And I also think that's the mindset that Triple H is starting to put, really instill the last year and a half, 2 years. Like, listen, we're going to recognize who should be recognized, and anybody that, deserves the spot that they're in, they're not going to just be handed to it. But you will not lose your spot if you help bring up some people along the way. That's why you see CM Punk working out with all the NXT people and trying to help elevate them. You see CM Punk interacting with the Ludwig Kaisers and others and having these banger matches on house shows. And you see some of the other wrestlers that are really like working with a lot of the younger wrestlers. Look at Braun Breaker yesterday.
Look at Bailey wanting to really put Roxanne Perez over.
Yeah.
I think, but look at Bailey. Roxanne Perez was beating on her half the Royal Rumble, and Bailey was selling for her. And I think she'll put Roxanne over when they eventually have their singles match together. So I give Bailey credit. I knocked the 4 horsewomen, but I think Bailey is the most giving of those 4 women out of Becky, Charlotte, and Sasha. Sure, one of you guys in the chat agree with me. Bailey is the most helpful and giving out of those 4, without a shadow of a doubt.
Absolutely. I mean, Becky Lynch, she has been more giving in the last, I would say, 2 years. Look,
maybe a little bit, yeah.
You give a lot of credit that she helped bring Tiffany Stratton to the next level. But Becky Lynch still, she's the man. She main evented WrestleMania, so make sure that you don't forget that. Like, she still wants that spot, so she tries to, like, blend the two. I think it's Charlotte Flair's turn. And listen, Charlotte Flair, like I just said, she lost a lot of matches. But if you look at who she lost to, a majority of the time it was people on her level, from Asuka to others. Now they got to start, losing to, people a little bit lower to help bring them to that next level. But I don't have too much of a problem with Charlotte Flair winning it. Crowds seem to be fine with it. I don't care that YouTube has 30,000 dislikes. I mean, that's what people do.
Well, that's the people watching at home. Again, DT, sometimes you also get caught up in a moment. It's a nice surprise. And let's be honest, you guys know this too. We've said this before. I'm not going to say half the crowd there, DT, but would you say at least a quarter of the crowd not that familiar with Roxanne Perez?
I agree.
Right? They don't watch NXT, and
they've heard of her, but they really
they've heard of her, but they're not going to cheer for her over Charlotte. The major star is there, and this little girl, so small compared to Charlotte. Charlotte's the bigger, larger than life presence. I mean, for God's sakes, guys, Charlotte had Pyro coming into the Royal Rumble. Who the fuck has Pyro? Who's coming? Name a wrestler who had Pyro going into the Royal Rumble. I think that's the first time ever, right, DT? That someone had Pyro for the Royal Rumble? I don't remember anybody having Pyro.
I think Wade Barrett even said that last night, too.
Oh, did he say it? Okay,
I think he might have said that last night, too.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's not a give that she's going to get over just because she got Pyro. But, again, I think a lot of crowd. But I'll tell you what, DT, those people who didn't know who Roxanne Perez is know who she is now.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we'll get back to the match itself in a few moments. Let's talk briefly about, and then we'll get into some of your feedback up to now. Let's talk about this controversy that's going around online right now involving Drew McIntyre from the Royal Rumble. And
I heard about it.
Yeah. We'll talk about Drew McIntyre, then we'll talk about Alexa Bliss, and then we'll get into your feedback, and then we'll dissect the matches a little bit further. Some controversy yesterday, and I see everybody and their mother putting opinions online, trying to be the first one out there. Sometimes you got to let it sink in a little bit and think about it, and then you start realizing a little bit more. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, and the funny thing is, when I wrote my notes for last night's Royal Rumble, I'm getting to the note where Drew McIntyre got eliminated, and this is what I wrote last night. I wrote, let me see, Damian Priest uneventfully eliminates Drew McIntyre. I wrote that 2 seconds after Drew got eliminated. There was like very little pop. It was out of nowhere. It seemed unexpected. And Drew had this wild look on his face. And then, as I've said before, you guys need to understand this. Triple H has instilled this in the WWE roster. Until you get into your fucking car and you're on the fucking highway and no one else is around, there's always a camera going. There's always a camera phone going. So just because Drew McIntyre goes into the back and he's screaming and yelling doesn't mean that is 100% shoot all the time. You had a lot of these Nimrods. Oh, he walked out of busted open. Fuck the people online. Fuck, I don't give a fuck what. I don't give a fuck about what you all think. And then literally 2 hours later, he's on fucking TikTok, doing goofy videos. Should I want to fight Cena? People need to take a step back a little bit and understand Drew McIntyre. It's not always just, he walked out, he stormed out, capital letters stormed out. He's pissed off. He's going to walk out of the car. Oh, he's a fucking company player. Was he upset at what went down last night? Of course he was. Yeah, but people need to understand a little bit more of what's going on. Damian Priest eliminated Drew McIntyre. Damian Priest is now on SmackDown. LA Knight is on SmackDown. LA Knight, he is the one that is absorbing the blame. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, last night, LA Knight was number 29. LA Knight is in there, and I thought it was interesting that he got that, late of a spot, especially when you see who was still in the match. It kind of felt like, let's be honest, LA Knight was a little out of place because, LA Knight has no momentum right now. But he's in there, and then Logan Paul comes out there. And I think a lot of people quickly forget that Logan Paul and LA Knight had a huge feud for the United States Championship where LA Knight showed up at Logan Paul's house in his pool. So there was a lot of history there that I think a lot of people forgot about. But what happened was LA Knight is doing what he's doing with Logan Paul for a little bit too long. And there was a point where Damian Priest was supposed to get up, have a little interaction with Drew McIntyre, was going to have a little interaction with Jey Uso, and they were supposed to have the center of the ring clear. So when Drew and Jey started doing something, all the focus would have been on those two guys, and then Damian Priest grabs Drew McIntyre and throws him off the top rope, and everybody sees it coming. And as Damian Priest is running across the ring, center by himself with Drew, the fans like, oh shit, he just eliminated him. There was congestion in the middle of the ring, and you see Damian Priest literally bump into LA Knight, and it's only, get the fuck out of my way. He didn't say that, but you could see it was like LA Knight was still taking up the center of the ring, and it took away from the spotlight of Damian Priest eliminating Drew. And and for those people saying, oh, Drew McIntyre deserves a better match at WrestleMania, who the fuck said that Drew McIntyre is going to face either one of these guys at WrestleMania? We're still 2.5 months away.
Exactly.
They might need to do this right now because, Drew, you're going to have to take a step back with CM Punk right now. Because CM Punk has got to build his story with Seth Rollins and Paul Heyman and Roman Reigns. Drew, you're going to have to take a step back right now with Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn's got to build this thing with Randy Orton. Drew, you got to take a little step back. So they do a little diversion this way. I think this is going to lead to Drew McIntyre showing up on SmackDown, even though the transfer window is over, and he's going to try to cause some shit. And this is to buy a little bit of time as we get a little closer to WrestleMania.
No, I agree with you. Yeah,
but I do believe that Drew rightfully was pissed yesterday because that congestion in the middle of the ring made Damian Priest's elimination look so uneventful. It's like,
it did.
But what were your thoughts about it?
No, I did. Drew McIntyre was clearly pissed off for real, legitimately. I think LA Knight, it was a case of, you're right, DT, it was like a traffic backup, or that people weren't paying attention to where they are, lost their place of who was going to do what and who was supposed to get the spot. And I just think it was a miscommunication. Sometimes, DT, they say the crowd is so loud. I don't know about during that time, that sometimes they can't hear, and it's the referees who have to give them the cues and remind them. You know?
Yeah, I do. Like I see some people, we'll keep the names anonymous, they think they're geniuses in podcast world, and they're like, well, they could have just waited a few extra seconds until LA Knight gets, away from the middle. How are you supposed to like get it to LA Knight? Like, hurry the fuck up. You can't just stand there and look like a goof, and wonder no, everything is about timing. It's about timing. And I will shout out one guy who I like his commentary because he brought up a good point. I think his name is James Romero that does all those shoot interview things. He said that he noticed that Drew, Sammy, and Damian Priest all popped up at the same time. And he's right, because that's all about timing. So everyone else that is like, oh, why didn't they wait a few extra seconds? As James said also, it's all about timing. And obviously, I don't think it's a case where LA Knight tried to get all his spots in. LA Knight was not doing anything more than others. LA Knight just happened to be still in the middle of the ring when he should have been more in the corner. That's it.
Yeah, and I think, again, there's so much star power here. You guys have to see it too. When we were talking about the four guys facing off, the four top guys, shades of back in the day, right? DT, Stone Cold, The Rock, the Triple H, and Undertaker, or Foley, or Bret Hart. I mean, pick your poison. We had so many top guys back in 96, 97, 98. I think it's a case of Drew LA Knight, who recently had to do the job for Nakamura. Who knows why? Because Nakamura, was on the tail end of his career, and Knight is, still riding a somewhat wave of popularity. But as you guys notice, it's kind of going down. LA Knight's popularity is not as much as it used to be. And Drew McIntyre, I think everyone's just nervous about their spot and where their WrestleMania match stands, or what their outlook is for them. And there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, DT. I just
Yes.
think there is, and I think it patience and people's ego and stuff plays into mine. And I'm sure Drew McIntyre has that. He wants to remain a top guy. He doesn't. He's been around a long time, and he doesn't want to become one of those guys. No offense to Kofi Kingston, but become another Kofi, where you were a champion, and then after that, kind of mid card land tag team, you're still here, and I mean, I think other people have aspirations to always be at the top. Some people have aspirations, hey, well, at least I had a title run. You know what I mean? And then I think everybody, they have so many guys now. And you're right. CM Punk's got a good reputation behind the scenes. Roman Reigns has a good reputation behind the scenes. Seth Rollins. But I think eventually some cracks in the foundation are going to happen, DT.
Absolutely.
Got a lot of egos, and you got a lot of power. Like a baseball team. When you saw
a lot of people to keep happy.
A lot of people to keep happy, like when you saw A-Rod and Jeter, are they getting along because it's competitive, but they're on the same team. The goal is the same thing, to win. People want to get their shit in, so to speak. I mean, it happens on Major League Baseball teams where you have adversity and you're on the same fucking team. That's what you're going to get when you got big superstars. That's what you get when you build up so many people to top spots, DT, and there's only 2 fucking titles.
Right.
You know what I mean? You got like 7, 8. What do we got? What are we up to? 7, 8 top guys now? Throw Jey Uso in, that's 9. And anybody else? I mean, we got a lot of guys vying for those titles right now, about 8 or 9 of them altogether when you think about it. And not for nothing, and the mid card guys who are down in the middle want to get to the top.
Yeah.
So it's like hey, I'm not hating, but the thing is, they shouldn't want Roman Reigns or CM Punk to leave anytime soon, because those 2 guys are fucking box office.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a give and take here. You don't want to wish those guys like those guys off to retirement where I could take their spot. Yeah, if you could draw the numbers and sell the merch that those guys sell. So it's Drew McIntyre is a star. He is a top guy. Is he tippy top, very top? No, not to me. I don't know to any of you guys if you put Drew McIntyre in CM Punk, Seth Rollins, and Roman Reigns category. I personally do not. I think he's the next tier under. DT, what's your opinion on that?
I absolutely agree. That's why I think CM Punk, as far as championship, you wait a year. You wait a year where you might have some injury, you might have some burnout, you might have some family matters for a few, and you're like, okay, now we can like pull back a little bit. Let's put the focus on him. I think everybody understands right now, who is, the ones in line. And Cody Rhodes, obviously, is at that top, and you're not going to take him off the mountain right now. You cannot listen to that little bit of 2% of the buzz online. Oh, Cody's run has been a failure. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, you see that kind of merchandise. The motherfucker sells like $600 titles. He sells 1,000 of them. And people don't fucking understand. You got that. There's always going to be, listen, God doesn't even have 100% approval. Muhammad Ali didn't even have 100% approval. Obama didn't have 100% approval. Ronald Reagan didn't have 100% approval. There are no one out there, not even us.
Well, no, not even. But DT, here's the thing. Don't mistake a kind of boring, a failure and I'm not excited about it or not into it are two different things.
Yes.
You could say, Cody's run's been kind of mundane to me, meaning, it's kind of lackadaisical. It hasn't really, his title run hasn't been that invigorating to me, but it's not, that doesn't mean it's a failure.
Right.
I mean, a failure is completely different than I'm bored with this guy. That's why the fans like to say this guy's boring, but that doesn't mean he's a failure. That's two different things.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Shout out to Terry Odyssey. Thank you for the 10 spot. No comments or anything, but I did notice Alexa Bliss's graphic popped up. So Terry gets the if it's okay with Terry, we're going to use that Alexa Bliss segue. Listen, of course, it's our best trait. Some people get mad at me for it, but, I take pride in how accurate Kevin and I are. And the reason why we're accurate is because we don't fake news to make news. We look at something, we look at common sense, we look at logic. We have, listen, we're not saying this to brag, but there's a lot of us out there that you have friends in wrestling, and they do tell you behind the scenes how tight-knit certain things are and how things are run and how things are handled. When we talk about how health insurance is handled in WWE, no one wants to hear that. They just want to hear the controversy parts of it. But even with fake news, we've been told countless times from people who truly matter that, especially when TKO and WWE had that sale, Ari Emanuel and management went to Nick Khan, went to Triple H, went to others. We do not leak business to the media world. We do not leak big, important decisions. You want to leak, tiny little things. You want a little buzz, a little rumor, fine. But with the Alexa Bliss stuff, you could go to our January 24th episode. You could go to the week before. Kevin and I brought it up 2 or 3 different times. Do not pay attention to the news out there claiming us all this Alexa Bliss stuff. Because originally, Alexa Bliss is going to return. She's going to be on this Raw. She's going to be with the Wyatt 6. They're going to do this, do that, do this. Then it doesn't happen. The Wyatt 6 quietly get moved to SmackDown. And then all of a sudden, things fell apart. And there's a contract thing and this and that. And we're like, look, who do you think in WWE management is going to leak out to WrestlingDirtSheetDick.com that Alexa Bliss is going to return? Alexa Bliss is going to be with the Wyatt 6. Alexa Bliss decided she's not going to return. There's a contract problem. She wants her original deal. These were people, as we said in the January 24th episode, these are people trying to cover up because there's been no leak that Alexa Bliss was going to be at the Rumble. So what happens? You get Meltzer that goes for the bait. Literally 24 hours before the Royal Rumble, Alexa Bliss's camp and WWE's camp are really far apart. Then you got this person. Everything has been put in the back. And we went on the shows and said, listen, why do you think Alexa Bliss would not be there? Like, it's either she's going to be there or she's not. It's not about creative. It's not about this. She's either going to be there or she's not. And then all of a sudden, people get close to the Royal Rumble and they don't want to be wrong. So they say, things fell through. Now Alexa Bliss shows up and Triple H so eloquently said in the media scrum yesterday, he's like, the media. I heard from a friend through a friend through a friend that this happened. He says they don't know nothing. WWE doesn't leak that shit out. Alexa Bliss, you know where people were getting the Alexa Bliss rumors from? Or social media. Guys, you think I should wear the pink? Guys, what do you think of my shirt? Guys, what do you think about this look? And then people like, oh my God, she's going to return. So instead of just being excited like a fan and, hey, it looks like Alexa Bliss might be back, you get these jokes. My sources tell me that WWE is going to have her return and it's going to be on here and it's going to be this. And then it doesn't happen. And that's why all the dirt sheets fucking went wild last night about Drew McIntyre storming out. Take away the fact that they got it pathetically wrong with Alexa Bliss. Not only is she back, but WWE Shop already has a new a Lily doll for $45. They got new merchandise.
$45.
It's a cool doll.
$45.
It's a really cool doll. I have to admit, it is a cool fucking doll. I have the Charlotte doll. I got the Lily doll. I'm probably gonna have to get this one. My wife sees it. She's gonna want it. Yeah, it's a pretty cool doll for $45. Really? It's a little steep, but they did an amazing job with the hair. And I'm just saying, like, all this shit was planned. It was happening. Nobody knew. We didn't know. Nobody knew, but people, I got to get my name out there this way. If I happen to be right, then I'm the source. And then if it doesn't happen, things fell apart at the last second. My dick, it fell apart at the last second. But Alexa Bliss
dick fell apart at the last second?
No. My dick fell apart about 20 years ago.
DT, is that what delayed the show before? Did you lie? Is that what delayed the show before?
Let me put this pump aside over here for a minute. No, listen. Alexa Bliss got an insanely fucking big pop last night. I loved the jacket where it said Fiend, and then she added the word R after the letter F and S at the end where it says Friends Forever. She took Fiend Forever and added Friends Forever. I can't believe, and I'm saying it this passionate, I am so happy to see her back on TV.
Wow, I didn't know you were a big fan of this.
I'm not a big fan, but I commend what she did with Bray Wyatt, and I think her being back, WWE obviously should have her do something with the Wyatt Six. If there's even a thing with the Wyatt Six anymore, because we will get to that. We will get to that.
Oh, God.
What's your thoughts on Alexa Bliss?
I mean, I was surprised because Dave Meltzer told us they were nowhere near a contract. They were nowhere near the same mindset on what our contract was worth. I don't. Do you have an update on that, DT? Did they give in, or did they?
Well, I'll say this: I know they're a little bit unpopular, but you got to give credit where credit is due. Fightful was the only media outlet that I knew out there that never, ever talked about the Alexa Bliss stuff. And that's the right way to go. If you don't know, then you just say, look, I don't know. So we're not going to report anything. People out there that didn't know guessed, and most of them guessed wrong. And listen, I think when you have the merchandise set, and you have things like this, and some people said that Shotzi, that was originally her spot, and then they gave it to Alexa Bliss. I kind of have a feeling that maybe Shotzi's spot was given to Trish Stratus, maybe, because that seemed really, I know I'm getting a little bit ahead, but I thought that was kind of bizarre that Trish Stratus is the only fucking legend, and I'm not trying to throw a shot at Nikki Bella, but it's like, that seemed very lopsided yesterday. But I don't know.
DT, she looks so freaking good. I mean, Trish is wearing the same. Who here could wear the same clothes, the exact size that 25 years ago? I mean, Trish is like, what is Trish, 48? I mean, my God, she looks fantastic. And before anybody tells me, "Oh, she did have some surgery," whatever. She still looks, her body, her presentation, her energy in the ring, her cardio. The woman's like, because we all, talk about the guys. I mean, Trish Stratus is really impressive for her age as far as the physical fitness. And I know that she runs yoga studios and fitness is her life. I get that. So she should be in shape. That's her whole gimmick. But I thought she did a great job in there last night and looked like she fit in. And you guys noticed she didn't look like the old lady in there. She did not.
No.
Right? She didn't look like, a matter of fact, if you even said, guys, who do you think's the oldest woman in that ring? I'll be honest with you guys. Jordan Grace physically looks older than Trish Stratus. Absolutely. Jordan Grace is 29. She looks about 45. I mean, I'll be honest with you. She looks old, DT. Trish Stratus does not look her age at all. Jordan Grace, I can't even believe is 29.
I'll say this. As you pointed out last week, if anybody remembers the show All in the Family, Trish Stratus is older than Edith Bunker.
Trish Stratus is older. Trish Stratus is only 5 years younger than the youngest Golden Girl.
Oh my God! Just think about that.
Season one.
Just think about that. In 5 years from now, Trish Stratus would have been the same age as Betty White. And I'm sorry, 5 years from now, if I was in a bar and I was drunk and Trish Stratus was there, just think she'd be the same age as Betty White. And I would, trust me, I
Yeah, I
would
mean,
hit it.
but so I think, and Trish is in kind of a, she is kind of, I know some of you guys might disagree, but Trish is, and she's won the award for it, the greatest female superstar of all time. Um, but I think she fit in there well, and there was no, Mickey James was at ringside. She was there to promote that she's doing that new series for WWE.
Yes.
Lita kind of is aged out. I don't think I want to see Lita in the ring anymore. Lita, who's younger than Trish, I think didn't age as well as Trish. And there was really nobody else. Nikki Bella, can you consider her a legend at this point? I mean, she's in the Hall of Fame, Nikki Bella. She's 40 as well, too. I think she's over. DT, I think she's 42, isn't she? Nikki Bella?
I don't know.
But she's
The
over.
day I know a stat, other than she was
And
married to
Wade
that
Barrett.
Artem.
By the way, Wade Barrett saying she doesn't age. I'm like, Wade, come on. Just because you put a baseball hat on backwards doesn't mean you look 16. She's the female John Cena with like teenage gear on, wearing the baseball hat and the baseball jersey. Let's not get crazy. I mean, she looks good, but she doesn't look the same as she did 15 years ago. That's silly.
Well, let's just talk about a couple of names that were not there yesterday, and then we'll get into everybody's feedback that was sent in, and then we'll get into some more with the matches. Since we're talking about women right now, from the main roster, I don't include Shotzi. I don't include Katana Chance and Kaden Carter. I don't include the Unholy Union because they've been on NXT. Even with the men's side, I noticed a lot of tag teams were not in the Royal Rumble, which I think is a smart idea. I don't think tag teams should be split up for the most part unless someone has a little bit of a singles run. But as far as I can see, next to Nikki Cross, the only two women on the main roster that were not on the Royal Rumble was Elektra Lopez Elektra Lopez, Scarlett, and Blair Davenport. Those are the only three that I could come up with.
I feel bad for Blair Davenport.
I do.
She moved here from Europe and got her, I think applied for citizenship. I mean, what are they doing to this girl? I mean, why bring her here? If you're not going to utilize her, you got nothing for her. I kind of feel bad for her. Scarlett is more in a manager, valet, faction woman role. Nikki Cross too is more in a faction role, but Blair Davenport, I mean, she's a person without a country almost. You know what I mean, DT? Like she's an island to herself. She doesn't have a faction. She's not, with it. She's kind of a solo act. So yeah, I don't know what it is. I saw a picture of her at the event, and she looks sad. I felt bad for her, DT. I really did.
I do. Others obviously are injured, from Asuka to Kairi Sane and others, but I got to say this before we get into everybody's feedback up to now. You and I truly believe, and I'm serious when I say this, I truly believe we were the first ones to really put a shine on this and a cloud or a dark cloud over this. We said probably 2 months ago that the Wyatt 6 is the biggest flop of 2024. And we noticed a couple of months ago that Bo Dallas is nowhere to be seen, not only wrestling, but he is not around. He is not at ringside. He's not doing appearances. And one thing that startled me was Royal Rumble weekend, when every fucking person is supposed to be all hands on deck. Even if you're not on the card, you make media appearances, you mingle with fans. They did meet and greets with the Wyatt 6. Bo Dallas is the only one not there. Unless
I noticed that.
Unless he is on life support. Explain to me why Bo Dallas is not around for months and months and months.
He said, I heard that he had to mow the lawn.
Did Rikishi get into his fucking head? Brother.
All I know is, I know
brother, your brother's not here anymore, brother. You be if they don't want to use you for Bo, brother, go somewhere else, brother.
No, I knew it was all hands on deck because I texted our friend.
Yeah.
And, he didn't know. He even said, last minute, they can make changes. He doesn't know if he's in the Rumble or not. but said it's all hands on deck. Everybody has to be here and report to the arena anyway, the whole roster.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm wondering. It's like, does Bo Dallas have a special, and how would he have a special deal? He's not that kind of star.
Right.
Why is he not making appearances? You're right, TT, because I saw our boy Cross was doing appearances with Scarlett, doing media, even though he wasn't even in the Rumble, he still was doing media. Where is Bo Dallas? Like, and why is he? And why are they so hush on this? No one I've asked around, nobody knows where this guy is.
And no one
Where
in the
is he?
fucking scrum brought it up either.
No one brought up. Where is this guy? He's leader of a faction. Where is he? You know, I mean, that would be like, equivalent to like Santos Escobar just disappearing, or who's the other? Finn Balor. Just anybody see this guy? It's not that he's on that level, but DT, I don't understand how even you let people know. Like, do they think that nobody cares, and that's why they're not even bringing it up? You know?
If I wish I knew the answer. I just, you and I caught on this months ago, and now it's so goddamn obvious. And I'm sorry if this upsets a few people. I think there's some people out there that just don't have the balls to say anything because he's the brother of Bray Wyatt. It's like, oh, come on, look at the
Probably.
tribute. You know, he loved his brother. I mean, lay off of him. No, he's a fucking paid entertainer. You know, I mean, we loved
Yeah,
Bray and we love. No,
it's not an excuse. And also, one false saying Balor and Escobar. I know they were there last night. I'm saying if they did disappear, it would be equivalent to that. Where are they? Because other people are depending on you. These guys are in limbo. They can't do anything without him. Loomis, Rowan, like you said, Nikki Cross, Joe Gacy. Who they got nobody right now. So maybe Alexa Bliss can lead this faction. And maybe, a matter of fact, would you guys say that's the only fighting chance in U2 DT chat room as well? Would you guys say Alexa Bliss is the only way to save this dying new Wyatt family from going into obscurity? The return of Alexa Bliss.
I, you know, I, I have this. Could you imagine if they just dismantle the Wyatt Six and then bring back Bo Dallas and do something with Bo Dallas and Alexa
Oh,
Bliss?
I don't think so.
I
I
hope
think
they're
Dexter
not doing
Loomis was
that.
the only Loomis
Yeah,
was the only one who impressed me in this whole faction. I hope fucking Loomis. I saw he was at the autograph signings.
yeah.
Um, I hope they do something with them. That's what I'm saying. Alexa Bliss list. They're doing the doll, so there's still something connection to the Wyatts. So clearly, if Bo can't do this job, get somebody else in that can do it, like Alexa. Get her in there because the fans maybe will see it. Okay, we're taking this. Oh, Alexa's down with them now. Okay, I'm reinvested again. All the people here in the chat, I would be DT. You wouldn't be reinvested if next week Alexa comes out and goes, "I want to introduce to you to my new family," and brings them out. Like, okay, I'm on board with this. They're refreshing this group. And fuck, I could care less if I ever see Uncle Howdy again. They don't even have to mention him. If Alexa comes out and says, "I am now your leader," I think that will put a B12 shot right into that faction.
I agree. It's definitely right.
Yeah.
But I think WWE should give a little bit of clarity. And you know what? There's a bus flip coming. We don't know exactly what
Yeah.
date it'll be, but it is coming, guys. And it's going to be really, really interesting to pay attention to it because, you know, if Bo Dallas is not on that bus flip, then I think the fans deserve a little bit of clarity. Like, you know, what the fuck? I mean, what's going on with this Wyatt Six? I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
he's been just nowhere to be found. It's and when people say, "Oh, well, he's injured," the motherfucker just sits in a rocking chair. Unless he's got hip problems and he can't sit anymore. I mean, there's no excuse. You know, you want to do it for a couple of weeks, fine, but yeah, for you guys, again, like Kev said, Royal Rumble weekend, it is mandatory to be there. It is mandatory to be there. Everybody is to be there, and he was not there. All right,
Weird.
some super shout outs, some feedback. Bernard with the 1999. I invited some friends over, ordered some. I almost want to say this like this. I invited friends over, eat, ordered some food, eat, fought sleep deprivation, all to watch fucking Jey Uso win the Rumble. Who is Jey for? The kids? The guy is a dreadful wrestler and talker. I don't get it. I truly don't. I see it,
That's
Kev. Travis Scott is gonna walk him down the ring. You're gonna get fucking Snoop Dogg. They're all gonna be. And can I just say this? Not to rain on Bernard's parade with this. They showed, some people sitting at ringside yesterday. And from my list, they showed the Godfather, they showed Mickey James, RVD, and by
Rick
the way,
Steiner.
yeah, Rick Steiner. And if anybody looks closely, look at RVD's arms. That's all I'm going to say. Just think Kurt Angle.
Oh, can I make one comment?
Yes.
Why is Rob's wife Katie in everything he does? He's never by himself. Like it seems like his wife is always in the shot. Is she part of the deal?
I think he insists on it. I think he
I
insists
think
on
he
it.
does insist on it.
I think he insists on it.
Someone said that to me. Is she his manager? I'm like, I don't know, but I do notice that every time Rob Van Dam is shown, she is right there next to him. It's almost like she was like Elizabeth to his Macho Man or something. But I know what you're going to say, DT. And by the way, when you mention who you mentioned, he is an honorary prick in the music industry. He is known as an honorary prick.
Before I mention him, I noticed nobody brought this up yesterday. Godfather was smoking weed. There was like an 11-year-old girl sitting right behind him. I'm not trying to be a party pooper here, but you would think that what's his name? Leon White? Is that his name? No, that was Vader.
The Godfather's
Charles
real name is Basil Fomine.
Hey, Charles,
I don't know
gimmick or no gimmick, you got an 11-year-old girl sitting right behind you. Show a little respect and don't light up weed right in front of a kid.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of tacky. Honestly, we would have kicked him out of our club if he did that.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't do that. You can't do that. Can't do
that. I just that's just something I saw yesterday. But oh my God,
even
like,
it's a vape, you're not supposed to vape indoors. So
if a woman's period was if a man ever played the role of a woman's period or menopause, is that what it is? Menopause. It would be John. Don't call me Cougar Mellencamp.
Oh God, what a miserable prick that dude is.
What was up with that yesterday? Was it just like his wife insisted, "Oh my God, Drew McIntyre
and he's from
there.
He's an Indiana home state boy. I mean, everything. He was the Ain't That America guy, Little Pink Houses, ROCK in the USA. But he is, as an older man, he has become a
He's
miserable.
become a COCK in the USA. He's been a cock.
I think, people like us here, wrestling fan, don't know, but he looked like he did not want to be there and was very annoyed, the camera on him. I'm not sure, but he is, again, the way, what's his name? Larry Bird represents Indiana big time. John Cougar Mellencamp is one of their top 5 favorite sons. Next to, of course, what's his name? Pat McAfee. But
Yes.
Cougar, I bet you Mellencamp was invited by the city. I doubt he was. I guarantee it wasn't a WWE thing. It was maybe an agency thing, to get in with TKO and stuff like that. I guarantee he's not a WWE
At
guy.
least fake smile.
Yeah, fake smile. I mean, he looked really miserable.
Oh my God, he looked like he was about. He looked like that. Like he looked over and his wife was looking at like men's OnlyFans pages or something. He was just angry and bitter and unhappy. I'm like, oh my God. I even think if Tony Khan was at the Royal Rumble, he would have been like, I hate these motherfuckers. This is real pretty good. He was just, oh God. He's a meme now. That photo will be a meme till I don't know, till whenever. What a miserable motherfucker.
That's his reputation.
Funny, I Googled online to see like what he's been up to, and there's a lot of like articles about like tragedy with John Mellencamp. He just like he's not really the good person that I think some people thought he was.
Yeah, he's just one of those guys. He's kind of, he's got a small circle of people he's friendly with. I know Bill Maher interviewed him not too long ago. Sammy Hagar actually interviewed him on his show a few years back, and Sammy had to go meet him at his house or whatever. He's a particular kind of guy. He's a peculiar kind of guy. He's a little bit like Bruce Springsteen, but Springsteen's much more outgoing. I like some of his old music. I like some of his 80s stuff, Jack and Diane, Rockin' in the USA. He's got some bangers from back in the day, but I don't think he's put out any hits in years. I haven't heard a Mellencamp song in 15, 20 years.
I just saw Billy Idol's good at tour, and I'm like, oh my God, did he age? But I'm like, hey, you know what? Like, if he could still perform, go ahead. But John Mellencamp, if you're going to be that like bitter and angry about life, at least like have your hair match the attitude. Like, I think he was more like concerned about how good his hair looks. I mean, talk about like I never saw a miserable man have such nice hair. You would just be like, let me wear a hat or something. He had beautiful hair and he looked like a miserable cunt. I hate using that word, but he looked like a miserable cunt. I'm like, what the fuck? I almost think like WWE's like, we're going to put you on camera for a minute. No, please don't. No, don't. I don't want anybody to know me. No. That's just, yeah, that looked like, all right, here's the fucking camera. Oh, man, what a miserable bastard. Seriously.
Oh, God, that's funny.
But getting back to Bernard, again, I think with Netflix and WWE really pushing the social media and the streamers and the hip hop culture and pop culture, Jey Uso by default is the guy that they think that is the coolest one to hang out. Funny thing is, I think if Riddle wasn't let go, I think Riddle might be in some of that spot. I don't know. I can't explain other than they think Jey Uso is that guy that can hang out with a lot of these influencers and hip hop stars.
And again, DT, much like Kofi, if it doesn't work out, they'll fucking take the belt off of him in grand fashion. You know, they'll whether it's SummerSlam, he'll win it at Mania. If the thing tapers off, he'll continue to be champ through SummerSlam. If it dies out, Survivor Series, goodbye. One-time champ, that's it. Goodbye. So there's always an option B if it doesn't last, it doesn't sustain. He'll get a monster pop, but I have a feeling, again, I compare it to Kofi. Daniel Bryan got injured. I mean, the Yes movement was big, but that faded out really quick, too. After he got injured, even after he came back, it was never the same. Daniel Bryan never picked up the momentum that he had on the Yes run. It just never happened again. That's why he even ended up a year after that becoming a bad guy again. So I truly believe Jey Uso is not meant to be a top guy, but if he can get a world title in during his career, have bragging rights, say, hey, at least I was a champion, he'll have the same kind of career that Kofi Kingston had, mostly as a tag team wrestler. I don't know if you want to call it a cup of coffee, but a run as a solo, got the title, have it for a few months, and it goes in your Hall of Fame. When you're on the independent circuit, you get bigger money. You're a former world champion. Those things actually matter, guys. Actually, when you sign these guys to do things, they really do.
Yeah. And we'll get to Solo Sikoa in a minute with the Royal Rumble. But shout out to Havili, who is celebrating 23 months as a member of the family. Thank you, Havili. He wants to know if Rock and Cody doesn't happen at 41. What do you think at the end of the day, from what we've talked about so far, is the likely opponent for Drew McIntyre? For Cody, Roman, Drew, CM Punk, or Jacob Fatu? I still think it's going to be Roman Reigns. CM Punk, like you said.
No, CM Punk. Rock is not going to be at WrestleMania. I don't know how I can make that any clearer. He's not going to be involved in WrestleMania.
What about Rock being referee or special enforcer for something?
I don't think so. Maybe Rock will do a video call in from Maui.
on a set of another Disney movie or something?
Rock is remaking Happy Days, and he's playing the Fonz.
Oh God!
No,
I could see that happening too. Him punching like
probably some shitty remake of some movie that nobody wanted to see remade.
They'll just say, remember when the Fonz, whenever he had to say he was wrong, he'd be like, I was rude. I think Rock will be like, no. We're gonna change that around. You're like, I was right. You were wrong, but yeah, listen, I think Kev says CM Punk and I say Randy Orton. I think, either one is up in the air right now. We will see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. Wow. This very, very generous. Hollywood 55 with 100 spot. Let's set some records tonight. Yeah, 99.99. We can watch WWE Network for 10 months outside the country.
That just blew me away. Hold on a second. Was it Hollywood, man?
Hollywood. Hollywood 55.
Hollywood 55. Hollywood. There we go. I'm passing now. Nice.
See, whenever I do the shoot your shot music, guys, I can't. I don't have it set to like turn it off, so it's got to play the whole thing. But
let me tell you something, DT. I'm so impressed by that. I tell you what, Hollywood 55. I'm gonna name my firstborn son after you.
All right, you know what? If Hollywood's in the chat, don't Don't super chat this, but if you're still around, you pick either Trump or Biden. Which intro do we bring back right now? Because I got it on standby, by the way. But
Nice.
in the meantime, what's been your favorite year or years watching wrestling? When you look back, I mean, what's your favorite years?
Well, my favorite time period of watching wrestling?
Yeah, could be multiple.
Honestly, guys, when I first started, I mean, me and my brother talk about that like often. John Draper, you guys know him as from Wrestling Soup and Spitball Media. My brother John, my shoot brother. That the early days of watching wrestling, if we could recapture that in a bottle, like literally drink it and get that feeling back of excitement of wrestling.
Yeah.
And you could say, well, you were little kids, Kevin. It's not even just being little kids because even as a kid, you got to have something that you're into that excites you. Kids aren't excited by everything. They're excited by things that they're excited about. But going to the Garden first time, and to me, you guys probably want, DT, you'll understand this, but maybe some of you older dudes understand this. But to me, like, Tony Atlas in 1979, 81 is bigger than, I don't care about Hulkamania or whatever. That was like the biggest star in my eyes. Tony Gurria and Rick Martel were my equivalent to like the Hardy Boys, like being a kid back then. And just getting to meet SD Jones, who's a job guy. And we talked about for weeks, we got to slap hands with SD Jones, who was getting into a cab. And that was like the summer talk of 1980 with my family. That kind of feeling. As you get older, you lose feelings and excitement for stuff because it's same old, repetitive. Years go by, just like you're still a fan. But I would say the early period from '79, when I started being a fan at 11 years old, till WrestleMania 1, which was '85. So that period is '79 to '84. My second favorite period was definitely because it actually brought me closer together with my brothers because we all went to the matches together during the Attitude Era. 97 through 2000, I can't even tell you how many cards and uh, live events that me and John went to, along with friends from the club. We rolled with like 20 people, 25 people to these events. And so I would say my early years, 79 to 84, and then the Attitude Era, 97 to 2000, were my favorite times to be a wrestling fan, going to live events all the time.
For me, sorry, I was just coughing for a minute. I muted it. I try to mute my coughs as much as I can. By the way, shout out to Lord Stryker. Much love, man. His favorite year is 77. Let me tell you something. I would have loved to have been a wrestling fan in 77 when Bruno and Graham were going at it, and Graham and Dusty and Graham and Putski. Oh, shit. For
that
me,
must have been great, man.
yeah, for me, my favorite time periods is definitely 83 to 85 or 86, just being able to start going to shows and my grandmother taking me to various shows and, seeing it up close and personal. And then, being around for the, just beautiful moments that at that time. Absolutely that period. After that, I would say 1996 to 1999, because of maybe 95 to 99, because ECW 95 really took me to a different level, wanting to be a wrestling fan. And then to be able to enjoy the Monday Night Wars and the ECW at the same time, plus the indies, it's like, holy shit. Like everywhere you look, you got wrestling going on. And it was just amazing to channel surf on a Monday night back and forth from USA Network to TNT, USA Network to TNT, TNN to TNT, and then Prime Network at 2:00 in the morning for ECW. Just absolutely loving it. After that, I would say probably 03 to 06, because WWE had an insanely awesome roster in 03. It was kind of like a fantasy roster. You had WCW, WWF, plus you had upcoming stars from Brock to Cena, and you had ECW now there incorporated. Stephanie
that was a good era too.
Yeah, Stephanie owning ECW, I could let that slide a little bit, but that's probably my favorite. And I got to be honest with you, I would say the last 2 years have been a lot of fucking fun to see. And it's because of the mediocrity and the complacency that Vince had for so many years. I tell this a lot on the shows, but I mean it wholeheartedly. when Vince becomes a billionaire and you're now in your 70s and you know that you're set for the rest of your life and you're getting you found your freak, your insanely promiscuous freak that you can just totally, everything you fantasized about having with a woman and threesomes, for everyone out there that thinks it's so odd and controversial, it's
Oh my
good
God.
because you're traditional, but yeah, there's a lot of people that are freaks out there that are just really, really kinky. They just don't like to be played. That's what it comes
Yeah.
down to. There's some very, very freaky people out there, but hey, I'll bang you, I'll bang your friend, I'll enjoy it. I'll show my pictures. You make me feel like $1 million. You pay me $1 million, but don't treat me like a hoe. And
Does,
then
does,
it's
does anybody have the phone numbers of these people?
um but here's what it comes down to. When Vince becomes a dirty old man who is set for the rest of his life, that doesn't have to worry about Linda filing for divorce, doesn't have to worry about his family, and he can just live out the rest of his years how he always envisioned it to be, WWE is not as big of a priority. So it's like, all right, let's just tread water. Let's do, whatever we can, and it's like he wasn't preparing the business for his family. He's not putting it
Right.
in a place like he's looking to sell it so he can fucking get all his money. And I have a feeling when Vince dies, I have a feeling in his will, he's probably going to leave it to like some fucking strip club or some fucking nutritional guy. He ain't leaving it
They've
to
been to a
fucking.
strip club.
I think he's going to leave it to somebody like you're
What about
not
his
going to.
grandkids? What about the grandchildren?
No, the grandchildren. Yes, I could see him leaving it to the grandchildren.
Leaving it to a strip club.
You know
Oh my
what?
God.
Wouldn't it be something if he leaves Linda like $1? And he leaves like Triple H $1 or if Stephanie.
Oh God.
You don't think that he's kind of amended his will in the last 2 years? I think he has. But
He probably has.
Vince, because he was set for the rest of his life, I don't think put as much priority in WWE like it is now. Triple H at the end of the day is working for TKO Group Holdings and Endeavor. He ain't working for daddy-in-law anymore. So there is a sense that we got to keep delivering on a top level. So
Yeah.
the last 2 years have been better because it's been invigorated. But those are my favorite periods. And I'm not including like the times that I got involved doing stuff. I mean, obviously that was just a beautiful memory too. But as a wrestling fan, those are my periods, absolutely. So, and
I like what Nixie in the chat said. He'll leave the money for his grandchildren at the strip club.
I'm telling you listen, he's going to leave some money to some people that people aren't going to expect. So,
God.
yeah, we'll talk. Oh, by the way, all that legal stuff, we'll talk about it another show.
Tomorrow.
Tonight is not the place.
Maybe tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. We got a show tomorrow night, everyone. And shout out to almost 700 of you that are tuning in right now live. So just really,
Nice.
really
Thank
tremendous.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. This is a little off topic, but that is okay. Bernard with a 5 spot. What do we think about Tony Khan fearing for his life during the CM Punk fight? He's seen worse fights at the bus stop. Tony Khan comes off like a nerd.
Yeah, a guy who, clearly has never been around people fighting or was, protective, had bodyguards or just, had a sheltered life because that is nothing. I mean, not even the fact that I work in the bar club community for 32 years. I mean, you see your share of fights and pull aparts and skirmishes or whatever you want to call them. Sometimes full scale brawls, sometimes just a dust up. But the guys shoving each other, I mean, that happened, I played high school ball. That happened on the ball field. That happened in the dugout. And you just pull people apart and you cooler heads prevail. I've never been so rattled by a pull apart. You know what I mean, DT? Like it's high school. I mean, who here in the chat, is anybody here in the chat actually want to say they've never seen a man confront another man and punches thrown or push and shove match that had to be broken up, whether you were in high school, playing organized sports, at a bar with a bunch of friends who got one too many. I mean, who here hasn't been part of that? DT, haven't you been part of pulling people off of people? I have my whole life.
Sure.
So it's like I have to do it at family barbecues.
I'll say this. I do not think putting the footage about Punk and Jungle Boy was wrong. I understand why they did it, but I'll say this. If there was ever a reason for AEW to never air that footage, somebody should have said, or Tony Khan should have realized it like himself. Wait a minute. That footage comes out. It's going to make me come off as a sissy. Like he comes off as this shielded billionaire's child's, I've made the claims before. I really do believe that there's some disorder with Tony Khan. And because he is Shad's only son, he wants his son. It's kind of like, my son is a special needs. So I got to give him not just, hey, let me just pay your electric bill and buy you a nice car. And, you don't have to worry about working for the rest of your life. No, I got to surround him by 100 teddy bears. And if somebody goes, boo, he's going to fucking pee in his pants. He's just been a shielded billionaire's kid for all his life. He's never been out in the real world. That's how I look at it. He is just a shielded child. He is a child that never grew up. And his temper tantrums, he probably always got his way. He probably cried his eyes out to his mommy and his daddy, and they always gave him the nipple to suck on. And, that's why when he's around others and it doesn't go his way, you hear about the temper tantrums. He's a child. He's a child because his family protected him from the real world. And that's why, I truly believe that when people say, no, Tony, those are just bots on social media. Yeah, but I never saw bots talk like this. No, AI. They really, he really believes that. I just, like I said, Vince named his dildos after wrestlers. Tony Khan named his teddy bears after wrestlers. Oh, look, West Phoenix. Look, I'm kicking my Phoenix ass. You ain't going nowhere. Shout out to Ralph Ramirez. Thank you for the 5-spot. Congrats on the 1-year anniversary. When we do meet face-to-face, which may happen this year at a book signing coming near us, is it going to be a handshake or a hug? It's going to be both.
I'll give you a hug.
Yeah. It's going to be like, hey, it's like, look, if you go look out the footage, there's footage of Jacob Fatu greeting Jey Uso in the back after he won yesterday. And look at that footage. That's the hug that Kevin and I would give each other. Did you see the footage out of that?
Oh, I'm sorry. He meant me and you, or I met him?
Me and you.
Oh, a kiss.
Oh, shit. Now you know, guys, why we never met up. So.
No, it's a kiss on the side of the face. But like the Italians.
Not like the Al Pacino Fredo type kiss.
No, not that one. But the Kiss My Ass Club. I thought he meant meeting us, where we give him a hug or a handshake.
Oh yeah, no, we'll give him a hug too.
Give him a hug too. Hugs all around.
I'll repeat a story I brought up before. I kind of, shout out to everybody who forgave me. But when COVID first came around, and they had a wrestling convention, a big event. That was I had met Mish that time, and we were hanging out at the big event. One of the things was this real concern about COVID, and, that nobody knew. And we were wondering if big event was going to be canceled. And when I met so many of you at that event, and there's some of you, I won't mention any names, but I was hugging everyone. I even gave some people kisses on the cheek. And there's been some pictures floating, me posing with people, but I don't talk to Mish anymore. If any of you that do, you could ask him. I said to Mish that night, I said, I feel really weird. And he's like, why? I said, I think I was a little bit too friendly with some people. I said, I hope I didn't come off as a creep. And he's like, why? I said, because I hugged people and gave him a kiss on the cheek. I was being friendly. That's how I am. I'm not looking to shack up with anybody, but, and that was at the beginning of COVID. So I kind of I apologize to all of you out there, because I did not realize that I could have given someone coronavirus if I had it. I'm not kidding. I didn't know. Did not know. I did not know.
But that's funny though. I gotta come off as a creep.
There's one girl in particular. She knows who she is. She still supports us, and she knows who she is. And I'm serious to you. And I think she is actually listening live right now. Trust me, I was not trying to be creepy in any way, shape, or form. So, but she did get to meet Matt Hardy, and I hooked her up to meet Matt Hardy. So,
Oh, okay. There you
Yeah.
go.
So thanks to Feinstein. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna give all the sudden love to Feinstein. I mean, it's been many, many years, and we've had different viewpoints about what happened with the kid that time, or the alleged kid. I mean, but he was pretty cool that day and did hook me up a little bit. So
Oh, nice.
with wrestlers, not with kids.
No.
Matt wants to know. Listen, listen, can I just say this before we move on? I don't know. I will never ever know what happened with Feinstein that time. But I do know this for a fact that perverted justice manipulated their text, their printout conversations to make it look worse than what it was. That's why if people notice why no one was ever arrested, it never went to court, that there weren't even lawsuits filed. They both sides just agreed to let it go away. Sometimes, when you have a case against someone, you leave it alone and you let it play out. But they wanted, but if we change this to this, and oh my God, you see what, and that's what they did. They just couldn't resist. Technology at that time was different, not like now. And they manipulated things to make it seem worse instead of just leaving it natural. So,
Jeez.
that doesn't disqualify Feinstein. I'm just saying, some people did do some shady things back then. Matt with a 10 spot. Do either of us think that Sammy was going to turn on Cody last night when Cody was doing his outside antics with Kevin Owens? When Sammy was standing in the background watching all this go down, do you think at any time he was going to turn on Cody?
No, I didn't think so. I think that they had to let this match finish with just the two of them with no interference, be a decisive win for Cody with no interference. So they did the way they needed to do it.
I agree. I mean, I think that Kevin Owens is going to be pissed off at Sami Zayn for not getting involved.
Think so?
He just stood there and watched it. But
well, again, I mean, it was a fair fight. It's not like there was interference. Look, I was impressed with Sammy offering his hand to Roman Reigns to pick him up in the Royal Rumble. I thought that was kind of a cool moment.
Yeah. I got something to bring up on the Royal Rumble in a few moments, but I'll say this. When they did the finish they did with Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens, I thought it was brilliant because Kevin Owens was so seriously injured from taking the ladder spot. That explained why Kevin Owens did not come out to ruin Sami Zayn's spot in the Royal Rumble later on. Kevin Owens was rushed to a medical facility. So it's similar to when Jacob Fatu, when everybody thought that he injured his foot, and that's why he was at the ring, the timekeeper's table when Roman Reigns came back, and everybody was like, how come Jacob Fatu didn't attack Roman? Well, that's because Jacob Fatu was selling the injury. So, but no, I didn't think he was going to turn. So, and Zimpulse with a 2 spot imitating you. You got to do it. You see it on the screen. I needed that.
Jesus Christ.
I needed that. How long do you think he can do that? This is not like a Pitbull song. Actually, Jey Uso does sound like a Pitbull song. Because if you ever noticed Pitbull, he made tens of millions of dollars just to have lyrics. I know I want you. I know you want me. I know I want you. I know. You know I want you. I know you want me. You know I want you. 1, 2, unos, dos, tres, cuatros. I know you want me. I want you. That's the whole song. He literally sat in his toilet and he's like, ese, what do we come up with this? You know I want you. I know you want me. That's what Jey Uso is. He's a Pitbull song.
I'm just curious how Pitbull became Eddie Guerrero in 2 seconds.
All my nationalities. I sound Russian. I sound Latino. I don't know.
Oh my God.
I said, what don't I use that for? I use that for Rusev, Miro, Ridima. But
yes.
Yeah, Jay sucks.
I like when you imitate a Romanian and you sound like a Mexican. It's really fun.
Well, I can't think it. I just got to do it, and then I expose how bad I am. So, Daniel San has a little trip from Philly going back to Jersey. It's snowing. Oh shit! It's snowing outside.
Is it?
I think it might be. I can't check it right now, but I take his
Yeah, I
word
can't
for it
check
because
right
we're
now.
pretty close to Philly. He
That
got
could
to
be.
listen. He is listening live. He said the Rumble was good. Alexa Bliss shocked him the most. I tell you, she got an insane pop yesterday. She was crying. She was
Yeah.
crying. I do you think that were you surprised at the kind of pop that she got? Was it kind of like because I think she got a bigger pop than Bo Dallas when he
Well,
first came back.
I think it was a surprise because also again, the you know the Meltzer sheets, the Wrestling Observer, some of the notable, not Fightful, but other notable sheets. Uh, the headline was that they were at an impasse with negotiation with Alexa Bliss. No one thought that she would be here. Even if she was here, maybe she'd be at Raw. But I think it was a shock to everybody because no one was certain that she'd be in the Royal Rumble. It wasn't. No one thought it was a sure thing.
Look, I thought it was a bigger surprise as far as returns with AJ Styles because everybody's like, "Oh, his injury is so bad. He's having a difficult time returning from this one." And next thing you hear his music. They don't want, I thought AJ Styles returning yesterday was great, man. It felt and he got pyro yesterday. No, AJ Styles got
Oh, he did
pyro
get one.
yesterday. He
But
did.
the thing was, but guys, the whole thing was Charlotte Flair was on before them. That's why she was the first to get pyro.
Yes, that is true. That is true.
Mhm.
Yeah, Alexa Bliss, it was great to see her back. I mean, hopefully she practiced wrestling while she was gone because again, a lot of her, work with Bray Wyatt was character and let's not forget it was during COVID, so a lot of those special effects were pre-recorded and computer technology and a lot of the things that she
Yeah,
was doing, they can't do now under live situations, but nice to see her back. And she looked great too. She looked
she
great.
was. I mean, she's good. Not my cup of tea.
No,
I like. There's other wrestlers I like, but as far as like physically looking, I mean, she's cute. But to me, she was always like the kids liked her and the teenagers liked her, even though she's got to be well over 30 now. But she's always kind of a youthful character. You know what I mean? Even if she's 33, 34,
she looks like she's
she
about 34.
right, she rolls younger, like, and she looks younger. But yeah, I was surprised of the pop that she got. She got a, I mean, Nikki Bella didn't get a slither of what she got. I mean, Trish got a nice reaction, but yeah, out of all the women, she got the best react. Better than I thought. She got a better reaction than Charlotte Flair.
Yeah. Well, we'll definitely break down these matches in a few moments. We're just running through some super shout
Yeah,
outs
question.
first. Diddy Miss wants to know for us to name a few popular wrestlers that we have disliked, past or present. Anybody come to mind?
John
That
Cena, I can't stand him.
okay. All right. Uh,
John Cena, aka Bob Backlund, I can't stand him anymore. I'm not a fan, and I don't do. I like Jey Uso. I'm a Bloodline guy, so clearly I like Jey Uso. I don't like Jey Uso in this silliness. Fucking, the hand gesture and the fucking me Uso shit and calling everybody Uso. It's irritating. But I like him as the Uso tag team. I like him in the Bloodline. I like him as the right hand man. That I like him in. So I'm not a Jey Uso hater at all. I don't like John Cena at all. I think John Cena is a phony. I think he's a very limited top guy. I mean, talk about he's on Hogan Ultimate Warrior levels of limited wrestling ability, and his ridiculous mannerisms. I was just totally horrified with how awful he was with his reactions and the overreactions and him jumping up and down when CM Punk was coming out like a little kid. And also, what the fuck? Go to the fucking tanning salon, dude. You're white as a fucking ghost. Did anybody tell him he's see-through milk? What the fuck was that complexion he had going yesterday? Sheamus is from Ireland. That's his look. John Cena's taking Sheamus's. Did you guys notice how pale, lily fucking milk mayonnaise white John Cena was? It irritated it was hurting my eyes.
Why
You
doesn't
know
he
what
get a
I'm
hair
saying?
weave too? What the
And
fuck?
the big bald spot in the middle, shave your fucking head, dude, and stop with the Hootie the Owl faces that he makes. He makes that Hootie the Owl
That was
face.
awful
Ooh,
yesterday.
like when he was. Did you guys see when he was exchanging punches with Jey Uso? He was making it like it was so fake. It was AEW cringe. I was so disgusted. I'm like, get this fucking guy out of here as quickly as fucking possible. I don't care how many fucking make-a-wishes he did. My wish would be to be dead if I was a kid to have to meet John Cena. Fuck John Cena. I don't care about make-a-wish. I care about what he does in the ring and his fucking fake bullshit fucking, I did everything for this company. I did what they asked me to do. I would lose, win. I just show up and work. And his fucking whole bullshit thing with his hustle, loyalty, respect. Not from what I heard from people in the back about him, but I just find him to be a phony as Hogan is. And I believe the guy that you saw giving fucking Nikki Bella orders on how to act in his house and take your shoes off and don't touch anything and wash your hands and, basically being abusive to her. I think that's the real John Cena. I think John Cena's a prick. I have no love for John Cena at all.
For me right now, Hogan sadly is on my list. I can't believe how much I dislike him now. And the more I see some of the things, the more it just really annoys me. And it's sad to say it, but I'll always be grateful for the years when I was a younger wrestling fan. When I look at the roster right now, the only two people that come to mind, Logan Paul, I absolutely despise. I can't stand any of the shit that he's doing.
I don't like Hogan either. I'm not a Hogan man.
No, back in the day, I couldn't stand Maven, and I don't like him now because I'm like, we've brought it up before. Nothing personal against the guy. I mean, God bless him. He's making the money he's getting, but you would have thought that this guy had a fucking Hall of Fame career the way that he's YouTubing and everybody responds. Listen, Maven, here's a little tidbit for you. The only reason why all the podcasts are talking about you is because you get 700,000 views. If you were still getting 7,000 views, nobody would be fucking talking about you. And yeah, I know somebody's gonna be like, well, you're talking about him right now. That's because somebody asked us popular wrestlers that we dislike. I don't dislike him personally. He is very, very smart man to be doing what he's doing right now. But there's a reason why we created Maven Invaders back when he was on television. And that video game still works to this day. I mean, think about that, guys. We created a video game called Maven Invaders. It's Space Invaders, but instead of shooting aliens, you shoot Maven heads. It works, and some of you have the download. We created that when he was on television 20 years ago. So, yeah.
This person want to know what wrestlers or one wrestler or what wrestlers we didn't like.
Just anybody random, nothing that
I thought it was
brain
just
cells.
I thought it was just one part. Oh, I don't like Sasha Banks. I don't like Stevie Richards.
Yeah, I don't like Mercedes Moné at all.
I don't. I don't. Yeah, I hate Mercedes Moné. I don't hate, but it's extreme dislike. I don't like Mercedes Moné. I don't like what's her name, Britt Baker.
Yeah, me too.
I don't like Adam Cole. I don't like the Young Bucks. Who else? I don't like Miro. I don't like Lana.
I don't like Hangman Page. Can't stand
I don't like
him.
Hangman Page, woke fucking cowboy. Who else don't I like? In WWE, besides Cena,
Natalya.
Natalia's a nice person,
She's
but
annoying.
she hasn't fucking 20 years, not a reaction. Yeah, she's annoying. She's annoying. I mean, we like cats. That's what we have in common. I'm trying to think anybody else I really don't care for. Believe it or not, that you guys can feel bad. I say I'm not a Naomi fan. I find Naomi's fans annoying. I just find that even the way they pronounce it, Naomi, it's like, shut up, I want to smack him in the face.
Do you mean to tell me when she comes out, you don't go N-A-O-M-I?
Oh God, yeah.
We know how to spell, Naomi.
Spell because my fans are a bunch of raw retards. Yeah, I'm trying to think anybody else I don't like.
Thank God Naomi's name was not like Alejandra. It would have just spelled for 10
God.
minutes.
I don't. Oh, what's her name? I can't fucking stand.
Dana Brooke?
The one that's with Otis and Mizawa's girl.
Maxine Dupree, really?
Ugh. Fire this fucking girl already. Oh my God, get her out of here. She was horrible. When she came in, did the perfect plex. She probably practiced that for 3 weeks. Get the fuck out of here already. She has no purpose in this company at all. I don't get it at all. That is a Vince McMahon, Kelly hire. I mean, I think Kelly was Lou Thez compared to this girl. I mean, no, I am not a fan of Maxine Dupree. What a fucking colossal waste of a spot. Poor Shot doesn't get to go in the Royal Rumble, but they put this girl out there. Terrible.
Yeah. Oh, That's
The
a
Rock, no,
few
I like The Rock.
examples.
Yeah, I like The Rock. I like The Rock. No, there's someone else I really don't like.
Yeah.
Now I like JD McDonough because he's sacrificed for us, so now I respect him. I didn't like him at first.
Yeah, I give him
I'm
some
trying to
props.
think. Yeah, is there anybody else? Anybody
I looked
else?
at the
No.
elimination, just say nobody really else came to mind other than, really just Natalia kind of like annoying. I Show Speed is not a wrestler, so I don't even put him on the
Jordan
list.
Grace, she's all right.
I like Jordan
I'm not a
Grace.
big fan. She's a little woke for my taste too. But other than that, trying to think. Anybody else? I'm a little tired of Liv Morgan. I'll be honest with you. I'm starting to not like Liv Morgan. Just upon sight, I'm just not like a big fan of hers anymore.
Okay.
Um, yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, not up the hate. It's really starting to come into my mind. But and I'm not a Charlotte fan really anymore either.
Okay. Marco Matticoli. It feels like with Jey Uso and stuff with Roman, Seth, and Punk, it feels like Rock will not be part of Mania. It's still early. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Listen. If WrestleMania 41 is going to be the biggest event of the year, The Rock has got to be there in some capacity. Something. He's got to be, even if he just shows up on stage for something, he's got to be there. He's got to be there. I mean, I think it would be bigger news if he's not there. I mean, I don't want him to get involved in matches, like you said. I think, his time has come. I don't want to. I don't want to see him involved in a match, but I think he has to be there.
Yeah.
So, by the way, shout out to everybody who's posting their choices in the chat. Everybody who watches the replay, there's some really good ones in there. I forgot a lot of people have a lot of hate for Ricochet now.
Oh yeah, I hate Ricochet too. And what's his hot girlfriend who does the announcing?
Oh, Samantha Irvin.
Samantha Irvin. I don't like her anymore either.
Yeah,
but I like her body. I like her looks.
Wheeler Yuta's not a wrestler. Wheeler Yuta's not a wrestler. He's cosplaying. I call him, like Baby Yoda from Star Wars. I call him Baby Yoda. That's it, Baby Yoda. Because he's got a lot of facial hair, he thinks he looks like a tough Asian or Japanese guy. He doesn't. You don't look like a ninja. You look like somebody that should be on like a I don't know, like one of those troll dolls. Remember those troll dolls back in the day? That's what he looks like. He looks like a troll doll.
Well, DT, to end this with something a little bit better, let's talk about who we love. Like what wrestler right now is like one of your favorites?
Honestly, well, let me thank you, Matt, for that. Right now, just looking at the list right off the list, no order whatsoever. I'll give you a couple right off the bat. Braun Breaker,
Okay.
absolutely. Braun Breaker is at the top of my list. Jacob Fatu, I got to be honest with you. Jacob Fatu, I'm in.
Nah, he's at the bottom of my list. Do you like him?
Dominic Mysterio's on my list.
No.
Roman Reigns, Drew McIntyre, obviously.
Roman's always at the top of my list. True. True is all right.
I enjoy Finn Balor still. I have no issues with Finn Balor. I mean, there's a lot of wrestlers I like, but these ones I actually put a little bit higher. CM Punk, I put on that list, and
yeah, he's got a good future. I like him.
Cross, because they're now finally starting to build him a little bit. And can I say something before you say anything? I wrote this on Twitter earlier, and I'm only going to say this once, and I hope everyone could at least just respect Kevin I here. I get that some of you out there either don't like him or don't feel it yet. Fine. That happens with a lot of wrestlers over the years. But you're not going to get Kevin I to throw our friend under the bus. Kevin's a lot closer friends to him than I am, but he is a friend. And you support your friends, and you try to, say good things about your friends. You don't sugarcoat it, and you don't try to cover things up, because sometimes your friends will be like, "Why didn't you see this? Or why didn't you tell me?" And be straight up with me. But if you truly respect Kevin I's opinions, respect the fact that he is a friend, and we support him, and we want him to get to the top, and we want to see him succeed, and we want to see him get to that level. So if it hasn't happened yet, we hope that it does. We think that it does. But if you truly respect us, respect the fact that he is a friend of what we do. And we're not going to throw our friends under the bus. We don't do it with any of our friends in the podcasting world. We don't do it with anybody who supports what we do here. We never throw any of you under the bus. I'll crack a joke once in a while, or I'll challenge somebody in the comments. But, throwing these one-liners, especially on Discord, we don't like blocking anyone. But if you think you're going to insult us or anger us because you throw a little shade his way, if you don't like a match or if you have an honest opinion about something, that's fine. But when you turn around and you be like, with these one-liners, thinking that you're being entertaining or cutting a promo, we're just going to be like, you know what? Yeah, you don't belong here. And we're not telling anybody to like him. We're not forcing anybody to be on the bus, but understand why we support our friends in anything that we do. So if you can't respect that, then there's a lot of other shows that you can run to and, have a ball at what you do.
Yeah, I'll hold the door open for you while I kick your ass out. And here's the funny thing. Cross was you, and I'm talking to all of you in the chat. He was you. He was a fan of the show, 2009, 2010. Before he got into wrestling in 2013. So he was you. He was a fan. He was a Don Tony Kevin Castle show listener. So we know him before he got into wrestling. He wrote us and told us he was going into wrestling. Then we found out he went to wrestling school. Then we found out he's on the independent circuit. Then we found out he was in TNA. So along the whole ride and the whole way, he's been a listener of the show, a friend of the show. So I think it's funny of what I say to people like that who do that to us. Why do you want us to diss our friend? So if we could diss him, how about we diss you?
Right.
And we diss you publicly. And I throw you under the bus. This is just a fact. We have a lot more reach than any of you do. I mean, so, what I say against you is going to hurt you a lot more than what you say against Cross. So it's like, I think it's funny. It's like, that's almost like saying, hey, Kev, why don't you mouth your brother? Because he's my brother, you stupid fucking moron.
It's true.
And if you are the type of people who badmouth your own friends, I don't want you to be a friend of DTKC. You're not welcome in the family. We consider you a traitor. We look at you as a Judas. So, to me, you're the one that we have to look at. We got to keep an eye on you. We don't got to keep an eye on anybody else. I also think it's kind of cowardly to know that me and DT aren't around and you leave a comment when you know we're not there. So we'll see it.
Because it gets to be
the first thing that
visible
I'm
for a
going to
while.
do,
Yeah.
right, it gets to be visible. The first thing we're going to do is delete you, and then I'm going to find out who you are. I'm going to put you on blast.
Yeah.
And let's see what you like. So how about you get fired? How about you get fired? And not for nothing, I get it. You're jealous. You see Cross as the hot girl. You never had the hot wife. You never had the looks that Cross has. You never had the size. You don't command a presence. I mean, I can imagine. I got news for you. If you put a picture up to look like it, I will say, whoa, I'm surprised. Now I get it. But you won't do that because you want to hide in anonymity and fucking diss people and leave stupid comments. But the guy's got the guts to his fucking dream and took to get to where he needs to be, and he's happy to be there. And it's funny, you watch a product that you claim to root for. I don't know how you root for someone to lose. I think they're kind of more gross, to be honest with you, than to wish ill on someone you don't. How fucking weird is that, DT, right?
I root for people who try to make themselves better and is really working hard at it. And there's no denying that he is working very, very hard on camera and off camera to really succeed at what he's doing. And I have to respect that no matter what.
You do when you got small dick, any of you guys who do that, you're small dick energy.
Yeah.
Completely. You're just hopeless because the last time you said you came out of vag. That's the lad with vagina.
Yeah. Well,
slide out.
Shout out
never to be back in.
Shout out to Kevin Milwaukee. Thank you very much. He loves how we interact with the live chats. We try, to keep
exactly. But DT, let's give credit to most people who've actually been not only cool of him, and Cross acknowledges that, he gets a lot of new fans even from the DTKC show, and he's happy for the support. And again, we have faith in him, and if it happens for him, we're happy. But if it doesn't happen for him, you don't diss your fucking friends. And not only that, DT, again, it's why do you want that kind of karma? Because what comes around goes around. I don't wish no one to lose their job. That's like someone getting a kick out of people losing their job during COVID. I mean, what kind of I don't get that kind of energy that you put out in the world of wanting something bad to happen to someone. And DT, here's the thing that bothers me the most. They don't know the dude. They don't know
Right.
him at all.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They don't know him at all. So
Exactly.
it's like I don't get that. I don't like I'm not an LA Knight fan. I don't want to see him fired or released. I don't want to oh, there's a pain. I'm not a fan, but I'll feel bad if they get released because you could say, well, they weren't doing anything with them. Ball players, everyone gets cut. Some ball players today are stars, and then 5 years later, they're on the cut roster. It happens to all athletes.
Yeah.
But if someone is in the midst of getting a push or something happening, you're going to root for that person. I don't understand. It's almost like me and you, DT, have to prove ourselves by being a dick to our friend.
Yeah. We're not going to do that.
And yeah, we're not going to do that. So go find another show. I'll
Yeah.
give you some
Exactly.
references. And not for nothing, DT, too, you'll be bounced right out of JD's chat, Solar Monsters chat, Swoop's chat. If you talk that shit against their friends, you'll get bounced out of there too.
Yeah.
So no one accepts that kind of behavior.
Nope.
So just don't do it. Exactly. You're not a fan. Say, I'm not a fan. But to say, yeah, I hope the guy gets fired. I'm like, what is that? Why would you say that?
Yeah.
Like, that's just something kind of so gross about
Yeah.
that. And no one in the chat thinks you're cool. Matter of fact, those are the guys who write to me and DT and say, can you get this motherfucker out of here?
Yeah. It's true.
Seriously. So
Absolutely.
you're not welcome. You're not getting any props. And you ever notice those people get no likes on their comment at all?
Yeah. Don't be a
None.
Mellencamp.
Yeah, don't be a fucking Mellencamp. That's going to be our new fucking
Don't be a
word, man.
Mellencamp.
Don't
We're
be
going to
a
make a shirt.
Mellencamp.
We're definitely going to make a shirt. Don't be a Mellencamp.
Yeah, people are afraid that they buy the new one. They don't want to miss out on the 21 years and counting shirt.
Nah, we'll keep that one going. We're not going to take that out of the store. Yes, and that is true, Kevin. Milwaukee, that is. Zelina Vega's cousin is the Amazing Red. And
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
If anybody remembers the old promos, Amazing Red used to tune into the Blackhearts and used to tune into the Minority Report when it used to be Kev, myself, Joey 924, Black Moses, and Smoked Out. Amazing Red used to support what we do back in the day. Now Amazing Red, he's so big at what he does, and he no shout outs no more. Listen, Amazing Red is legend in our neck of the woods. The SATs and the Amazing Red. I remember when the Amazing Red was the third member of the SATs.
Isn't he cousins with the SATs?
Yeah, yeah.
So is Selena related to them too?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's related. I don't know if she is like a direct cousin or not, but I think she is. But yeah, she is related to the Amazing Red and the SATs. So, Joel and Jose Maximo, shout out to them. I still to this day I can't understand. I know they got a little TNA exposure, but they should have gotten more. I honestly think. This is for you. This is from Bernard. Can you talk about the time you met Edge at a club? He says you remember mentioning it back in the day, and he knows that Edge blocked you recently, but he still thinks it was a cool memory for you to meet Edge.
Oh, when we were at the Garden?
I think at a rock club.
No. It was a bar not that far from MSG when we went to a house show.
Okay.
No, it wasn't at a club. It was at a bar. It's funny. I go to more bars and never buy a drink outside of a soda than anybody in the true story. I don't drink, but if I go to bars, I mean, and it's funny because you always get that look. I get a ginger ale or a seltzer. But yeah, it is funny because he did end up blocking me, and I don't think. Again, when years go by, and you don't think people remember interactions with you, DT. I mean,
Sure.
like it's different with a guy like Cross. We became actual friends and keep constant contact and exchange phone numbers and phone calls and stuff like that. But you meet someone one and done. You don't even know if you'll be a blip on that. They meet everybody every day. You don't know you mean anything, your interaction, just because you're into bands and stuff like that. You don't even know if it means anything. But yeah, it was a long time ago. It was during, I think we went to a house show, and we kind of went down near the area of the Garden in Midtown. And we just saw a bunch of wrestlers and stuff. And just, again, you just make a little bit of conversation. It wasn't any kind of big, great interaction. Just kind of talk band shit and metal shit. I knew he was a metalhead. I knew he was into music. And again, that was in his younger years and my younger years. And maybe they became old and grouchy. I don't know if we would have that interaction today, especially if he knows I'm the guy who he ended up blocking from the podcast. And I wasn't on the podcast then, DT. That was a long time ago. I mean, that was over 20 years ago.
Yeah.
That was late 90s, early 2000s. When did me and you start? 2003?
2000. Well, we
It's
did.
before that. It's when
Yeah,
he
we
was
did a
with this,
little bit in 03, but we really started together in 04.
yeah, this was like right after Brood time. So that was like late 90s, early
99, I
2000s.
think I would say.
I think it was like the tail end of the Attitude Era. Yeah, because again, I told you, went to the Garden almost every month. My brother John never liked him. My brother John didn't like him. I don't know why. He just never liked him. And I liked him. And I thought, because I thought he was, again, I had that on my radar. This guy's going to be something. I just thought he was going to be something. I thought he had a cool, unique look. It's funny. My brother's more into Christian. Same thing with all my friends seem to like Christian better than Edge for some reason. I know probably people in the chat here probably agree. But again, I just thought he was a cool guy, and I knew a lot about him because I read the dirt sheets, and I knew he was into heavy metal. So again, you make small conversation, but I don't think he would think I was the dick on the podcast years later that he had to block. So I don't think he would ever put that together if he would
Yeah.
even remember me at all.
Okay.
I'm sure he remembers the people who were a dick to him on podcasts. So I'm sure he knows me as Kevin Castle, the dick I had to block on podcasts. not the cool guy I met at the Garden and talked about my love for fucking Motley Crue and Rat. So I don't think he'll remember that.
All right. Shout out to Jimmy Fingers who sent the 20 spot. Jimmy, thank you. He agrees 1001% with what everything Kev said about John Cena. Not
thank you.
Putting that Nexus angle over or the returning Mass Kane, and the worst, not advocating what was right for business at WrestleMania 30 by putting Bray Wyatt over at his hottest. His era blew. I want to just say one thing before you do. Some of that you have to give WWE blame for because they're the ones that make the decisions, but John Cena obviously has influence. And if Cena truly wanted to go a different route, I'm sure he would have made the argument, and I think Vince would have listened in some cases. But look, I mean, I love Thuganomics. Prototype.
Oh, I like that too. I like the Thuganomics 2-year period myself. I like that too.
When
2003, 2004.
2005 is where it really turned the way it is. But, listen, if you all do a Google search tonight, you'll see the same jerk-offs in the podcast world. John Cena turning heel. No, this is his final fucking year. It's not going to be a heel. Just stop. I mean, I think now I saw what you saw yesterday when CM Punk came out there and he had the CM Punk, Roman Reigns, John Cena, the three of them in the ring, and John Cena is acting like a 5-year-old that is getting to meet his idols. And he's literally got that look on his face. And I'm saying to myself, who is he doing that for? Like, little kids do not really give a shit about him anymore because hasn't really been around. Like, his demo, I think, are older wrestling fans who have seen him over the years and want to see a little nostalgia and maybe get that record championship reign. So, him acting like he's a kid in the candy store, I wanted to see him get kicked in the head. And especially that this guy, he's such a physique nut. How, unless his wife says, oh my God, that bald spot, just let me stick my crotch on your head and let me just fart all over it.
Oh, good Lord.
How could why would you look in the mirror and see that bald spot and think it's cool? I mean, like you said, let him get the buzz cut again. Is he intentionally doing this to look like an older man that has the balding head and like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm getting this opportunity? Like, this is not cool, in my opinion.
He's a herb. AHERB. Herb.
Herb Cena.
It's a fucking herb.
Herb Cena. Well, look, I don't mind his last year. I think he's going to have more losses than he has wins, but I do think that championship win is coming. I think he's got to break the record book.
Ugh. Vomit.
Bernard with another 5 spot. Congrats on the anniversary. It's been a great year so far. Kev, how come you don't believe in Joe Hendry? Kev, there was 70,347 fans singing his song
No,
yesterday.
there were not. There was like that's like 3,000. There wasn't 70,000 people singing this song. Half
To
the people didn't know who
Japan
he was.
and Asia, but stay away from
Because he
Mexico
looks
because of fentanyl.
that fucking baby blue, powder blue. He looks like a job guy from the '80s WWE Jobbers Row. Get the fuck out, Joe Hendry.
You
It's
weren't
fucking
clapping when he was doing that
corny.
yesterday.
No, because I like girls and I'm heterosexual. No, I didn't like it.
A lot of girls kind of like Joe Hendry. But
I don't know any girls who like Joe Henry.
Can I say this though? And I was going to write this on Twitter, but I was like, nah, I'll come off as 5 years old. You know, hey, Joe, we've been saying your name for fucking 2.5 years, and you never came around. Like, we've been saying his name, you don't come around, so fuck you.
Wasn't he in wrestling for 15 years and he finally hit? I mean, but that, you got to admit, that outfit, the blue trunks and everything, the spandex, it looks like ass, man. He has an ass look. He looks like ass. I mean, to me, he's no different than Grayson Waller. You know what I mean? It's just like an ass look.
Yeah.
Douche facey. I don't get that shit. I don't get what people think is cool nowadays.
He's over.
He's
We're
over.
in a weird era,
with
guys.
who? And he also ran into a guy named Roman Reigns, who's a real star, and threw his ass out. As Michael Cole said, "Thanks for coming back to TNA, back to the small time, kid."
I'll say this. I honestly, I know I'm jumping ahead, but I honestly thought JBL was going to be in the Rumble yesterday, and he was not.
Oh, thank God! Thank God he wasn't in the Rumble.
He wasn't even anywhere near there.
I can't stand that dude. He's another one I can't stand. JBL.
What did you think of the spot? This is from Hollywood Guy. What did you think of the spot of all the women waiting by the ropes, waiting for Nia to eliminate them? He thought it was a stupid spot. They could have done better. There was
totally
a couple
agree
of spots.
with you, Hollywood.
I didn't like that.
I like Nia's natural hair. I liked it. Anybody like the hair look that Nia was rocking? I liked it. I thought
that's like Snooker 82.
Yeah, I liked it.
And Snooker had the wild hair.
Instead of that awful wig that Naomi wears. Ugh. I mean, I like the natural look, especially. And again, Nia's got a pretty face. So, you know, and the only thing I hate about what they do with Nia, they make like she's one-man gang or Haystacks Calhoun. She's not that big. I mean, the exaggeration of her, you know, she's 6 feet and maybe 2 bills, maybe.
She's big.
Lash Legend is Lash Legend is 175. So how big could Nia Jax be? Lash Legend is the same height. So, oh yeah, maybe 220. But DT, she's not jump on her and she pushes off 9 people big. Come on, DT.
I know that was kind of stupid yesterday.
You know, guys, did you see that? She pushed off 9 people. 9 people. You know, you would think she was 6'8", 450. I mean, come on. This is, and I know for a lady she's big, but she's not that big.
There was a couple of
exaggeration,
dumb spots yesterday. If people noticed, they did the same spot in the women's Rumble and the men's Rumble. There was one point where Chelsea Green took like a bunch of women and threw them over the top rope, trying to see who they were. I actually wrote it down. She, let me see, Chelsea Green. Where did I put the notes? Damn, I can't find it. Chelsea Green. She picked up like one. Oh, she picked up. Wait, where the fuck are my notes? I know I'm missing a paper here, but I don't know. She picked up like one person, threw them over the top rope. And then she goes and picks up the next person, throws them over the top rope. And she does this like 4 different times. And then she realizes that nobody went over the top rope. So they all start ganging up on her. And then Chad Gable did the same thing. Chad Gable picked up like each person in each corner, threw him over the top rope. And then he looks around and they're all back in the ring and they're all surrounding him. I thought that was dumb. I also hated the spot that I hated the most yesterday was Bianca Belair. If anybody saw the spot,
with the kept flipping over the girls.
Yeah, and then, she's in the corner and she's doing the 10 punches, and she's looking behind her, and she's like, "Okay, who's next?" And then somebody runs into the corner and she flips over.
That was, and I love Bianca Belair. I love her. She's one of my favorites of all time. And I think, to me, she should be the top girl in the industry, not Charlotte. But that flippy thing and her waiting and looking side-eyed, waiting for the next girl to come, was too obvious and too fake. As a matter of fact, I will say it again, very AEW spot. I didn't like it at all.
Yes,
At all.
that
I didn't
was
like it at
not
all.
good at all.
Yeah.
I saw that and I was like, oh, this is fucking awful. And she keeps looking. I mean, obviously she had to look in the
Yeah.
corner of her eye, but you would think they would have done it in a corner where she could have just been looking at the Titantron, because that's what Drew was doing with Sami Zayn in his corner shot. He did it to two people. And I'm saying to myself, why it just looks so scripted. And I get the scripted part, but I just thought that was awful. I really did
Yeah,
not
it was
like that at
awful.
all.
It was,
So,
man.
yeah, but Nia, again, that's what they're gonna do with Nia. She got the most eliminations yesterday. So,
Yeah.
Bernard wants to know, when did Hogan stop being cool for us? Some guys claim that when he ditched his white trunks in '86, he started to be extra cartoony. For me, it was when his son got into the car accident and then said it was God's will for what happened to John Graziano.
Oh,
For me,
God.
that was it.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
When was Hogan for you like the worst?
1989.
Wait,
I saw no.
feuding with
I went
Savage?
to see no. I went to see No Holds Barred, and I lost 3 friends that day who I made to go see the movie with me. They said, "Never speak to me again. Your judgment for the movies is done, and we can't trust you anymore." And I went
Oh
home and I
God.
ripped my Hulk Hogan. I ripped my Hulk Hogan poster off the wall. I kept my Joan Severance poster up, who was the female lead in that film. No, it was not. After No Holds Barred, I realized Hogan is a corny douchebag, and what am I doing? I can't. And thank God for Ultimate Warrior and Randy Savage, because I had a good pivot to go to 2 better guys, in my opinion, who didn't make me cringe. Even though Warrior, a lot of people think he was kind of corny too, but Hogan. After I went to see No Holds Barred, I hated that movie so much that I declared the end of my fandom of Hulk Hogan that day in 1989. I
Okay.
realized Hogan was just a complete douchebag.
All right. Okay. Again, for me, it opened my eyes a little bit more about Hogan. I mean, I always knew that he politicked for, that doesn't work for me, brother. And, some of the people who he slighted, but he was such a big star, like I didn't mind it. But when I started to see the Terry Bollea part of him, that's when it really soured on me. I mean, my grandmother, God rest her soul, he was a favorite of all time, and she was already deceased for many years before then. But when I started to see the real person, that's when I really started to dislike him. Even the steroid stuff, I kind of gave him a little bit of a pass with Arsenio Hall, because I'm saying to myself, what is he supposed to say? It's almost like when wrestlers were asked back in the '80s, is wrestling fake? Like, what do you expect them to say? Oh, they lied. Of course, because this is their art form. They're not going to sit there
But little
and
did you know, DT. But little did you know that he'd become such an incredible fucking record-breaking liar.
yes, true. I agree. Scorpio 1117, thank you. Kev, do you miss Mercedes Monet? And by the way, highly recommends us watching Megan Bain if booked properly. She gives him Brock Lesnar vibes from 2003.
She's fucking ridiculously hot, Megan Bain. I saw a picture of her not too long ago. A couple of different pictures of her, bathing suit shots especially. I have nothing but respect for that ass. Nothing but respect for that ass. But I'm sorry. What was the question again, DT?
Do you recommend? Well, actually, he recommends Megan Bain, but do you miss Mercedes Monet? I guess on
Like I would
WWE
miss,
television, that
like,
is.
like I would miss a case of dick drip. No, that's a venereal disease for you people who don't know what that is. Old school. No, I don't miss her at all. I'm not a fan at all.
Yeah, it's kind of like, the way she's being used right now. She is, it is what it is. This was the only way you could use her. I said this on another show not too long ago about Megan Bain. I'll say it here. Megan Bain Megan Bain has the tools to be a megastar. The problem is AEW does not have that size of a roster that she could go on like the Jade Cargill run. She's going to burn through a bunch of people, and there's not going to be momentum where it could build every week. And then you start doing the same fucking formula they did with Chris Statlander at one time. They did it with Jade Cargill at one time. They do it with others. She's going to come out there. She's going to squash someone. Then maybe a week later, she'll do an interview. Then a week after that, she'll squash another person or maybe two people. Then a week after that, some random person will show up the rampway, have a little stare down, or she shows up at the rampway and stares at somebody else. Then a week later, nothing happens. And next thing you know, 2 months go by and you're like, all right, what has she really done? So the AEW does not have that kind of roster to make a Brock Lesnar. They can't even do it with a Lance Archer. Lance Archer, he beats up a bunch of people in the back, and then he beats a couple of jobbers on TV, and then all of a sudden, oh, he's going to face Will Ospreay and Dynamite. I'm like, yep, there goes his push. They do it all the time, even with Hobbs right now. Hobbs, oh, well, now he's feuding with Big Bill. Yeah. Megan Bain is in the wrong place. Megan Bain reminds me a little bit of Stephanie Vacour meets Brock Lesnar. Stephanie, oh my God, she had a presence yesterday, and man, I
love
am
her
such
too.
a.
She's hot.
I prefer her
Stephanie
over
Vacour.
Julia.
I like Julia is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen.
She
She's
is.
got a beautiful face. She's a gorgeous woman, Julia. But yeah, Stephanie Vacour is over. People are even claiming, not claiming, they're saying what's the obvious, that Julia isn't as over as Stephanie. I agree. She'll probably get there. I think, I don't know, I think fans maybe connect a little bit better to Stephanie, like her darker character a little bit more. I like both of those ladies. I think they're both great. But yeah, I think Stephanie Vacour has to be a heel, by the way. I think she's best suited for that.
She's a badass. She's a badass.
She is. She comes out with
comes
those,
off.
yeah.
She just has this look that she comes off more like a street thug. Like, I can't explain it. Like, even like you look at Julia.
Where's she from? Where's she from? Argentina? Where's she from?
Not Brazil. Chile, I think.
She's from
Chile. I think she's from Chile. Yeah, DeMarcus is right. Yeah, Chile.
Oh, okay.
She's from Chile.
Okay.
She got some great TikTok videos, by the way, guys. If you haven't ever seen them, go. I put some on for our channel members on YouTube. Get a little special treats. She's got some awesome TikTok videos, especially if you like her. With a little less casual mood. Not so much clothing.
Nice.
Yeah.
I see that.
One last one from Bernard. We're caught up. If we had the book for WWE tomorrow, how would you book Jey Uso? Obviously, he's over, but how would we use him right now or leading into WrestleMania? How would you use Jey Uso?
I would limit him from being able to talk or cut promos because it's going to make people think, why am I supporting this dope? Because he's just bad on the mic. Watch the scrum, guys. It was painful. And he better, the Yi thing better hold up, and the people better not get tired of waving their hands in the air, because when that's over, I mean, he's a lot of kicks and a lot of jumping off the top rope. I don't think he's that great of a wrestler technically, and he can't talk. So again, this is a limited shelf life gimmick. It's a catchphrase and a hand movement, which you can almost call a dance move. Bobbing the hands up and down in the air. And if fans ever truly think about it and they sit back and go, he's not that great in the ring and he can't talk for shit, and I don't really connect to him, and the calling everybody Oos thing is kind of getting on my nerves. Then, like I said, he's going to have a Kofi Kingston 6-month reign, then he'll be done. But the way to book him is just to keep him, have him come out and do his thing and dance with the people and bring kids in the ring and do the fucking dance move and milk it for what it's worth. But I don't know. To me, he can't take a loss right now. I mean, because Gunther decisively beat him. I mean, pinned him clean in the ring, no chicanery, beat him. He's got to just stay away from losing any matches for the next 3 months. I don't know how to book a guy like that. I mean, all you really need to do is have him come out and do his entrance. He doesn't even have to even do anything. Does he even have to wrestle in the next 3 months? He's already got a ticket to fucking WrestleMania. Does he have to compete? He doesn't have to be in Hell in a Elimination Chamber, DT. So I don't really know what you do with a guy who's already, again, he's already going to WrestleMania. So just let him come in the ring and open Raw and welcome to Raw. I'm in your city, and announce every city he's in, and he could be MC. Matter of
City.
fact, he's
Chile.
in your city. I'm in your city. So that's all he's got to do is come out. I'm in your city. Make a bunch of middle-aged guy get some exercise with the bobbing and weaving. Michael Cole makes a fool out of himself,
Oh my
and
God.
guys, I'm sorry, I just can't get on board with stuff. I don't know. If I can't picture Steve Austin doing it, I know it's not cool.
All right.
So there you go.
Warning everyone. Audio alert. I know I'm jumping ahead, but I got to say it now. I am a big fan of Michael Cole. If anybody's a long time listener of what we do, I defended Michael Cole back at a time that he was indefensible. It makes me very happy that he is beloved as he is now. But last night, I literally wanted to kick him in the balls. And he sounded like he got kicked in the balls. Did anybody hear the part where Cena almost eliminated him and Jey hung on to the ropes? And I'm not kidding. I didn't rehearse this, but he sounded like a horse that, maybe they were supposed to be put out to pasture or, get the treatment behind the bar. And they actually like missed and shot him in the nuts instead, because this was Michael Cole yesterday. And he said it 4 times in a row. Jey hung on, Jey hung on, Jey hung on, Jey hung on. And I'm like, take a fucking Xanax. Shut up. And like, I was like,
Jesus.
he just over dramatic.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, he's rooting for Cena. And then Jey hung on, Jey hung on. And I'm like, I'm telling you, he sounded like a goat got shot in the balls. It got me so mad yesterday. I'm like, that's not necessary.
Yeah.
Wasn't necessary. That got me mad yesterday. I wrote it down. That's how mad I got. When I write stuff down, it's either noteworthy or not.
DT, guess what?
What? They hung on?
I'm in your city.
Yeet. Oh my God, that's what we have tomorrow. Jey Uso is in your city. Where are they? What city are they in tomorrow, guys? Anybody know what city they're in?
Yeah, anybody know what city they're in? I'm going to call it city from now on just to annoy everybody.
By the way, this is not official, but I think VJ won the YouTube predictions contest for the Rumble. I think he scored 15. It is not official. I will make it official tomorrow. On Patreon, we will announce the winners on the Patreon shows this week. So, VJ, if you're listening, don't be completely excited yet, but I think you won. Oh, they're in Kansas City.
So tomorrow night, I'm in your Kansas City.
Oh, yeah. Owen Hart's least favorite place, Kansas City.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, it's true. It's true.
This goes out to you, Oos. This goes out to you, Owen Oos.
Yeah, I'm looking down. I'm looking at the WrestleMania sign, but I can't help also think about you, Owen Oos. I'm not trying to be funny about that. That's just awful what happened, Owen Hart. I mean, my God, I cried. I cried that night. I cried the next day. I did watching all the news footage. Even at that time with the internet, because I was still dial-up, and you tried to watch like reports, the news out of Ohio, like, oh my God, is this really true? That was rough, man. Him, Eddie Guerrero, Chris Candido, trying to think of people who made me cry. I mean, there's not too many. Daphne made me cry. Bray Wyatt made me cry. Terry Funk made me cry.
Jey Uso winning the Rumble.
Jey Uso made you cry.
Kerry Von Erich's death made me cry. Bruiser Brody, Brian Pillman in '97. When I got that news, that upset me. Yeah,
that too. Man. Well, let's lighten up the topic. Let's talk about a few names that were not in the Royal Rumble yesterday on the men's side. Pete Dunne, Giovanni Vinci, and R-Truth. I don't think anybody's complaining there. Maybe some more notable names not in the Rumble. Again, tag teams were pretty much not there. And I love how Kofi Kingston, you know what? You guys don't deserve a Kofi moment, so I'm not going to be in a Rumble. I'm like, that's great, man. That is great. They just should have cut a promo, yesterday and for the live audience and just announced like beforehand we're not going to be in a Rumble. We gave up our spots, but so tag teams were pretty much non-existent. But some of the names on the main roster that were not there, Omos, even though he is back from Japan, was not in the Rumble.
Mhm.
No members of the Wyatt Six, including Bo Dallas, Carlito, Karrion Kross, Tama Tonga, but the one that surprises me the most, Solo Sikoa. Why was Solo
Yeah.
Sikoa not in the Royal Rumble yesterday?
He had a date.
Rikishi got through to him?
I know also Waller and
Well,
Austin
they're
Theory
more
weren't
tag
in.
team.
I know, but I mean, again, there's just a notable guys that are on every week. I don't know. I guess they're playing this because he is still not bowed down to Roman Reigns and the Ulafala and called him his tribal chief yet. So
Right. Right. Okay. All right. So, and what do you think about Tama Tonga not being in it? I think the reason why they did that is they wanted only Jacob Fatu to stand out as far as the new bloodline goes. Like, this is Jacob Fatu's night, and we don't want any other men. Plus, they didn't want, I think, Solo Sikoa or Tama Tonga to be inside the ring with Jacob Fatu. They wanted Jacob Fatu to be that single, soul werewolf guy. Just like, it's funny. Did you remember the spot yesterday where Sheamus is in the ring with the stare down with Jacob Fatu? And I really was hoping to God Jacob Fatu would have fucking went gangster and maybe treated him like that, like kids diaper charity event. Sheamus is like, fella, why you always mad, fella? You're standing here, fella. You look, I'm like, you sound like Jey Uso. He's like in phrases like, fella, why are you standing there angry, fella? Why are you always angry? This is the Royal Rumble, fella. And I'm like, just fucking put a bullet through this guy already and just get him out of the goddamn
Jeez.
ring. Sheamus got me mad yesterday with that shit.
Yeah, he's annoying.
Well, what do you think about
another annoying white guy?
Yeah, he was.
White people.
I Show Speed, K Sanat. For those that don't realize it, those two guys, between the two of them, had almost 300,000 people on their social media watching them stream the Royal Rumble. 300,000.
He looks like D.L. Hughley's younger brother.
I don't get it. I don't get it. It's amazing that you can
Poor Tozawa had to give a spot for this fucking social media clown. Oh, Jesus. Speed.
What'd you think about that?
Braun Breaker knocked him out of his fucking room.
I thought that was great, man. I love when Braun Breaker threw him over the top rope and Otis caught him. Otis caught him, and Otis is like, fuck you. And he tossed him over the announcer's table.
Yeah,
I pop for
cool.
Otis. Otis gets on my nerves lately, but when he tossed I Show Speed yesterday, I thought that was great, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who that guy is. I had to look him up like everybody else. I have no idea who he is. But Tozawa had to sell an injury. I mean, it's one of those things you just kind of shake your head at. But I'll say this, I would rather, whether it was Pete Dunne or Cross or Solo or any of the guys like that, or Waller or Austin Theory, if that was going to be the spot that they had to take Braun Breaker, breaking them in half and basically humiliating him like that, I'm glad it was an outsider and not one of those guys. So if that was the spot and that's what it called for, let him use Speed as cannon fodder, not Pete Dunne or somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'd rather not be in the Rumble if I was going to get treated like that.
I agree. Listen, he was in it for about 45 seconds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, okay, yeah, that spot should have been given to someone else. But then again, you know what? I kind of like when Braun Breaker fucking almost destroyed him. I mean, that spear was fucking great, man. So did you catch when they were singing the Star Spangled Banner? I never noticed this before. Michael Cole sings the Star Spangled Banner along with everybody else. He's that passionate. I mean, I don't know. I noticed that yesterday. I was like, oh, Michael Cole is singing the Star Spangled Banner just like everybody else.
Yeah.
So the commentary team yesterday was Michael Cole, Pat McAfee, and Wade Barrett. Are you a little surprised that maybe Corey Graves should have been in that spot for Wade Barrett?
No, they're still punishing him, which I think is ridiculous, man. WWE's got to cut that shit out with punishing people all the time. It's so fucking obvious. It was so ridiculous. I mean, yeah, Corey Graves being left out of the Royal Rumble. They couldn't even give Corey the panel job. They had to have that stupid idiot from the radio station. What's his name? That fucking jerk off.
Peter Rosenberg?
Peter Rosenberg. Not a fan at all. He's a herb. Fucking herb.
This is the greatest Royal Rumble in history. Fuck you.
Well, please.
Maybe in the last 10 years, but in history. Fuck you.
Go back to the Michael K show and be
the biggest stacked Royal Rumble in history. Fuck you.
Yeah, no, he's a fucking herb. But yeah, you can't put Graves. I mean, come on, you leave Corey Graves. Enough is enough already. The guy fucking does his job. He shows up to work. I don't understand the treatment of this guy like this. Really is disappointing to me. It's not like he's been a behavioral problem or he's a substance abuse problem or whatever. I mean, because he tweeted without permission. So now they leave him off the Royal Rumble. They put him back on NXT. I didn't like it at all. I mean, they have panels. Corey Graves should lead the panel, if anything. You know what I mean? Give him some job of meaning or substance. My God.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I like Wade Barrett, but I lost a lot of respect for Wade Barrett when he got up on the desk and was doing the dancing thing. But again, he was playing a heel he's a heel announcer. Then all of a sudden I'm going to join you. And now last week he was like, "Get down, Cole. You look like a buffoon." He goes, "Everyone thinks you're a fool." And then when he got up there, I'm done with Wade Barrett. Wade Barrett is another herb now, another fucking herb.
Yeah, that was. I think WWE needs to realize that sometimes if you do it a little bit too much, it starts rubbing people the wrong way. And you're having people getting into this is not a movement. Oh my God, I think I just figured it out. Are we going to get the yeet movement? Is this what it's going to be? We've talked about the yes movement, mirroring Cody Rhodes. We predicted hashtag we want Cody a year ago. I have a feeling this is going to be labeled as the yeet movement, comparing it over and over to Daniel Bryan. We just got to see who shows up.
The only difference is Cody can complete sentences when he speaks.
We got to hope that Rock doesn't show up like last year. Remember when Rock showed up last year and hugged Cody and made Cody leave the ring? Could you imagine if Yeet is in the middle of the ring and all of a sudden Rock comes out and hugs Jey Uso? Jey Uso just walks to the back. Oh my God, social media will lose their shit. Well,
I definitely question the Pensacola, Florida school system after the Usos. But go ahead.
What do you think of I like the running ticker on the bottom giving all those random stats yesterday.
It's funny. I was talking to, you guys know Baseball Chickie from Twitter. I was talking to her today on the phone. She fucking hated it. And I don't know. I liked it. It's like, no, I like the old school. You pay it. She was saying, DT, you pay attention. It's easy to figure it out. You just pay attention. I'm like, I know, but see, that's where I told us this is modern America. Half the fucking country has ADHD, literally and figuratively. They forget, they quickly jump onto something else. Who got eliminated? I'm trying to keep score. And I'm telling you, they need that ticker for people. It helps. It's a sign of the times, DT. And I thought it was good too, because listen, I pay attention, but I get jumped up. DT, you know what I used to do when I was younger? I don't know if you did this even before you were doing hotlines. Did you write down on a piece of paper when you were watching who got eliminated? Me and my brother used to do that.
Absolutely.
Actually.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the guys in the chat, and you guys in the chat used to do that when you were watching when you were younger. You keep score, like you were doing baseball scorecards or something. And because again, we did pay attention. We'd be like, what happened to what's his name? What's his name threw him out? How did I miss that? It was in the corner. He tossed him over the top rope.
Yep.
So I mean, yeah. So I told Chickie, I was like, no, I think they need it today. I think it's just a sign of the times today. It's to keep things, smooth, where people don't have question about it. It's right there in front of their face. So no, I like it. I like it. It looks professional. It looks like a real event. I mean, a real sporting event. You know what I mean?
Well,
I liked it.
Io Sky came in as number 1, Liv Morgan number 2, Roxanne Perez came out at number 3. The only thing I think, I don't know how you feel about this, I think WWE may want to consider changing Roxanne Perez's music.
Yeah, I don't like the music either. I don't like it. It doesn't fit her. Yeah.
It doesn't fit her. It feels like it's missing something, especially on a broader scale. I think they might need to do some of the music. Lyra came out. She didn't fly to the ring. She did have a wardrobe. I almost said wardrobe malfunction. the top of her outfit kept falling off. You know what? I give props to Liv Morgan. She saw it and kicked Lyra into the corner so Lyra could have like a moment off camera. And Daphne, the referee, helped to retie her outfit. So Lyra was in a bad situation for a little while because if she couldn't fix that, she was out of that Rumble, man.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Chelsea
She's
Green.
Cute. I like Lyra.
Yeah, Chelsea Green at 5, B-Fab 6, Ivy Niles 7. Zoe Stark. What's with those 3 like grease stains on her face? I saw that and I'm like, all 3 of them have face paint and none of it looks good. I think Sonya's look decent. I honestly, when I saw Shayna Baszler's face paint, I kept thinking of you. I swear to God, I kept saying to myself, I bet you they have the face paint because Kevin says that she looks like a baby.
She does look like a giant baby. Now she looks like a baby with like diaper rash on her face. She's a giant baby.
Every time I see her streaming, I can't stop laughing. I think she looks like a baby. Like what she looks like? You notice if you ever see like, I hate to use it like this, but unfortunately some people that have some chromosome disorders, like they like 30, 40 years old and they look like they're still 15. Like she looks like a baby. Like she looks like somebody. She doesn't look like she's 8, but she's got that face. And like, okay, we got to give her face paint so people don't like keep saying that she looks like a baby. But
Joe Fusion Collection is that no one likes them as a group individually. I'm surprised Sonya Deville is still here. Zoe Stark, God bless her, she tries. She's got some good moves. But Shayna Baszler is washed. I don't. Does anybody else feel that way? She's just washed. I don't see her, and she needs to wash her face. I don't see them doing anything with her. I think what is she called? The Egyptian magician? What's her gimmick?
I don't know.
The Egyptian. I think that was a Jerky Boys character. The Egyptian magician.
The Egyptian magician. Walk like an Egyptian magician.
Yeah, the pure physical. I mean, the whole name is so stupid. The face paint is stupid. It's a horrible gimmick. It's a terrible faction. It's on the level of what was the name of that X Factors faction with Albert and Justin.
Oh, I used to love that fucking song.
Oh, horrible! Oh my God, X Factor.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I used to love that song, man. I thought that song was great. Wasn't like
a song. It was a faction. What song?
No, the entrance music. Yo, you're dealing with the X Factor.
Oh, good Lord.
The guy that thought he was black, but he's not. He's like, yo, you're dealing with the X Factor. That song was great, man.
But the only thing to me, Zoe Stark's known for 2 things for me: putting Dakota Kai out of wrestling forever, and also her failure to get over being Trish Stratus's muscle.
And you know what? She's probably the most misunderstood woman on the roster because everybody thinks that she's gay. Let's be honest.
She said she likes the D in an interview.
She's happily married to a guy.
And she's happily married with D. She's got D in her life.
Well, last legend in at 9 goes at it with B-Fab. Chelsea Green, who was already in the match, eliminated B-Fab. Bianca Belair came in at number 10, and I finally found the list. When Bianca was in the corner doing the 10 punches, and then somebody would run in the corner and she flipped backwards, she did it to Io Sky, Ivy Niles, Zoe Stark, and Last Legend. So those 4 were the ones that did that shit. Shayna Baszler at 11, Ivy Nile eliminated Lara Vacaria, Bailey at 12. A brief stare down with Bailey and Io Sky, but the Pure Fusion Collective fucked that shit up. Sonya Deville at number 13, Maxine Dupree at 14. Maxine was in the shortest, 1 minute and 20 seconds. That 1 minute and 20 seconds really annoyed Kevin yesterday.
It did. she's such a goof. I mean, she's a beautiful woman, but she's a nerd. It's just like she comes out and just again showing us she learned how to do the perfect plex. But then she looked like a cornball doing the fucking worm, and she's gangly and awkward and nerdy, but not like in a look at her way. It's like, oh, get out of here way. I mean, it was funny. You had to hear our friend JD from New York go off on her. It was pretty funny. I'm tepid compared to what he said, but yeah, she's just got. And again, I don't wish her fired, but can they like coat check. Get her a coat check job. Like she can hang up the wrestlers' coats or something like that, or she could collect jackets, or she could work the ice cream stand. Get her. Don't fire her. Give her a job, but just not in wrestling.
Well, she eliminated Ivy Nile and then got eliminated herself from all three members of the Pure Fusion Collective. So Naomi of 15, Bailey and Io Sky eliminate all three members of the Pure Fusion Collective. I think Naomi and Bianca helped them too. There was also an interesting moment yesterday that we'll get into in a moment. Jada Parker at 16. If Jada Parker didn't have that ass, you think she would have been in that Royal Rumble?
Jada Parker's got such a great ass. Jada Parker coming out. She's got such attitude too. I like Jada Parker. I mean, she makes a great heel. I don't know how ever she be faced because she's got heel written all over that ass. She's okay, but were you guys surprised too? They had some, she was in and a couple other people repping NXT. Where was my girl Lola Vice? I would have thought
Yeah,
Lola Vice would have been in the Royal Rumble.
I agree.
I would have thought Lola got in before Jada Parker. I was kind of surprised.
Well, the funny thing is when I look at who was in the Rumble, like I can't figure out who I would have not had in there. You know what I mean? Like I tell you, this is a fascinating women's Royal Rumble because when you really look at the list, like the only person that I would have thought maybe doesn't make it would be the Pure Fusion Collective because they're more of a tag team, but they had him in there. And other than that, like B-Fab is the only one that I would have done without. Maybe you don't put Maxine Dupree in there, but then again, they needed someone for that, comedy, uplifting, eliminated 1 minute. She was like her and Tozawa got the same thing. And by the way, this was another part of it. Did you notice there was a part where the black girls were in the ring chatting? Bianca, Naomi, Jake,
Lash
Legend, and Jada Parker. They were chatting, and they're in the middle of the ring, and Chelsea Green wants to like hang out with them, and it was funny because you could see it's like 4 black women hanging out chatting. And Chelsea Green is like, yeah, let me hang out with you guys. And they all fucking beat her down.
God, they did beat her down. Chelsea Green is funny.
She got a lot of good chance yesterday. She eliminated Last Legend, by the way.
She did. A lot of people think she's like female Santino Marella, which is kind of a fair comparison a little bit. Yeah. I'm sure she aspires to be a bigger, wrestling name than a comedy act. But I think what I like about Chelsea Green is that, they gave her a title. And listen, DT, those titles don't exactly mean anything just yet, but hopefully they will. I think besides doing comedy fodder, Chelsea, eventually has to have some sort of like 5-star match or a 4-star match. Some match where you could say, because guys, let's be honest, can you name a Chelsea Green match a singles match, not the ladder match where she took a lot of bumps? That's different. But a a tangible match where it's like that was a good match she had. There hasn't been one really yet.
Totally agree. But she's over. And you know what? Yesterday she got eliminated accidentally by Piper Niven. And, it's going to be interesting to see where this goes from here. It's going to be really interesting because a lot of people think that Piper Niven and Chelsea Green are going to have that breakup. And Chelsea, I think, is the baby face out of this.
Yeah, and Piper Niven listen, she's another one. Talk about a bus flip. I don't see even her worth in this company at all. She's lucky that she hitched a wagon to Chelsea Green. I think honestly, DT, she's vulnerable for the bus if she is no Chelsea Green.
I have somebody.
She's not very good on her own.
I'm gonna mention somebody in a minute that's gonna annoy some people, but I got to be honest for it. But I want to shout out to Marcus. Thank you for the 20 spot, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, DeMarcus.
DTKC for life. That stays up for a little bit. Thank you, DeMarcus.
Yeah, he's the man.
Yeah, he supports us big time everywhere. Besides Piper Niven at 17, Natalia in an 18, Jordan Grace at 19, and Jordan Grace eliminates Jada Parker. And I don't know if anybody noticed this. Jordan Grace hit the Death Valley driver on Piper Niven that got a holy shit chant. So she picked up Piper Niven. Then immediately after, and I don't know what this was about, but immediately after Jordan Grace hit the DVD on Piper Niven, Jordynne Grace hugs Naomi. And that's because Trinity was in TNA not too long ago, and Trinity and Jordynne Grace got very, very close in TNA. So they're hugging in the ring, and Bianca acting like a scorched girlfriend, bisexual girlfriend. She's looking at Naomi and she's like, "Why are you hugging her?" And it was like, you know what I mean? Like, it just was a really weird moment. Like, Bianca really got fucking angry. Almost as if, like, if she saw, like, Montez Ford, like, hugging some random chick in the back somewhere. I think that's going to be a little bit of a bigger story, you know, down the line.
Well, it's funny because I thought Naomi would be the one to turn heel, but now they could flip it around and make Bianca as the one. Bianca's the one who took out Jade Cargill, maybe out of jealousy.
You know what? Especially when we talked about the Street Profits in a moment.
And they're turning bad too, yeah.
I'm going to say it. I'm sorry. We tell it like it is, even people that we like. Meechin came out at number 20 yesterday. And I invite any of you out there to find me, anyone else, the entire night in the Rumbles. Meechin, after everything that she's done on SmackDown, got no reaction. And I actually wrote yesterday that from now on, I'm renaming Meechin. From now, I'm calling her Meechin Difference.
Oh, Jesus.
Meechin Difference. The fans had no reaction to Meechin yesterday.
No.
Nothing. Zero. I feel bad for her. She seems like a lovely lady. You know, she's Keith Lee's wife.
Yeah.
After all of this, you can't even get a reaction in the Rumble where everybody pops for everybody. That's concerning to me. I honestly felt bad for her. I agree with others. I felt bad for her yesterday.
I do feel bad for her too.
But we made up for it right after because Alexa Bliss came out at 21. Zelina at 22. Candice LeRae, she got no crowd reaction either at 23. Stephanie Vacker at 24. And man, that's all I'm going to say. I fucking loved Stephanie Vacker's work yesterday.
Is it Vacker or Vaccor?
I say Vacker. I used to say Vaccur. And people are like, no, it's Vaccur. So I'm like, yeah, I just said that. So it's not as bad as like saying like Kamala or Kamala Harris. You're like, how that's racist. Don't say Kamala. You know, I'm like, Trish Stratus coming in at 25, wearing her old outfit from Test and Albert days.
Love Trish.
She looked great yesterday. Raquel Rodriguez at 26. Charlotte at 27, Julia at 28, Nia Jax at 29. And yeah, at this point, here's what was interesting. We knew Charlotte Flair was going to be there. So Charlotte Flair came in at 27. And at this point, Liv eliminates Alexa Bliss and Natalya. Charlotte eliminates Meechin Difference and Piper Niven. And then I'm saying to myself, okay, there's 3 spots left. Julia comes in at number 28. And I'm saying, okay, hold on. My thinking is Becky Lynch is coming back. Jade Cargill is coming back. And Nia Jax is yet to be announced. So you knew Nia was going to get one of those 2 spots. So Julia comes in at 28. Nia comes out at 29. And I'm saying to myself, okay, it's either going to be Becky Lynch or Jade Cargill.
Yeah.
Instead, we get Nikki Bella. Nikki Bella at number 30. I mean, was this kind of like making up for the scorn that they have felt and John Laurinaitis ended up fucking over their mother and this and that? Is this kind of like, you know, like I'm just saying, and you know what? Listen, I don't discount this. The Bellas have a crazy ass social media following. Nikki Bella might have just been treated like I Show Speed yesterday. And I'm not saying that to be a dick. I think WWE was more like, you know, they do have a big social media presence. You know, we can bring Nikki Bella back and she talks great about WWE. And that's a couple of 100,000 people that tune in every week. And, you know, she's back on the good graces with us. I think that's why they did it.
Yeah, I again, you know, I think now that she's divorced from that guy, you know, only a few months ago she was in the media for the wrong reasons, for domestic violence. And I think she's filed for divorce. That guy's out of her life now. I mean, always going to be in her life, father of her son. But she's free now to wrestle, and maybe she figured this is a time to reinvent herself. She's not really reinventing herself because she came out with the same old gimmick. I think the backwards hat and the mini, the kind of the old look, the female John Cena, as I call her. I mean, that's pretty good. But I personally, DT, do you agree with me? People in the chat, you agree with me? I think she should kind of reinvent herself, to be honest with you. I think that gimmick is old hat. She's in her early 40s now, 42.
Too
She's
late.
not 35, but it's not really too late. I think Undertaker reinvents himself. Other people who are or big stars reinvent themselves. I think Hogan's reinvented himself. I mean, there's a lot of when you go down the line, you can think of a lot of people who've reinvented themselves. The Rock has reinvented himself. Roman Reigns reinvented himself. John Moxley reinvented himself. Seth Rollins. Yeah, I think Nikki Bella with the I'm a cute tomboy. You're middle aged now. I don't see it. That's why we're gonna get to it. But John Cena looks ridiculous in those jorts and the little small socks and the white pale skin. He just looks silly. I mean, it looks almost like a parody, like a Saturday Night Live skit of people playing. What it reminds me of? That cringy commercial where the giant football players talk like babies. You ever see that with the candy? You guys, what's the name of that candy where they talk like little babies? The football that makes. I mean,
Not
that's
Skittles. What is it?
no. What is it called, guys? The little bears or whatever, and they have
Oh,
two
gummy
football players.
bears?
No, yeah, but what's it called? Is it something Haribo? What is it called?
Haribo's, I think they call it.
Haribo's, yeah.
Yeah,
You ever
Haribo's.
see those commercials? There's adults and they're talking like babies to each other. That's what when I see John Cena and Nikki Bella in these get-ups, that's what I think of. Like they should talk with a baby voice. And it's just fucking cringy. It's fucking Nikki Bella in that outfit is a boner shrinker. I'm sorry. Even like her doing the ass gyration. It's like, I don't know. You're like 42 now. I don't know. I mean, I
I
know
noticed
I know
closely.
I know 40 is 15 to wrestling fans, but it's really not,
Well,
you know.
I noticed closely that Nikki Bella took really no bumps yesterday. I'm talking about nice
No,
bumps.
she didn't. She didn't really take
She
a
did
bump. No.
push-ups with Roxanne Perez at one point. She ended up getting eliminated. She eliminated one or two people, but Nikki Bella, if you all look very, very closely, and I'm not trying to listen, I was never a fan of Nikki Bella, and it's nothing personal. I
Neither
honestly
am
have
I.
felt
I
bad
mean, I
for.
think she's cute, but other than that,
I don't have
I'm a
any
big
issue
fan.
with her personally, but I will say this. She does not look like somebody that wants to return to wrestling and take bumps like the women of today. She wants to have a presence and, like, oh, I am part of the reason for the women's revolution and I should be respected and revered. And I didn't see her getting really, really physical yesterday. And yes, it's the Royal Rumble, so she's been out of the ring for a while, but even more the reason why I would not have had her in there yesterday.
DT, I thought that was again. I lost just when she did the push-ups like Scott Steiner. First of all, she's not that kind of character to do push-ups next to someone's fallen body like Scott Steiner does. Nikki Bella's not a badass. So I think these girls, you guys get this thing too. In their head, they have an image of themselves that none of us see, right? Like it's
Yeah.
almost like that's like an arrogant heel move to do push-ups by your opponent while they're on the mat. And that like I'm like, what is Nikki doing? Like I just found that to be, yeah, that's not going to get you over, Nikki. She was expecting like the crowd to pop. Like, look how arrogant she is doing push-ups in the middle of the Royal Rumble. First of all, it looked like she was struggling to do those 10 push-ups, by the way. Didn't even look like she was comfortable doing it. It just again, DT, I don't know if the agents go out there and do what you want, or they literally have marching orders. But there's no way that any of the agents, Michael Hayes, whatever, said, you know what, do 10 push-ups in the middle of the ring. That's first of all, wouldn't you think that Ivy Nile would do something like that for her gimmick?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, why would Nikki? Do you guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you think of Nikki Bella as a muscle girl? Why is she doing
You know
push-ups?
why? You know
I don't
why this
understand that.
happens? You know why this happens? Because she's got that Bella Army online that puts it in
Yeah,
her head that she should be doing all this
right,
stuff. There's
right. A bunch
always
of
people
herks.
online
Yeah,
that'll do that.
exactly.
There's
bunch
enough
of
people online that make Dana Brooke think that she is a huge asset for TNA, and she's improved to give her that. But there's always that group of people online that do that shit, and you put the thoughts in a person's head. I don't know.
But like Jordan Grace should do that. Jordan Grace should do the
I
push-ups.
agree, and Jordan Grace should do it with. You know what should happen? Jordan Grace should have done it with one arm. Oh yeah, watch this, and then she does it with one arm. That's what I would have done.
I mean that's as dumb as like putting Tiffany Stratton on a motorcycle to come out like the Undertaker. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit.
Yeah.
You know, and speaking of not fitting, what was the Kaiser's got to change those
Oh my
shorts.
God. He ran down to the ring.
God, Mr. Tiny Shorts, man.
He ran down to the ring and he stopped and he's like pacing himself. He's like, I'm not going to that ring. But meanwhile, they made sure that camera was on that tight little skimpy outfit, man.
Oh God, man,
it's
those
just
shorts.
it's childish. I mean, literally, you go
extra small from Kids R Us. Oh my God!
If they sold actual size, it would be probably infant size. Literally, he probably.
Yeah,
he could steal your kids' clothes and wear them.
Did you anybody see the movie Meet the Parents, where Ben Stiller doesn't have a bathing suit and Owen Wilson lends him those tiny little trunks he has to come out in when he plays volleyball in the pool? I mean, just totally ridiculous. Luther Kaiser's never going to be taken seriously wearing those shorts. Again, in and out warlord style. So clearly he's not getting a big push anytime soon until he changes those shorts.
Yeah. Shout out to Rob S. He hopes everyone out there had a great weekend and DTKC for
Rob.
life. Thank you, Rob, for that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob.
So pretty much, we have Nia Jax eliminate. Well, Julia eliminates Jordan Grace. So Nia Jax eliminates Zelina. Trish Stratus eliminates Candice LeRae. Trish and Nia go at it a little bit. Nia ends up eliminating Trish. Trish had a nice little run in there. Nikki Bella is in the ring. We just talked about the push-ups. Nia, then there was a moment where I don't know, Bianca, Naomi, Raquel Rodriguez, Stephanie Vaca, Io Sky. These are all big names. Yeah. They're all standing on the apron area. So Nia just pushes them all over the floor.
That was a horrible spot. Wasn't that a horrible way to get eliminated?
I could see if that's Ivy Nile, Maxine Dupree, you know what I mean? Zelina Vega, Elektra Lopez. But she did it to like Bianca, Naomi, Raquel, Stephanie, and Io, like 5 legitimate badasses in wrestling. And then Liv Morgan eliminates Nia. So Roxanne eliminates Julia. Nikki goes to hit Nia, nails Bailey instead. So Nikki Cross. It should have been Nikki Cross. Nikki Bella eliminates Bailey. Nia eliminates Nikki Bella, thank God. And then Nia tries to dump Roxanne Perez over, and Charlotte dumps Nia over. And then we get a very brief back and forth. And in reflection, it looks like that they wanted to make sure Roxanne Perez was left with the highest, the longest run in the Rumble. Charlotte Flair eliminates Roxanne Perez, and Charlotte Flair is your winner.
Yeah.
So we talked about Charlotte Flair in detail earlier, so we're not going to repeat that stuff again. We're just giving an overview of the match. So Charlotte Flair is your winner, and all points are Charlotte will challenge Tiffany Stratton. So 1 hour, 10 minutes, 20 seconds is the official time. DIY retains the tag team titles, defeating the Motor City Machine Guns, 2 falls to 1. This match was a lot quicker than I think people realize. It was only 14 minutes long, but the news coming out of this match was the Street Profits. And you and I just had this conversation a week ago. Like, what the fuck are they doing with the Street Profits?
Yeah.
Are they heels? Are they baby faces? I thought it was weird. Montez Ford, he's got a mask on, and the referee is like, who are you? Who are you? Meanwhile, Angelo Dawkins is on the other side without a mask, and he fucking starts hitting the Motor City Machine Guns with a kendo stick. DIY ends up eating kendo sticks as well. And then Montez Ford takes the mask off. I'm like, why the reveal when your partner has already got no mask on? But Yeah, DIY ends up retaining, but after everything is done, the Street Profits leave everybody laying. So it's the Street Profits. I guess they don't care who they're in the ring with. Everybody's a victim. We're going to take back our tag titles. That's what it feels like for me.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, the tag thing, I was kind of zoned out. I was kind of going back and forth watching something else. Um, the Motor City Machine Guns just don't do anything for me. They've been around for a long time, but I think their window to come here was a long time ago. And these guys come here when they're kind of older and not as relevant anymore. And Cole and Wade Barrett can tell you they're around for 20 years and they won titles in every territory they went to. And the fans like, eh. And also it was placement. The fans were already a little wiped from the previous match. You know what I'm saying, DT? So I don't know if
Yeah.
they could have won either way. I mean, obviously you got to make the tag team titles mean something, at least in the men's division. Lord knows it doesn't mean anything in the women's division. You know, Bianca Belair and Naomi carrying those belts around is kind of a joke. They don't even defend them hardly ever, other than once a month maybe. But I don't know. It's good on paper. I think if this was the world of NXT Black and Gold years ago, what a grand old time people would have watching that match. I think the crowd was just kind of, the next match was Cody and Thing. That was a hard placement for a match when you think about it, DT. It was the least important thing on the card out of the four events. You
Yeah,
know,
I absolutely
people looked
agree.
at it as a. I even saw you could see people going up the steps, so it looks like some people were kind of phased out or looking at their phones during that. A lot of people turning their heads, looking at their crotches, looking at their phones during that match.
Well,
You know,
the thing
they
is,
just didn't care.
if
They
they
didn't care
are going
about
to
that
be
match.
full blown heels, could you have Bianca being revealed as the one who attacked Jade, and then Bianca realigns with her husband on camera? And Bianca, not that she's a valet or a manager or anything like that, but maybe Bianca ends up, kind of like, turning to the dark side as well, along with her husband.
Yeah, possibly. I thought it was going to be Naomi. I
I
think,
still
but
could be Naomi.
a lot of people say Naomi doesn't know how to be a heel, and when she was a heel, it was a flop. And maybe that's the case. Maybe Bianca was a vicious heel when she first came in, if you remember, whipping people with her hair. But I also thought Bianca is also one of the more requested people for Make a Wish out of the female wrestlers. So I was wondering if they were going to jeopardize that, because they really take that into consideration. Bianca is one of the for kids and Special Olympics, one of the most requested females to go to those events, and that's why they didn't turn John Cena heel over the year. But I'm wondering if they're rethinking it now, and maybe Bianca was even saying, "Listen, you make my husband a heel, you might as well make me a heel." Naomi's husband's a babyface, but then again, when Naomi was still a babyface when Jim Uso was a heel, wasn't she?
Yes.
So I mean, they never flipped. They didn't. I mean, they don't necessarily have to flip the wife.
Right, right, right.
Candice Michelle did. Candice Michelle did follow suit of Johnny Gargano.
Johnny Candice LeRae.
Yeah, Candice LeRae. I'm sorry. So I mean, I guess there is a correlation there, like but it doesn't necessarily have to be right.
Yes, totally
If
agree.
Mrs. is a bad guy, does Maurice have to be booed as a bad guy? Again, I think it all depends, but I wouldn't be surprised, ET, if they do go with Bianca, and Bianca turns out the black and white footage from security cameras revealed, and it turns out Bianca beat up her own partner, to set her up. Yeah, it sounds more compelling, I guess. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah.
And then the match, but DT, is it too late for Bianca versus Jade Cargill for WrestleMania? Is it too late?
Well, we got to think about Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley's still the
Yeah,
champion, so now you have to ask yourself who would be the ideal opponent for Rhea Ripley, and you have those rumors of it being Bianca Belair, and that
yeah,
brings back flashbacks of the Royal Rumble a couple of years ago, and I mean it's obviously a lock that Bianca Belair is going to be in the Elimination Chamber. Just for the rumors that are going online, WWE will feed into that by putting Bianca in the chamber. So people are like, yeah, you see, she's in the chamber. She's going to win it. She's going to take on Rhea. We
yeah.
got to start figuring. I just don't want it to be Liv Morgan again. And Liv will be in that
No,
chamber too.
please, God.
Liv will be in
Liv's
the
lost a lot
chamber.
of. She's lost some traction with me. It's just overexposure, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Jay Cargill was not in the Rumble, I guess, because they just want this to be a big reveal. And she's obviously going to come out at a time when it's least expected. Probably in a situation where Naomi and Bianca have a big moment on TV, and then this is going to be where Jade hits her return. I just hope they do this before Bianca and Naomi lose the titles, because it would be really, really stupid if Jade Cargill didn't come back first and be like, "Oh, Naomi, I'm back. You can give me my title back now." Like, why would she wait until they lost the tag titles to make her TV return? Just because she can't have a match. Let's just say Naomi attacked her. If you attacked me, would I turn around and say, I'm going to get my revenge on Kevin, but once I could hit the ring and hit a drop kick? Like, no, you go back to TV sooner. You don't wait until you can actually wrestle. So they got to do it soon, because if Bianca and Naomi are going to lose those tag titles, it's going to look really stupid if Jade Cargill arrives right after that. So, Kevin Owens, unsuccessfully beats Cody Rhodes for the championship. The Winged Eagle and the Undisputed WWE Championship was suspended in the air in a ladder match. For Bernard and everybody else that was asking, Kev, what were your thoughts on this match? I mean, this match went 25 minutes. It was one of the better ladder matches to me, because it did two things. It wasn't about them just doing spots to do spots. This was about Kevin Owens wanting to become champion, but also wanting to hurt Cody Rhodes in the process. Kevin Owens was more methodical. Kevin Owens, was very more reserved in his brutality, but they were taking some crazy fucking bumps. And that Fisherman's Buster onto the ladder, Cody Rhodes, I mean, that was the spot where Kevin Owens was holding his head and Cody Rhodes was laid out. We thought the match was going to end right there, and then here's where Sami Zayn hits the ring. But this was it was a simple match if you think about it. I mean, it was just ladders and spots, but every spot felt like the opponent was trying to injure the other opponent, not just doing a spot because it looks cool on TV.
Yeah, I thought it was okay. I mean, I know it was a good match, but I'm tired of them already between the two of them. I'm not that invested. I knew Cody was going to win and this feud would be over. I don't know where Kevin Owens goes from here. It was funny. Cross posted a picture of him hanging out with Kevin Owens and posted, "Hi, Sammy." Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that yet.
That was pretty funny.
Okay.
But I don't know where they go from here. Cody is injured, isn't he?
They're saying that he was injured, but he's going to be on SmackDown. You know what I mean? Like, he's injured, he's going to be on SmackDown. They just did that.
Well, not wrestling. He's going to be there talking, right?
Yeah, he's going to be there talking, but I don't know if he's really got it. I mean, look, if WWE was smart, sell that they're both injured. You know what I mean? Like, in fact, what I would do is Kevin Owens, what they should do is they should show that Sammy is worried about Kevin. He's there for Kevin. He's showing support for Kevin. He's checking on Kevin, make sure he's okay. And then Kevin just turns around and just beats the balls out of Sami Zayn. You didn't help me. You didn't do the right thing. You just stood there and watched, me almost getting killed. I think that's what's going to happen. I think Sammy's going to just show a lot of concern for Kevin Owens. Yeah, we might even see a little confrontation with Sami Zayn confronting Cody. Did you really need to do that? Did you really need to get, you know what I mean? And then Kevin Owens, when he does return, he's going to beat the balls off of Sami Zayn. I think it's going to be Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens at WrestleMania.
You're right. Yeah, no, I agree with you. The match was okay. I mean, I just wasn't as enthralled with it as everybody else, because I had my fill of Cody as the champion already. And Kevin Owens, to me, always loses every feud. He talks a big game, but always
it is true.
I mean, you guys have to admit, Kevin Owens always, kind of is the loser and everything. I mean, he talks a big game. He does put up a good fight. Yeah, fight Owens fight, but how about win Owens win? Because he never wins. He always loses. And I don't think he'll ever be world champion again, Kevin Owens. I don't see it. But like, nothing wrong with a good upper mid card career. Again, Tito Santana is nothing to be ashamed of.
He's got an awesome career for the WWE.
He has an awesome career. Yeah.
That's one guy you would never have thought would have gotten this far in the WWE.
No. and that's his role now, and as time goes on, the role only becomes diminished, not increased. That's why, I shake my head when fans go, "Oh, get him another run with the title. Give AJ Styles another run with the title. Give Sheamus another run with the title." And I'm like, thank God you're not in charge. Don't book on emotion. Book on what's best for business for real. And Kevin Owens being the world champion is not best for business. It just isn't. He's good as a chaser. He's good as an antagonizer. But him as the world champion, that's why I was kind of laughing when people yesterday going, I can't believe, I thought for sure, if Cody was going to pass the torch. Cody hasn't even been champion a year. He waited for all this time to get the belt. You wanted to give it up to Kevin Owens? I mean, come on.
No,
Let's be real. Let's be serious now.
totally agree. I mean,
Yeah.
this feud has been great. Kevin Owens has been spectacular in his role, but
Yeah,
again,
he's good at
this
what he
is
does. An antagonist.
he is very good at what he does, but in the end, I mean, he was going to come up short. You're not going to change WrestleMania at this point. He's not. You don't want to be a transitional champion for somebody else. Now we just got to see who's next, and I'm still convinced it's Randy Orton is on the
We'll
horizon
see.
of returning.
You say Orton, I say CM Punk with
Yeah.
Paul Heyman as his wise
We
man.
could end up getting both. You never know.
We could.
So we had the men's Royal Rumble match, and obviously we talked about a lot of the participants already, but there's definitely a couple of things we want to bring up. Rey Mysterio entrant number 1, Penta entrant number 2. Penta ended up going the longest of anybody in the match at 42 minutes and 5 seconds, but Penta technically probably only lasted a minute and a half because there was one time, but the referees didn't see it. So if the referees don't see it, it doesn't matter. Penta went over the top rope and his feet touched the floor for a split second. And we didn't have any replays for them to try to change the camera angles. Both of his feet hit the floor. Did you care, really? Did you care?
No, didn't care.
Ryback is on social media at that very moment. He's like, why isn't he eliminated? Why isn't he eliminated? I'm going to be like, the same reason why you're not in the Royal Rumble, because WWE knows what's best for business. You keep them going. People make me laugh with that shit. But by the way, for the total eliminations for the night, it was a 3-way tie. It was Jacob Fatu, Roman Reigns, and Braun Breaker. I think they had 4 apiece. Braun may have had 3, but I think he had 4. I got to double check that. So that's why I say we have no official winners as of yet. But, the men's Royal Rumble match, the beginnings didn't really, I don't know, as far as the men's side, like Ray and Penta was fun. Chad Gable with those guys at 3 was fun. Carmelo Hayes getting his ass kicked at 4. Santos Escobar at 5, I didn't care about. Otis, I didn't care about much either. Braun Breaker comes in at number 7, and Braun is fucking going after everyone. He goes after Penta.
Braun's great. Yeah, Braun's great.
Braun was awesome, man. And then here's where we're supposed to get Tozawa. He gets injured by Carmelo Hayes because Carmelo got eliminated. Melo is up the rampway. He's pissed, and here's Tozawa having some fun, and Carmelo lays him out. And then we see Triple H in the back. He's like, we need somebody to replace Tozawa. And you see ISHO Speed in the corner. And he's like, Speed, you're in the Rumble. And Speed's like, huh, what? So he comes out there, doing what he does. And he hits the ring. He actually, he eliminated Otis.
Yeah.
He eliminated Otis. But Braun Breaker then spears the shit out of him. Throws him over the top rope. Otis catches him, so Speed is not technically eliminated yet. But then Otis tosses him on the announcer's table, and he hits the floor, so he's officially eliminated. So, by the way, guys, we're at 3 hours and 20 minutes, and we're going to start bringing this home because it's getting very late, very, very early, and we got another show in less than 24 hours. So, Sheamus comes in at number 9, Jimmy Uso at 10, Andrade 11. Jacob Fatu comes at number 12, and Jacob Fatu ends up a beast. Eliminates Andrade, eliminates... Jimmy Uso had almost no showing in this. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I Big Jim? You mean Big Jim?
Big Jim. He was in there for 15 minutes, and I was like, wow. What did he do for 15 minutes? I didn't think he really did all that much.
He was just being Big Jim.
He was being Big Jim. So Ludwig Kaiser comes in at number 13, complete with the baby underwear. And he just stands at ringside, just like taking his time. And he thought he was going to toss Penta over the top rope, but he got caught and he ended up getting eliminated himself. He was only in the match for 6 seconds, by the way.
No, I know. Yeah.
Miz comes in at number 14, Joe Hendry at 15. He got a pop, Kev. He did get a pop.
I bet that's because people are trendy, like, fucking parachute pants got a pop in 1982.
Roman Reigns came in at 16, Drew McIntyre at 17, and now it's like, oh shit, like the hits just keep on coming. Finn Balor at 18, and please God, if I could lie, if I could, and I trust me, guys, I did not rehearse this with Kev. He said exactly what I was going to say. If I could like lie and say that I'm a Make-A-Wish kid and like I could get one wish granted from WWE right now, change Finn Balor's music.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, what is that music? It doesn't even match anything about him.
It is the worst. It for me in the Men's Royal Rumble, that was the worst moment of the night. Hearing that fucking music and Finn Balor coming out, I'm like, this is horrendous.
They don't even care anymore. The music for everybody, you guys probably in the chat notices too. The music for everybody's so generic. I mean, there's nothing special about anybody's music. Very few. That's why Jey Uso stands out so much, DT, because it's personalized. Down since it's just me who's day one, but it's personalized. Everyone else is or some guitar riff. I mean, it's not even, there's no signature that really stands out. That's why Jey Uso does stand out with his entrance and his music. It's just for him. It's personalized.
Just
and
him,
you sing
Moose.
along with it. It's just me. But Finn Balor, everyone else generic. Just go out, play some guitar riff for Julia. It's like there's nothing special anymore. They gave a little bit of Asian flavor to Nakamura's music, a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Like like Great Muda a little bit, but that's kind of generic when you think about it. It's just basically a Muda knockoff song. So I mean, there's just they don't. I don't think they don't care, DT. I just think that the music isn't that important to this particular creative or production team.
Totally agree.
Jim Johnson days are way over.
Oh yeah, I kind of miss those days, but in this day and age,
it's more signature when Jim was doing the themes.
Yeah. Shinsuke at 19, Jey Uso came in at number 20, AJ Styles at 21, Braun Strowman at 22, and I was paying close attention as Braun was walking down to that ring.
And did you see? On my DT, you could tell that the legs are still very Flintstone-ish.
You could, you kind of feel like he's got like, when you have like those ankle weights on, and you're like, you can't
ankle weights.
Yeah, I think he's walking. He looks like he's got ankle weights, like 20-pound ankle weights on each side.
He looks like my mom's bridge club power walking. I mean, that's what he looks like. And I think, guys, Braun did the honors, so to speak, and look like a bitch for Jacob Fatu, but boy, did he get his revenge by tossing Jacob Fatu out. Yes. Very, very, very quickly too, in quick fashion.
That was interesting that he eliminated
all that
Jacob.
work, right?
Yep.
It was. So they probably, because again, let's think about it. Braun, man, monsters among men. His whole gimmick, his whole being, he's the monster of WWE. He's that guy. And much smaller in height, at least. Jacob Fatu, basically humiliates him. Doesn't pin him, but beats him where they had to stop the match, right? So they must have said to Braun, but check this out. You want a good comeuppance? You go in the Royal Rumble, and within 60 seconds, you toss his ass right out. Like, how's that? Like, and Braun's probably like, okay, all right, that's a little bit of payback for me. All right, I'll do it.
Well, here's a funny little tidbit. By the way, I did get a kick out when Braun, you heard him say, "You almost fucking killed me."
Yeah, that was funny.
You're in the Royal Rumble a week later. What are you talking about? Almost killed
exactly.
me. Here's the funny thing. We said the Ludwig Kaiser was the shortest in the Royal Rumble. You know who was the second shortest?
Oh.
Braun Strowman. He was only in that match for 2 minutes. So he just picture this, guys. He eliminates Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu is flipping out at the announcers table, throwing everything. And meanwhile, Braun is watching this. He's like, you fucking almost killed me. And meanwhile, another a minute and a half goes by. So next thing you know, John Cena eliminates him. That was it. Braun was gone.
Well, there's my point. Like that was Braun's come up. It's like you get to be the guy. Jacob Fatu's killing everybody in there. You go in there, you're in there, not even a minute, you throw him out. So I'm telling you, because even Cross says they have these incentives for you, like to do certain things, and then they'll, here's your clap back. You know what I mean? And then you'll be like, and you're almost like a kid. You're like, okay, yeah, that sounds good. Remember, like I can't remember what wrestler it was. Well, it was Kurt Angle, or they'd go in and talk to Vince McMahon. They were mad about the direction of the character. He goes, and then he just makes you feel good about losing, or he throws you some carrot, and you're like, oh, okay. And then you walk out of the office, go, I just agreed to that, didn't I? I just agreed to that. Yeah. So I think that's what they do with Braun. They're like, yeah, listen, he made you look horrible. He beat you down, but you come back within 2 weeks and you throw him out of the Royal Rumble. I mean, that's the ultimate diss, is you eliminate him in the Royal Rumble.
Yep.
So he can't win the Royal Rumble. So I think, again, that's why, because I was saying to myself, it can't be that Braun is happy about looking like that. And that's it for Braun Strowman. And you're right, DT comes back not even 2 weeks later. But I mean, listen, I think they have to humble Jacob a little bit. They're gonna put him over, but they're not gonna. The WWE is still cautious with
They're
Jacob.
going to tread lightly.
They're gonna tread lightly with him. Yeah, they got to make sure he's gonna be here for the long run.
One thing I should mention, if anybody wants to go back and see it, right before Braun got eliminated, him and Cena both eliminated Finn Balor. And it was interesting. Well, really what happened was Braun Strowman was supposed to, I think, catch Finn Balor. And if anybody goes back and looks at it, technically, like Finn Balor fell. And after Braun got eliminated, look at Braun, and he looked extremely pissed. And I think Braun Strowman was supposed to catch him. If you go back and you look at Braun was supposed to catch somebody, and it looked like he didn't get there in time. And I think Braun was mad at himself if you go back and you watch it. So, so as we said, Jey Uso at 20, AJ Styles 21, Braun Strowman 22, John Cena 23, CM Punk 24, Seth Rollins 25, Dominic Mysterio 26. And here's what's interesting, guys. Outside of Braun, the entries, Jey Uso at 20 was in there 37 minutes. AJ Styles at 21 was in there 21 minutes. Cena at 23 was in there 30 minutes. Punk at 24 was in there for 19 minutes. Rollins was 25. It was in there for 17 minutes. So all of these men had big showings. The next four members, the next four entrants, Dominic Mysterio at 26 was only in there 4 minutes, eliminated by Damian Priest. Sami Zayn at 27 was only in there 5 minutes, unintentionally was eliminated by Jey Uso. Damian Priest at number 28 was eliminated after 6 minutes by LA Knight. LA Knight comes in there and ends up getting eliminated by AJ Styles in 5 minutes. And then Logan Paul comes in at number 30. Logan Paul was in there for 11 minutes. And the final 5 were Roman Reigns, Logan Paul, Jey Uso. Actually, the final 6, Roman Reigns, Logan Paul, Jey Uso, Seth Rollins, CM Punk, and John Cena. This is the confrontation that Kevin and I were talking about earlier when you had John Cena, CM Punk, and Roman Reigns staring at each other, and John Cena acting the goof. We had a Reigns-Rollins confrontation. Seth Rollins goes to eliminate Roman Reigns, and they're both tied up on the ropes, and CM Punk eliminates both Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. Then what ends up happening is Logan Paul immediately eliminates CM Punk, and we're like, wait a minute. So we're down to John Cena, Logan Paul, and Jey Uso. Of the 3, I kept thinking to myself, okay, it looks like they're going to give it to John Cena after all. Would they dare give it to fucking Logan Paul? And I'm like, there's no way. And then sure enough, Logan Paul gets eliminated, and it's down to Jey Uso and John Cena. And sure enough, They go back and forth a little bit, but Jey Uso just nonchalantly kind of like kicks John Cena off the apron area, and John Cena hits the floor, and John Cena's got this constipated look on his face like, what the fuck just happened? I just got my ass eliminated.
Yeah.
And Jey Uso's your winner of the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, but I mean, listen, it is what it is. Crying about it's not going to do anything, and I'm not really crying about it. I'm just not, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have got, but I do now understand that they can go a couple different ways to get, someone else to as far as CM Punk. I thought he would have won it, but maybe now there's another way he goes around that to win the maybe Elimination Chamber and go after Cody Rhodes, which I still think that's where the favor lies with Paul Heyman being his wise man to go against Cody. Because Paul has the secrets of Cody Rhodes and knows, but that's how he led Roman Reigns to victory the first time. That's why CM Punk thinks that's his go-to guy. But I agree with some of the people who said something here that, Gunther versus Jey Uso, we just saw that on Saturday night's main event. It was a good match and everything, but I don't know. I want to see it again a couple of months later at WrestleMania, just for Jey to get his rematch. I don't know.
What about the idea that Roman Reigns is going to be in the chamber, or a member of the Bloodline is going to be in the Elimination Chamber, and CM Punk, that's his favor. He tells Paul Heyman, look, I need that spot in the Elimination Chamber.
I don't know. I mean, they could go so many different ways with this. All I know is tomorrow night I got to withstand the opening of Raw with Jey Uso doing 15 minutes of this nonsense. So that's why I know tomorrow night we're going to be talking about how Jey put in Raw, and it was 15 minutes of no wrestling because Jey Uso was trying to get through a promo.
I know.
So that's what it's probably going to be.
I will say this as we start wrapping this up. Yeah. I think overall, as far as beginning to end, I enjoyed both Royal Rumble matches combined compared to recent years. We didn't have as big of a surprises. We didn't have legends. I mean, there was a lot of people that we thought Trish could be in. Yeah. Trish showing up was a lot of fun. Cena. Cena doing what he was doing. I mean, again, I'm a little surprised Becky Lynch did not return. Seeing Alexa Bliss back was great. I have to give this Royal Rumble a thumbs up. On a scale of 1 to 10, I give for the Royal Rumble, because obviously it's usually only 4 matches every year. Yeah. Some years it was 5, but the matches weren't all that great. On a scale of 1 to 10, I give it a solid 8. I would give this year's Royal Rumble an 8 out of 10.
I'll give it an 8 as well.
Okay. So, guys, in closing, Kevin, I just want to reiterate to everyone out there how much we thank you and appreciate that you have either, returned supporting what we do, or even if you're new to what we do. Kevin and I go back more than 20 years doing this stuff. And, it was through wrestling tragedies and hotlines that we started conversing with each other and talking about wrestling. And I remember you came on one time as a guest appearance, and we always took voicemail messages from our listeners. And I remember a whole bunch of people, and this is legit, no bullshit. I remember a whole bunch of people like, I disagree with Kev about this. I actually agree with Kevin Castle on this. Or you were Kevin from Sheepshead Bay at the time.
Yeah, Kevin from Sheepshead Bay.
That's what your moniker was. So it'd be like, I agree with Kevin from Sheepshead Bay, what he said. Yeah. And there was a lot of feedback. And then you came on again. And next thing you know, we shifted away from the Black Hearts to the Minority Report and Joey 924 and Black Moses. And in 2004, we decided, what, let's bring this shit to the internet. And, before that, we would do hotline reports locally, and we would record them into the computer and put it on the computer for everybody to listen to. But in 2004, we hooked up with Chris Cash. He had Fan Talk Live at the time. And, we started doing, our podcast online before they even called it podcast. And
audio shows.
Yeah, it was audio shows. I think we called it webcasts at the time. But
webcasts. Yeah.
I tell you, it's amazing that we've been doing this for the better part of 20 years. And, last year we debuted that 20-year anniversary shirt that is still available, by the way.
Yeah,
And
please.
we debuted that in September. And we came back full time in January. We were going to do a shirt much earlier, but even Kev said, like, let's show everyone that we're serious, that we're back, and it's not just a short-term deal. And we
Exactly.
waited until after the summertime, and in 3 months, that shirt became the #1 selling wrestling podcast shirt of any podcast out there. Your
Yep.
favorites, your Hall of Famers, your Bischoffs, your everybody else's. We ended up, and it's documented, Pro Wrestling Tees
Yep.
verified it. We were the #1 selling shirt. That tells you one of two things. Either everybody else's shirt sucks and nobody bought theirs, or something is going on here. And if you notice on social media, and I know why, because we don't tweet a lot of what we say. We don't put clips on YouTube because we just don't have a lot of time to do that. We
Yeah.
don't put like individual comments out there. So unless you tune into the whole show, a lot of people don't discover what we say. But in the last 12 months, people have realized that we have returned to be, as we said before, the #1 accurate show out there. If some news out there sounds like shit, smells like shit, looks like shit, we'll research it to see if it is shit. And if it is shit, we either ignore it and never cover it, or we call it out for what it is. And I honestly, truthfully believe, with all due respect to our friends that have bigger shows on YouTube, no one comes close to what we do. And all you got to do is look at everybody else's thumbnails. They hear bullshit, they'll still clickbait it and make it a big topic of conversation instead of calling it out what it is. And then, people will just soak it up and use up as much as they can for ad revenue. And then when the story comes out, this fake news, oh, well, I didn't report it. I just reacted to it. That's fine as far as a business. But Kevin and I, truthfully, this is commandment #1 at what we do. We treat everybody out there, whether we interact with you or we don't even know you exist. We treat everyone out there like you're our friends. This has been our motto for 20 plus years, as if we're all hanging out in a bar or at a barbecue, just talking about wrestling. We feel like we're insulting you if we know a fake story, but we're going to go with it anyway because we know it'll get a lot of attention, a lot of conversation. We feel that you deserve authenticity, honesty. And even if what Kevin and I say you disagree with, at least you know that we mean what we say and we say what we mean. And that's been commandment #1 for over 20 years. And we ain't stopping that shit in 2025. And
No,
DeMarcus
absolutely.
just bombed us with
Wow.
$50.
Wow. Wow. Thank you, DeMarcus, man. DeMarcus is
He's such
definitely
a good supporter. I mean,
yeah,
I don't like
special part
saying
of the
that because he
family. Yeah.
offends some people, but DeMarcus is gangsta as far as just supporting what we do, man. I can't thank you
And it
enough,
was
brother.
rocking the shirt recently.
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, I just want to, just echo everything you said. I mean, it's uh, the same thing. And I wrote this, DT. You didn't see that I wrote that because you're not on Facebook a lot. And I'm going to copy and paste it and show you something. I realized that you never even got to read it. But I had did at the end of the year in December, I had done a kind of synopsis and like a kind of a just a, a grand view of my year in review of 2024. And I had mentioned, I lost a few friends along the way. I lost my very good friend, Howie, who I work with for
You're
nearly
the
30 years
bartender.
in the club business. Yeah. And I said, crazy to say this, not crazy because, wrestling is part of my escapism. But obviously, we consider this is a job as well as like a passion project. It is a job too. I would say like DT, you do other things for a living. So do I. This is a side job. But this is, something that's very prominent in our lives. I mean, it's our identity. I mean, you're not called Don Tony, I'm sure, by your wife or your mother and father, and I'm not called Kevin Castle by my family. But we're no, we have our identities here
Yeah.
and off the show. But this is a big part of who we are and what we do. And you do your solo shows, and I do other things. I do things with Soup, and I do things with some friends of mine. Even when we were apart, I had done some separate things. But I had said in my recap of 2024, That year, though, was a little dicey. The best thing about it was coming back to this show. Talk about taking a leap of faith and mending fences, and from day one, I mean, it just went smooth. And the whole thing I think about that DT is I didn't overthink it. Like I knew that we were coming back even from after the holidays of that year, and we're into the new year and 3 weeks till our return, 2 weeks till our return, like the big countdown. And it just from show one, I even said to myself, said me and you had done a couple of things on Patreon together, so we kind of already knew feeling each other, and we were getting along good on the Patreon special shows we were doing. So it's not like we had not done anything together for 4 years,
Right.
but we hadn't done a Monday mainstream show. We've done private server shows together. So, but after that night, I didn't even think about it. It was just Monday night, 11:15, be there. No rehearsal, no, Kev, need you to talk about this. Do me a favor. I say this, you say that. We ran the way we ran when we first started, didn't overthink it, respected each other. You would even say, hey, you want to add anything to us? And it just went smooth, and boom, we go through a whole year, and we charted here and there. Did we reach our goals as far as being number one? Yeah, in certain markets we hit the top 5, top 3, top 10. I'll be absolutely to be number one, or at least get as close to it as possible in every market we can. But I also said to myself, but I'll tell you what, if some may look at it as a consolation prize, but having the number one selling shirt, because DT, people had to go and not only order a shirt, but the shirt's not like it's $10. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Spend their hard-earned money, shipping and handling, all that stuff. Convince people to go online, buy our shirt, and put this on your body and wear this proudly and walk around the streets with our faces on your fucking shirt.
Especially
That's
that our
pretty.
support group is that much older.
Yeah, dude, and that's a high compliment when you see people sending us pictures. Hey, I got mine. I'm wearing mine.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Guys, girls. To be honest with you, that's not a consolation prize to me. I take that as much a badge of honor as ranking number 3 behind Jim Cornette in
Absolutely.
in fucking Bolivia or whatever. You know what I mean? I'd
Absolutely,
rather
man.
see. These people show us whether it's Maggie or it's DeMarcus or it's fucking Johnny or it's fucking any of our fans. Some people we know well, some people who are new to us, and they take a picture and go, "Hey man, just wore this out. Went to a party. I wore this shirt." And we saw Adam and his son wear our shirts to Saturday night's main event. Remember that when he sent us the
Yeah,
picture live from Saturday's main,
it was
and he was
awesome,
saying
man.
he was getting compliments from people, and I'm like, that's as important as any ranking in a Apple podcast. Like to me, it's like you're wearing our fucking faces out in public. How many more people are seeing that than needling by a podcast and like saying, "Oh, let me check this out." I think that's a bet when you put that in your wardrobe. We're part of your wardrobe. That's a high compliment, man. I don't think
Look at
that's a
like this
consolation
too.
prize at all, man.
We started 45 minutes late tonight because of a damn security issue that I had to reinstall software.
Yeah,
And I felt awful, and I'm being sincere when I say this because I kept telling everyone, okay, we're almost there, 5 more minutes, almost there, 5 more minutes, almost there. You look at my Twitter, it didn't get blown up with what the fuck, you didn't
yeah.
start, you what the fuck. And we finally, and listen, I felt bad for Kev. I was apologizing for Kev, and we were both
No, it's
stressed and
fine, man.
like, we can't understand. And then we finally like thought, all right, maybe it's a security issue. And then I saw online, okay, reinstall this and it should work. He said, let's give it a shot. And sure enough, it worked. And 45 minutes late, we still ended up the biggest live audience that we have had since we've been on YouTube doing these things. And
Yeah.
we ended up having the biggest turnout tonight that we've ever had with these shows back here. And even revenue wise, because it's rough, man. It is hard. We are envious of some of those shows out there that bank thousands of dollars doing one freaking episode. I mean,
Yeah.
we put in a lot of hours doing this stuff. And a lot of you that are not on Patreon, I'm not just trying to blow Kev's spot up, but Kev, when he does his solo shows on Patreon, he sends me the file and I click on it. I'm like, is this an error? And it's 5 hours,
5
5.5
hours on
hours. And people will hang out for the entire duration of it. And then, just putting in the amount of hours and the fact that you guys support us that much. I mean, how can we not want to give it back and give you, the best that we can? Are we the most entertaining? No. Are we the most accurate? No. Are we have the most connections? No. But one thing you will know is that, we're going to give you 1,000%. And that's why, and I'm going to mention somebody. I'm not going to say who it is, but I'm going to send you the DM just to show
Sure.
you. And I'm going to mention part of it. If he says it's okay, I can mention his name, I will. But literally yesterday, I was going through old DMs because I get message requests, and I usually don't see them because there's a lot of, fake accounts, bots, a lot of, Japanese porno stars, oh, you
Nice.
hot. Hello, Mr. Tony. When somebody says, hey, Don, I know that they don't know who I am. But,
Right, exactly.
if anybody listens closely, two places that we always talk about is Sportskeeda and WrestleVotes. And I have said on these shows a lot that there are some very, very good people at both places, but on both places, there's some less to be desired. And I would say Shitskeeda sometimes, and I would say WrestleVotes, is 50-50 with their accuracy. But I always gave them credit where credit was due. And somebody who is a senior video producer and a writer for Sportskeeda and a producer for WrestleVotes right now sent us a DM a couple of days ago telling us how much he loves the show.
Oh, wow.
And I told him, he hasn't responded back because I wrote it late last night, but I was like, listen, I hope I know sometimes it could be a little hard on both of them, but we always call good where we see it. We're straight up, we're honest. We're not trying to fight with no one. We are just authentic in what we do. And that says a lot, because the fact that even some people that sometimes will criticize and still get love, and it never gets old between you guys with the shirts and everything, but even people in wrestling, you will just randomly get a DM and open it up or get an email, and it's somebody that, is like somebody you grew up with or somebody you watch on TV now, like, oh, I just want to tell you how much I love your show. Just don't mention, it's usually the same thing. Just don't mention my name because I don't want to get heat on social media. A lot of people keep it on the low, but to see people do that, it's just, it's awesome, man. It's just an incredible feeling, and it never gets old.
No, it's again, and then people ask me why do I do the show so long? Because we're having fun and we're kind of just rolling there. You see the people who are here join me a lot of times. DeMarcus, Johnny's Impulse, Don Stoney, a lot of people who are in the chat are on those marathon shows, and they stay for the whole duration. I mean,
Yeah.
it's amazing. I'll even be like, is anybody still here? And we just kind of, because we kind of lose track of time, and we're on those private servers, we talk about stuff that we really can't talk about in the mainstream. It's not anything, everything is very tongue in cheek and funny, but everything from movies to stuff, because we are a wrestling based podcast on Monday nights. And on the why I even call it the Chronicles is because I'm basically chronicling life and things that we do and things I'm into, things people here are into. And it kind of runs the gamut. It's all over the place. But in a good way. But that's the whole point of a private server and a VIP show and a show that you sign up for and that you pay for or donate to. So we want to give you every, whether you donate $5 or $50, we want to give you every bit your money's worth. Where you walk away saying, "Wow, other shows put you on I'm doing 1 hour tonight and not a minute over." And I'll even say, "Guys, I think I'm going to do like 90 minutes, and I'm into my third hour." And I know you do it too, DT. Like, we don't clock out our audience. It's almost like shake every hand, kiss every baby, sign every autograph until everybody's done. You know what I mean? You don't leave until you complete. Everybody walks away and the room is empty. I guess I got that attitude from even where I work at my job. I mean, where, basically, you're going to stick around, just turn the lights off when you're done. And I don't regret it at all. I don't sit there, and some people would say, I'd rather go get, you're missing out on more sleep time or whatever. And I always say, DT, to quote Sam Elliott, I'll sleep when I'm dead. So, but yeah, I mean, I enjoy, and again, DT, it really was. I says the experience of coming back to the show, I never would have thought. You never say never, and I think again, we set an example that
We
you
did it
can
for the
have.
right reasons.
We did
We
it for the
wanted
right
to do it for
reasons,
the
and
right reasons.
yeah, I think that shows too. And I mean, there's no phoniness in anything that we do, and I don't think
No.
we've ever even been accused of coming back and just going through the motions, whatever. I don't think there's been one comment that did not or disavowed that we flowed back into the act really organically. That's the thing everyone's saying is like, but I don't get it. How did you guys being away, how did it make it better? I think because we kind of grown a lot. DT got married in the interim, married to a really good woman who's good influence on him. I got a new job. I was miserable at my old job, and I think it showed on the old podcast where I kind of was like a little snippy and kind of tired and worn out because I was my things in my other part of my life were affecting me on the podcast. And I think same thing with you too, DT. You had a lot of pressure on you. And I think we learned to relax a little bit more. Let's not get it twisted, DT. We still got our problems in
Yeah.
our individual lives, health, parents. We worry about this and that, money, fine. But we're more settled, I think, as we got in our mid-50s than we were turning 50. Is that
Yeah,
fair to say?
that's really what it comes down to. For me,
Yeah.
listen, I have said numerous times on the Sunday show, a lot of people have said, if we would have never splitting up, could only imagine like what what we would have generated or been where we are now.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is I am to blame for it. And I had to grow up and mature a little bit more. And, sometimes, health and, you know, yes, getting married and having, your family mortality staring at you in the face. And you start realizing, like, you know what, like taking control of a podcast is not, like it should not be a priority. And you can be, you can make mistakes and you can, just be a little. I just really needed to come to that moment where I just like took a step back. I'm like, okay, DT, maybe I am the problem for a lot of the issues going on. And it was something that, I really had to like, learn on myself. And, I trust me, I was a huge asshole back then. And sometimes I still come across that way. But, I credit my wife for a lot of it because
Yeah.
early on, especially when after a while, and I would throw like I would type. I'll say this quickly. I would type things up on Twitter, and I would say things indirectly towards various people, you included, and others. And I would say to my wife, I'm like, "Honey, look at what I'm going to post," and she would read it, and here I'm expecting. And this was my moment. Here I'm expecting her to laugh. Oh, that's fucking funny. Oh, you're going to piss off people with that. And she looked at me and she said, "How old are you?" And I just like looked at her like kind of confused for a second. She's like, "Did I marry a child?" And she's like,
Yeah.
"How old are you? Grow up." She's like, "Why are you like even like why does this concern you? Like what are you trying to prove here?" And I'm sitting there, holy shit. Holy shit, she's right. And I really had to take a step back and I started reading a lot of the criticisms and seeing a lot of the old reviews and seeing what people were upset for. And I was like, wow, this was a lot of me. And, I realized, the errand of my ways. But the thing is that you don't fix yourself overnight. And it took a few years. It had to be a mindset, a growing up process. And, I've always shouted out Monty and Afaro, for trying to get us to get back together years earlier.
Right.
And, Monty's like, you guys don't have to like each other to have great shows. Look at Opie and Anthony. And they're like, yeah, but, I kind of have to, like the person I'm doing a show with and have fun. You can't fake that. And, just slowly we started talking and slowly we started getting some conversation and, we're like feeling it out a little bit. And then it was just out of nowhere. I was like, Kev, you want to do it? And he's like, yeah, let's do it. And then I
Yeah.
wanted to, yeah, good.
It didn't have to be any even long drawn out thing because I had already like kind of made my mind that I was going to roll the dice and do it. But I had already felt that we had great bangers on those Patreon shows where we
Yeah.
got along great. And I also thought, and you could tell, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, DT, but I also felt too that when you saw that after me and you split in 2020, that not only did I not give up and walk away, take my ball and go home, and I really wasn't feeling podcasts anymore. I was on Wrestling Super already, but I formed my own podcast and led my own show for 2 years.
Yeah.
Like
Baseball
where
tricky.
where you probably said, all right, maybe, and now and I was the role of you. I
Yeah.
was doing the research,
Castle
the
and tricky.
production, everything. I was doing all the research. Chicky was new to podcasting. I had to kind of coach her through the way you coached me through the first couple of years. So I kind of thought that you saw that, wow, he's going on and doing this. He's not like, boo boo face and, oh, I'm mad. I'm not, I quit. You know what I mean? Not only did I not quit, I went and did something completely different and put myself in the position that you were in and led the show and did the research for the show, did the topics for the show, stayed up all night thinking of ideas for the show. And I related to how you felt. And maybe you kind of felt like where you were overworked and a lot was on you. I put myself in your position. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I
Because
hear
I
you.
would,
I hear.
and so that's what I would even think. I didn't know if you ever even heard the show one time, but at least you would say to yourself, wow, and not only, and he's not depending on doing wrestling, he's doing like a pop culture and entertainment podcast. So like I was thinking that maybe I even earned your respect in an aspect where you're like, oh, I gotta say,
Well, I always had
he's
it.
on his own
You
doing
always
something,
had it with. I always
Yeah.
had the respect for you, and that's why I give so much credit and love for our Patreon family, because one thing, we never split up Patreon. We never
No, we
closed
never
it
did.
down.
No, that's true.
Even though I was not talking to Kev for a few years, he was still doing his shows. I was doing my shows. I still sent all the questions for Kev, for the shows. I mean, for everyone out there, I still always, sent them everything, made sure everything was
No,
done
we
the
were
right
still we
way.
were still doing business. Yeah, we were
Yeah,
still
I
doing
mean,
business.
I didn't alter it. Early on, I would condense some people's questions because sometimes it's rough. When somebody writes 10 minutes worth of reading, there's a show to do and there's a lot of people trying to interact. And I even stopped that. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to edit nothing. And,
Right.
but our Patreon family just insisted that we keep together, and we just took our time. And when the moment was right, it was right. And the funny thing is, we were going to return January 1, and Prince Nana, who I am friends with for 20 plus years, I used to do business with him outside of wrestling. And he cut a promo for Kev and I returning. And if you ever watched it, everyone, it was for January 1. And then I surprised Kev with it. And Kev was like, actually, I didn't surprise it with you yet. I was like, Kev,
Right.
when do you want to start? And he's like, how's about January 29th? Like right after the Rumble. And I
Yeah.
was like, saying to
Made
myself,
sense
I'm
to
like,
me.
oh, fuck. I'm like, Nana just created this epic video, and I didn't want to bother him for another one. But I showed you the video, and then we're like, let's just put it up anyway. But we, instead of debuting January 1, we waited till after the Royal Rumble. And the first episode that we did, we predicted the hashtag We Want Cody. It's right there. We also talked about that night that WWE and TNA should have a partnership, kind of like what WWE and ECW did. And Tommy Dreamer, just on his fucking busted open, said, the WWE TNA deal reminds me of the ECW. So we said that a year ago before this ever became the past. So it's amazing to come back after all that hiatus, do it, and not only do it, but do it where we're like, you know what? And I'm not trying to dog the older shows, but I truthfully think the last 12 months, our shows are the best they've ever been. They might not always be the funniest, but they're the best they've ever been because we're that much more mature. We're that much wiser. We went through the negativity, and guess what? We came back on the opposite side and are that much better for it. I've learned a lot. I have learned that I don't have to be the center. Like, I've made it certain, if you see the plugs for the shows, you'll see on Twitter and social media, I'll always put Kevin I. I don't put the Don Tony and Kevin Castle show returns.
No,
like,
man,
I don't
me
need my
too.
name to be the first all the time. Like,
No,
that's something that, took a lot. But to me, it's equal 50-50. Even when we get revenue here, and tonight was obviously the biggest night we've ever been doing this here. But it's always 50-50, straight down the middle.
Right. The same thing with you. And it's also good that you still do some of your individual shows, the Don Tony, the sit downs, all that stuff. That's good. And I still do soup and everything. And it doesn't, there's nothing problematic about that
No,
because
I
again,
don't know.
our signature show is Monday, and it's gone swimmingly. It probably couldn't have gone better. So I agree with you. I think we've been at our best when someone like the next questions people can ask the next time we do this. What are your favorite periods of doing the Don Tony Kevin Castle show? I would say this year, 2024 into 2025 has been my favorite. And like I said, but even if we're doing a show and there's not, we always wind up with some sort of laugh track of something you say or something I say that's just off the cuff and funny. But yeah, no, I think listen, everyone can claim they're the best or say they're the best and they can show numbers, but I think we have the best team. We have the best duo. We have the best wrestling knowledge. Our predictions are as on point as anybody. I think because we pay attention and we're open to other ideas and everything like that. I don't care about what other podcast numbers are. I think we are the best show. I think we are number one, in my opinion. And that's not just a thing to say. I believe it 100%. Now, if you asked me that, DT, 5-6 years ago, and we won, but because I wasn't enjoying it towards the last part, because of my
we were going to
blame.
cut it down to an hour. Remember the Don, Tony, and Kevin Castle show hour?
Yeah, maybe like my fault too. Like, you took a lot of the blame for this, but it was, I take blame too for a lot of the breakdown of communication, my attitude, the way I was feeling miserable in other aspects of my life, bringing it onto the show with kind of my, sucking my teeth or, kind of like, Kev, what do you think about that? And I'm kind of like zoned out for a second. That's my fault too. Now I'm just, again, it's amazing what finding a good woman, finding a better job, and just being at more peace with yourself can do for your attitude and everything that you do.
Yeah,
and I think that's what, and my best compliment is when people go, you guys just don't miss a bit. Like, you guys don't even have any of those awkward pause moments that a lot of podcasts have where you don't, I says, you guys just flow, man. You're like a good rap duo that just flows. And it's like, yeah, it comes natural. People always have a hard time, DT, that me and you don't have powwow day of show and go over everything.
No,
we just
never.
don't. We never do. Matter of fact, DT's like, shit,
why did
Kev,
you go 45 minutes late tonight?
He's like, Kev, it's 9 o'clock. I got to send you the questions. We're on the air like an hour. But I mean, but it's fine because I'm already prepared. And he's even like, hey, you want to add anything to it? Like, oh, let's mention such and such. He's like, got it. Okay, see you at 10:15 or 11:15. That's it. Everyone always says, you don't have like a Zoom call or something and discuss everything. I'm like, no, we don't do that. I know other podcasts do. We do not do that. Nope. We don't. I think if we did that, it would kind of fuck us up.
It would suck, yeah. Shout out to Ruben Gonzalez, who just sent 50. Thank you, Ruben.
Oh my
That's
God,
awesome,
Ruben,
man.
thank you so much, Ruben. And Malicious, who sent us 20 before. I don't know if you saw that.
Yes, J580 CH. I always call him CHP for Chips Highway Patrol. Malicious.
That's right.
Thank you for that, man. 20 from you and Ruben. I want to add one thing. And I have to say this because I said this back in 2008 when we became the number one show online. And for many years, we were still the number one show. In fact, I truly believe if Kevin and I never broke up, we probably would have still kept number one for a long time. But I think we needed it in order to grow.
No, we needed it.
But I'll say this, this is why I echo Kev that we are the best show out there. All right. This is why I say this. Back in 2008, when we were competing with In Your Head and everybody else out there, the difference was, and this is why Kevin and I always felt so honored and humbled by doing this. Every show at that time needed to have special guests. Bischoff, Dallas Page, Steve Austin, whatever wrestlers that were popular at the time, they all needed special guests. So whenever you saw a podcast that was bigger than us, it was either because they had a special guest on with them or it was somebody in the business. Kevin and I, for 20 years, we don't have guests on. Once in a blue moon, we had somebody on for various reasons. We had that porn star at that time. I can't remember.
Trina Michaels. Trina Michaels.
What happened with Conan. And, that was special circumstances. But for 20 years, you look at, because I remember somebody saying early on, wow, you guys are really full of yourself. I'm like, wait a minute. This is the Don, Tony, and Kevin Castle show. If you're tuning in, you're tuning in to hear us. You're not tuning in because we have Hulk Hogan on the show or we have somebody else on the show. So that was the one thing that blew us away from the beginning was, wow, we don't even need to advertise special guests to get this kind of followership. Now, why did I say that about 2025? Because if you look on YouTube right now, and I don't care, I totally respect any shows that you follow out there. Enjoy what you want to enjoy. I have no problem with it. But I will say this, you see a lot of those shows out there, They need to put in giant capital letters, Drew McIntyre stormed out of WWE. They got to put giant, big clickbait words about this and now this. Oh, communications fall apart with Alexa Bliss. And people got to use the catchy thumbnails and the catchy lines and the catchy words to drag you in. Now, props to them that they drag you in and you stay, which is a good thing. But people need to. You look at Maven's podcast. If Maven just went on and said the Maven Huffman show, it wouldn't have done nothing. But Maven is like, who are the smelliest wrestlers? What is it like to take a pedigree? Who is this? Who jerked me off? So you got to do the catchy stuff to drag him in. That's why I always, even though I don't agree with a lot of his stuff, I will give a lot of credit towards Jim Cornette and Brian Last and even Conan shows. Even Vince Russo to an extent, because you know who you're getting and you know that you're tuning in for their stuff. Yeah, there's the Tony Khan stuff for some people has changed, their content in recent years. But when you tune into us now, we don't put no clickbait. Sometimes we have discussions. We don't even put it in a synopsis because we don't want to get any extra attention to it. If you even look at the Alexa Bliss stuff that we talked about 2 and 3 weeks ago, there's nowhere in a synopsis where we try to drag somebody in about Alexa Bliss. All we wrote was about those Alexa Bliss reports. And then we explained why you couldn't trust what was being reported on either side of the story. So when you tune into us now, you're tuning into us for what we say and what we talk about. You don't tune into us because you saw a catchy thumbnail or a little teaser headline that is deceiving. We don't do that. That's the equivalent of 2008 where other people needed guests in order to get numbers. And this is why we do what we do, and we'll continue doing what we're doing. And we ain't letting up anytime soon. So
nah, man, it's just 21 years and counting. And thank you again. The shirt's still for sale if anybody wants to buy it. Cheap plug. Pro Wrestling Tees. And shout out to Pro Tees too. For carrying our merch, because Lord knows what was the other company, DT, that didn't work out so well.
Spring, I gave everybody that didn't get it, I gave everybody their money back, and people like, I got my shirt after all. I'm like, keep it.
Well, that's
and
nice.
You know what? Props to Pro Wrestling Tees. I mean, we're still not in their podcast store, by the way. I don't know why they can't fix that. If you go on Pro Wrestling Tees right now, and this is why, guys, it was extra special about the shirts. If you go on Pro Wrestling Tees' website right now and click Wrestling Podcast and see what merchandise for sale, we don't come up. The only way you come up is if you click our link or you search for us. So I joked with Pro Wrestling Tees about a month ago. I said, guys, do you realize how many more shirts we would have sold if we're just in the podcast directory?
Why is that?
I don't know. They said they're going to fix it, and they haven't fixed it. So I'm like, all right, whatever.
They'll fix it.
So, the fact that, I think they will. But, we're going to definitely come out. And by the way, I wanted to ask you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but a few people asked earlier. The next live show that we do here, I was looking at the calendar. What do you think about Sunday, March 2nd, which happens to be the night after the Elimination Chamber?
Love it. Let's do it.
All right. So obviously we won't have to
book it.
Yeah, we want to. I mean, Royal Rumble is obviously extra special. Elimination Chamber, we wouldn't need that much time, but yeah. So Sunday, March 2nd at 8:05 p.m. And trust me, Kevin and I will do checks an hour before to make sure we don't have any issues.
Absolutely, yeah.
But trust me, Kev knows the exact security problem that we had earlier that prevented YouTube from connecting to our server. I reinstalled all new software, and thank God I got a fast computer because it only took about 10 minutes to do. And I'm saving everything as it is. If you notice, guys, my audio doesn't lose anymore. For many months on Discord and on YouTube, I'd be talking and suddenly my audio would disappear. That problem's been fixed. What happened tonight, that problem's been fixed. It's only going to be gravy going forward.
Yeah, no, thank you, DT. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Everything's
you, Kev,
great.
Kev, get some sleep.
No problem, man. I had a good night.
All right, Kev.
I got to get some sleep. We're back on the air tomorrow night at 10:30, 10:45, whatever, 15 minutes after it ends.
15 minutes after Raw ends.
So it'll be here before you know it. 50 minutes after Raw ends, exactly. But thank you to look around in the chat. Thank you for everybody who listens on the download. We appreciate you all. Everybody who buys the shirt, everybody who will buy the shirt. And let's help, just keep listening, supporting. and let's try to get back to the number one spot, or at least give them hell for some competition to get to the number one spot.
Hell
Right,
yeah.
DT?
Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah.
Exactly.
All
Fuck,
right, Kev.
fuck it, man. That's for the DT.
Get a good night's sleep. I'll talk to you in about 18 hours.
Sounds good, man. Good night.
All right, take care. All right, everybody. Again, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, obviously, Royal Rumble, and I hope everybody understands. Absolutely, we could have done this show Saturday night, but everybody and their great grandmothers is doing a Royal Rumble review on a Saturday night. We want to let it sink in a little bit, digest it a little bit, do it the next night, let everybody relax. That's why we wait until Sunday night. We would have done it Saturday night, and that Drew McIntyre story wouldn't have even been discussed for the most part. It would have been breaking news as we heard it, and then we wouldn't have heard a little bit more about, Damian Priest stuff and other stuff. So, we absolutely love doing these on Sunday night. But again, for all of you out there, especially those who hung out for those 45 minutes while we were trying to fix technical stuff, I mean, that in itself is just amazing, because most other places you would just give up and just go tune into something else or do something else. We end up having the biggest audience that we've ever had doing these shows back on YouTube, these special episodes. And look, we've been talking right now. I think the official time is 4 hours and 8 minutes. And we could have kept going. I mean, that just goes to show you how fucking awesome these shows can be. And, just keep supporting what we do. Keep downloading all the episodes of everything that we do, because that not only helps us, keep relevant, but the higher we are in the stats, the more people see it. And the more people, because a lot of places, what they want to see is, what are the top podcasts out there right now? Of course, we want to earn everybody's view. But as we get back our listenership and as we get new listeners, the more people that download the shows that we do, the more we go up on the stats, and the higher that we are, the more exposure that we get, and the more exposure, the chances of getting more people tuning in. And again, we respect everybody out there. Respect us as well for our opinions, even when we crack some jokes that might, end or come across the wrong way. Understand we have no maliciousness, no hatred. We're just trying to have fun and make everybody laugh and have a good time. There is a lot of bullshit going on in this world across the globe that these shows, for a lot of you out there, are an escape. It's an escape from everyday stuff. Once in a while, we talk about real life on these shows because, sometimes people do want to hear it from us. But as you heard tonight, everything was wrestling, because not only is it an escape for you, it's an escape for us as well. Trust me, if you would have said to me in 1997, 28 years ago, DT, you would still be doing this, and you'd have a pretty fucking awesome co-host for 20 of it, I would have said to you that either I would have been an invalid in a wheelchair, nothing against invalids in wheelchairs, but I would have had such an awful life that all I would be doing is sitting on a computer and talking, or it would have been like something's wrong here. How do you continue doing this for 28 years and still have a support group as awesome as all of you? So we must be doing something right out there. And listen, guys, I'll tell you this in closing. When we came back, just remember this. Before we came back, January 29th, 2024, for those 3 or 4 years, we had so many people in the media world, so many people in the podcast world, publicly. Oh, when are you two going to get back together? Oh, use a guy who's like peanut butter and jelly. Oh, use the OGs. Come on, you got to get back together. Oh, you got to get back together. And like, we'll see. You never say never, and this and that. And as soon as we got back together, we could count on one hand how many podcasts out there just like welcomed us back, let other people know, oh shit, they're back. They're finally back together. everybody, for the most part, 90% of the same audience that wanted to see us back together, as soon as we got back together, we were a stranger. And over those 12 months, you see, even 1 year celebrating a year, you see anybody out in the media world making it, we don't look for it, we don't need it. But when you notice so many people out there ignoring everything that we do, everything that we say, even when we fucking break stuff on the shows, we opine. That's what we do. We give opinions. All right. Sometimes we fed or given a little nugget that we could share with everyone out there. But even when we do that, even when we call out bullshit, whether it's leaf fitting or other stuff out there, no one will ever acknowledge it. And that's when Kevin and I know that we're onto something. The less that people talk about us, the more we start to be like, all right, they don't want to get any attention our way. And we're never going to fake news to make news. You will never, ever get that clickbait shit on our shows. And what we do will only get better. And with you guys supporting what we do, however you do it, whether you're a patron, a channel member, you download the shows, you spread the word, repost it somewhere, comment on us, Spotify review, pick up a shirt, everything helps us grow. And the more we grow, the more we do this. Unfortunately, revenue does not come in enough where this could be a full-time job. It's close to it sometimes, but believe me, if it was that kind of deal, then obviously, we can dedicate a shitload more towards these shows. But we try to keep a good balance. We're having a ball right now. I mean, honestly, and you can't fake that. You can't fake that. And just thank you again for all your support. I'm going to jet out of here because we have definitely over-welcomed our stay for this Sunday night. It's already 1:15 in the morning over here. If I could say anything that I am grateful for, besides everything we just talked about, is the fact that I don't have to fucking write a synopsis. I just, it's still got editing to do, but I don't have to write no fucking synopsis. So you know what this is. The Don, Tony, and Kevin Castle Show special episode and a Royal Rumble full review. Everyone, enjoy the rest of your weekend. If you're checking this out on the download or on the replay, you're always welcome to send us a comment. Let us know what you thought. Even on YouTube, tell us, what you really liked or disliked about the Rumble. If there's anything that we said, sometimes we don't respond to everyone. Sometimes it gets a little overwhelming. Sometimes people's comments get buried, and we don't do that on purpose. But we try to answer as many as we can. But even if we don't get to you, eventually we will. But everyone else out there will see, what you're saying. And trust me, you might have an unpopular opinion to many, but there's always someone out there that might have the same opinion as yours. So definitely post. Always welcome in feedback and your takes on what we talk about. So much love, everybody. I'm going to jet out of here. Thank God we were able to do this show tonight. You don't know the pressure. You don't know the pressure, that 45 minutes we were on Discord. And believe me, we were going to stream on Discord and somehow splice the audio into YouTube. The problem was my voice would echo and it just would fuck everything up and leave it to a security issue. Unbelievable. But we fixed it. And I thank you all for joining us tonight. Have a good one. Good to catch you all in the next one. Be well.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a podcaster. For me to live any other way was nuts. To me, those goody-good people who worked shitty jobs for bum paychecks and took the subway to work every day and worried about their bills were dead. I mean, they were suckers. They had no balls. If I wanted something, I just took it. I ran everything. I paid the bills. I paid the host. I even paid the masked maniac. Everybody had their hands out. Everything was for the taking. We always called each other good fellas. You would always hear from somebody. You're gonna like Don Tony. He's all right. He's a good As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a podcaster. For me to live any other way was nuts. To me, those goody-good people who worked shitty jobs for bum paychecks and took the subway to work every day and worried about their bills were dead. I mean, they were suckers. They had no balls. If I wanted something, I just took it. I ran everything. I paid the bills. I paid the host. I even paid the masked maniac. Everybody had their hands out. Everything was for the taking. We always called each other good fellas. You would always hear from somebody. You're gonna like Don Tony. He's alright. He's a good fella. He's one of us. But if you're part of my crew, nobody ever tells you they're gonna get rid of you. It doesn't happen that way. There weren't any arguments or curses like in the movies. See, your haters come with smiles. They come as your friends, the people who've claimed they care the most for your life. And now that's all over. And that's the best part. Today everything is different. There's lots of action. I don't have to wait around for everything like everyone else. Oh, I didn't get the vaccine? Fuck you, vaccine me. Oh, your delivery guy has COVID? Fuck you, feed me. Right after I moved here, I ordered egg noodles and ketchup, and I got spaghetti with meat sauce. I'm no longer an average nobody, while they get to live the rest of their lives like a bunch of schnooks.